What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion Episode 69 of Season 2. We are live and live. Shout out to the Cope gang for staying inside and being inactive. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being in here solving those mysteries. We are live and alive. How's everybody doing, man? How are my dudes doing? Here we go again. Another fucking 5 hours of fucking streaming. Another 5 hours to go. Dude, holy crap. We are alive and alive. We got 8 viewers in the chat. We actually have a lot of good content to cover today, so hopefully we can get through all of it. But we'll see. We'll see how many people want to come on and shit like that. And yeah. Wow. So we're gonna do this again, dude. That Pepe looking like a creepy pasta. You mean the Pepe in the woods? He's running around butt naked in the woods. Hot take: women harp on about stopping male violence, but because it's the only threat to their social dominance, remove it and they control society. That's true. Yeah, really, a civilization is the entire goal. I wouldn't say the entire goal per se, but well, honestly, that's somewhat true. Honestly, like the word a civilized versus being a barbarian. Well, hell, I mean, like a barbarian uses violence and any types of means to get what he wants done. A civilized person uses a system, right? So uses a system, uses politics. There's rules and regulations on what you can and can't do, on what you can and can't do. So there's some truth here, right? Where a civilization is effectively a way to control men. Arguably men, they build these things for women, but at the same time, it's there to control men. At the end of the day, I mean that's or at least that's what it ends up doing at the end of the day for a long period of time. So until things break down again. But Pamplemousse, hi, what's up, dude? What's up, man? What's up, Insane Coat Posse? I love your name, dude. Anybody who knows the fucking meme here is a king, dog. Insane Cope Posse. Insane Clown Posse. I love that fucking meme. Live and alive. What's up, Z? How you doing, buddy? What happened with your Discord? Oh, we did a purge because if you aren't posting anything, if you're not commenting or posting or even being in voice chat, then what the fuck are you there for? I don't mean any harm, but it's true. Like Drolix, he made a good point to me, and I think that makes sense. And so did Base Pillington, right? Yeah, I don't mind if you lurk, but I expect some level of like participation, right? Like, come on, man, like show up and say something. Instead, I get like people who just join and don't say anything. It's like, what the fuck? Like, if you want to join, I might drop a link today, but I'm not going to drop a link that for anybody and everybody to just join. I'm going to make it like 5-10 uses already or to use. So but yeah, just be careful. Like I said, read the rules. Subscriber only mode A. Yeah, sometimes I throw it on, sometimes I don't. I notice that more people will subscribe if I have it on because they want to comment, so I just throw it on sometimes. But it's only for 5 minutes, if you want to talk or not. So it makes some sense. But it's a pretty easy way to gain subs. If people want to talk, they'll just hop on in. So it's they'll subscribe and talk, which is nice. Alive and alive equals we. Yeah, dude. Sadly, society raises men to be weak. Not always, but for the most part, it does. I mean, most men end up, they end up losing their edge because society makes you, it does make you softer for sure because you're safer. I mean, there's less danger when you're in a civilization versus being out in some fucking crazy ass world in the woods somewhere, right? So you're the last incel streamer left. I think Base Pluto, he streams, right? And so does what's that guy's name? So does Smash TV. Don't they still stream, right? I thought they were or are they done? I don't know. But are women civilized? Women just use emotion to manipulate simps and effeminate men to exert their will. I didn't say they were civilized. Civilization is it's a way to regulate human behavior and use people to achieve a greater heights than they would otherwise if they lived in a raw state of nature, right? So I didn't say they were civilized. Now, I mean, they arguably it can be used to regulate them as well, but just that they have less of a. So I've heard it said before, but that what's the best way to put this is that they've some people say that they never truly evolved. There's less. It's called the greater male variability hypothesis, where that men have more pressure put on them to perform. Therefore, our cognitive and physical changes have been made to us more so than the women, because there's more overall pressure put on us to perform. So because of that, people have said that men are more civilized, and they have I think Jack Nickelback used to always say that women are looking for the best caveman, and that's somewhat true still, right? They're looking for a brute who can protect them. So arguably, that's what they're looking for anyway. So it might not be true in a civilized society though anymore, because of they might prefer the pretty boy over the if there's a fight over who's more popular, the masculine man with the Chad jawline or the effeminate guy with the Chad jawline, they're probably going to go with the pretty boy over the masculine guy. But both men will still perform pretty well. But I think that the pretty boy probably performs better in a society like ours, where things are relatively safe. So, damn, it was really 3 months already. What? No, it's fine. I never use it. Okay, all right. You're alive and alive. Yeah, dude. What do you think we should do for the next step of MRA? We got to change law somehow. The thing is that nothing's going to change until the boomers die and get out of office and give up their positions in big corporations and governments, if that ever happens. But the problem is that the people who inherit those positions will probably have this very similar positions, or sometimes even worse positions than their predecessors ever did. So, like I said it before, but the boomers are, at least, they might be evil, but they're competent evil, right? Gen Y, Gen X, parts of Gen X are still pretty competent, but they're pretty small relative to Gen Y. So when Gen Y takes over, it's going to be incompetent evil, which is probably even worse than competent evil to some extent, right? Or maybe it'd be better. Who fucking knows? But I think it's going to be worse. I'm going to eat pizza. Good shit, dude. Finally, Ling pilled. Are you taking the Ling pill? You're going to start burning the fucking rice. Burn the rice, pay the price, right? Base Pluto streams, but he doesn't have panels like he used to. Yeah, well, it's nice to have people on. People who want to come on and talk. That's always a fun thing to have on, because I feel like it's more of a show. It's more of a variety of opinions, and as long as there's some people are respectful and are able to say their piece, it's ends up being pretty damn good. So Smash TV died for a bit, but I think they're coming back. Yeah, maybe they are. Shout out to Jake the Blade Runner. I'd argue you're safer in the woods than in cities, but small towns are probably safe. Are you arguing that from what are you talking about? From a collapse standpoint, or just from a... You probably are, even now, because cities are just full of more, because, more people, more problems, right? But yeah, I live out in the countryside too right now, so I used to I live in the city, and there's just simply more crime in the city, so it makes some sense that you're probably right there. Well, if you are going to talk about looks, what more can be said? Yeah, that's true. If that's all you're going to talk about as well, depending on what birth control they're on. Oh yeah, I've heard that before as well. They think if they're on birth control, they prefer more masculine men. People who are more, and then if they're off birth control, they prefer people who are more effeminate. So, what's up, champ? What's up, Mark? I was regarding the purge, since you guys said it would take place in 3 months. The purge. The Frog King. The King Frog. King Pepe. What law specifically would you change? God, you'd have to have like a fucking dictatorship to fucking change the laws nowadays. Ling will will suck your ding ding for a good price or for free if you got JBW. Oh boy. Oh man, these are good memes. Yeah, Jacked and Stacked. Jay posted a video on Discord, and then I might even add him to the automatic notification thing. But he's been posting some pretty good content over the last week, in my opinion. He's got some pretty good stuff. Rehab Room, he put out another video that's been pretty good. That's a really good video. So yeah, he's always on point though. I mean, I can't think of a single bad video that he's put out, honestly. So yeah. Yeah, we have a lot to cover today. I have a lot of articles to cover today, so we're gonna let's see. Oh boy, some of these are just short. They're like 51 seconds long. We're gonna cut this one here. Is funny as shit. Hopefully, I don't get copyright striked over this because the end is near. What's that guy's name? Asmongold video. What am I doing? Why am I pulling it? I can just pull this out. What am I doing that for? That's dumb. This is a crazy clip. This clip, like, we already knew this was going to happen or it's already happening, but it's like, dang, bro, we got men out here getting literally scammed out of their money, bro, every day. Could you imagine? Like, you're some dude, some incel, there's whatever you want to call it, some dude at your home, and you're fucking whacking off to this chick's picture, and really what you're really whacking off to is just some dude behind the some dude with a face over a face. It's funny. Look at this shit. The end is near.
其实有些人说，哎，这个直播换脸，现在用的就是这个直播很完善的，包括像这种捏脸什么的，它都是一个常规操作。这个东西是不会破相的，就是包括什么。
Like, dude, this is some next level shit, dog. Dude, if you aren't at this point, dog, if you aren't just scamming people at this point, you are losing in today's economy. Our entire economy is based on scamming anyway. You might as well just scam dudes. Just scam. Because, like, at the end of the day, if you're gonna be broke, you might as well be broken. I mean, not broke, but I don't know. If you're not gonna work, you might as well scam, right? I don't know what to say, man.
戴口罩啊，或者然后什么捏脸这种。
Of course, it's a dude with a unibrow. No, it's a real girl. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is the future, guys. This is it, guys.
Dude, this is unbelievably fucking ridiculous. Oh, dude, this is so funny.
In 3 or 5 years, bro, girls are going to be over. That's going to be the end. Because you're just going to have this all the time.
Bro, this is too cursed even for my standards.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I gotta stop it there. I don't want to keep going. I don't want to get copyright strikes. I don't know how this dude cares if people care if they use his clips, but that is just fucking brutal, bro. Fucking brutal. Oh, the Scott Galloway clip. This clip is probably one of his better takes, in my opinion. He's not always on point, but this one here he was on point. Well, kind of on point. He still has this fucking weird fucking thought about, oh, men need to be more emotionally available and yada yada yada. But we'll see what happens here. Here we go. This clip here is I used to think that the notion that AI would replace women was cope, but now I'm kind of beginning to see it. Even if it looks somewhat fake, men don't care. Men will simp for anything that looks feminine. Don't even have to be a female. Just look feminine, and men will be ready to empty their bank accounts. Yeah, it's true. It's true. There's nothing wrong with scamming NPCs. Yeah, at this point you might as well, Doug. Replacing women by design. Boomers destroy society. Then scratch their heads why Zoomers want no part of it. Yeah, isn't that funny? A guy using AI and complex software to masquerade as a woman will technically work 5 times harder than an actual woman. Yeah, transhumanism. Basically all it really is. Standards too low. AI women are 10 out of 10. But dude, for some dudes, they actually, for a lot of men, they actually don't want Stacy. I mean, they want Stacy, but they don't, right? In the sense that they want the girl next door. They want the girl that's like, okay, she's like not Stacy, but she's also not ugly. They want a Becky, right? A low tier Becky or a Becky. So having a fucking picture that's so perfect that they can't even fucking comprehend it, they're like, what the fuck? Nah, dude. I mean, it's nice to look at, but it's like shit. I can't handle that. But it's kind of like, once again, it's a juggernaut law on steroids again, right? You know, they want the attainable woman. They don't just want the woman who's, you know, the best looking all the time. They want the attainable woman for them. For a lot of men, they would readily settle with their fucking a looks match. So, all right, this is a good clip. This is a pretty good clip from Morning Joe. I hate Morning Joe. I don't watch the show at all, but this dude's an asshole. And fucking Joe Scarborough, the fucking dickhead, and then he cheated on his wife with this woman here. So they're like a wife and husband-wife team, whatever. The AI will actually unironically treat an average man with more compassion and human decency than an actual woman will. It's so funny. Isn't that sad how a literal fucking algorithm, an algorithm literally literally as you said earlier, treats you better than any human being ever will. That's sad. The uniqueness of women while also being fuckable. MSM alert, yeah, I mean mainstream media alert, but Scott Galloway, I'll give Scott Galloway credit. He's by far him and what's that other guy's name? Richard Reeves or something like that, or Reeves. Reeves isn't nearly as based. Scott Galloway, he's still on some bullshit because I think he's boomer. He's got to be a boomer. Yeah, they're Gen X or boomer, one of the two. He's probably a boomer. So he's still got some bullshit with the guy, but he's at least covering the issue. He's at least saying, hey, there's something going on here, and you guys are just flat out fucking ignoring it. And no one seems to care. Like, nobody cares. So, let's go.
So, Scott, let's get into your book. But first, run through, if you will. I've seen you talk about this in speeches. Talk about how the system is rigged. So, if you got $1 million, great. If you got 5 million, 10 million, even better. Life gets easier because the way our tax system's set up.
Yeah, we have a very progressive tax system until you get to about the 99th percent. And essentially the people who get most damaged by our current tax code, it's lower and middle income households, their taxes have gone up slightly because of consumption, but not because of federal. The people that really get hurt are what I call the workhorses. And that are people who make an exceptionally good living, but it's all current income. And they live in a blue state. They might be paying 50 to 54% tax rate. I bet some.
Dude, this has been true for a long time now. I don't know. Dude, I don't know how this country survives. Like, that's over half of your income gone. Could you imagine making $200K a year and over half of that just goes straight to the government or some bullshit government program, some shit? Oh, bro, I don't know how anybody could stay in states like, you know, California or fucking New York. I don't know how the fuck you stay in those states, bro. I don't know how the fuck you fucking live there, bro. It's literally highway robbery, dog. Highway robbery. You're getting robbed every day. Once again, now, see, look, it's even worse than what he's saying, though, right? Because inflation is a tax, right? So every day you go to work, you're losing a little bit of your money every day you go to work. Every day you go to work and you get your paycheck, they're just slowly taking some of your money away from you every day. Every day. Every day they print the dollar, they're taking some of your cash away, right? So, like, not only are you being taxed directly, you're being taxed indirectly as well. So the taxes could easily be 60%. You're taking home less than half of your income, dog. There is a point where, like, working makes no sense. In a system like that, working makes no sense at all. You get taxed on the inflation as well. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Just makes me want to neat. Fucking, yeah, dude. Yeah.
Some of those people are around this table right now. But if you can make the jump to light speed and invest in assets, stocks, housing, then your tax rate plummets. So in America, we've decided to try and create a super class of billionaires. And then if they win the gold medal, we're going to give them the silver and the bronze. Two biggest tax deductions, capital gains and mortgage interest. Who owns homes and stocks? People my age. Who doesn't know? Who rents and makes their money from current income? Young people. So we've decided.
Isn't that sad? I mean, this has been said since I was at least in like a middle school, even high school, that we have enslaved are not only have you enslaved your children, you've enslaved your great if you even have them, because people aren't having kids now, but theoretically you are enslaving your great grandkids to be debt slaves their entire lives, never ever knowing what it's actually like to not have a 2 million pound weight on their back. Like, that is an insane amount of money for somebody to owe. Like, and even if you have no quote unquote personal debt, you're still a debt slave by definition, right? The government is picking your pocket every day to pay interest on debt that you didn't that you have literally almost no say in, right? You have no say in that. Yeah, I haven't read the a debt clock in a long time, but I think like for each taxpayer it's like $100,000 or $80,000 or something like that each taxpayer owes, when it comes to the national debt. It's fucking insane. It is insane. And like, the boomers have literally enslaved their children and their great, who knows how many greats you can go down, grandchildren, because they all wanted to be, I need my check, Jimmy. I need you to go to work. I said, okay, so like, you spent all the money. Like, how do you grow up in a literal golden age and then say, you know what? I don't want my fucking kids to have any of this. I'm gonna spend, and fuck everything else. That's basically what the fuck they said. That's what they might have all said. Fuck you, I got mine. I mean, I don't know. It's sad. And he basically says this he doesn't say it. He says this as much as I'm saying it now. He says it in a nicer way, but I think the trade-off is that blue states have better services with higher taxes and red states have no taxes but worse services. Honestly, it seems that you're getting screwed either way. I suppose so. But I don't know. I mean, like, how many times do I don't know, blue states? I don't know. Like, I think the test case is California, right? California is like a shithole state. I don't know what to say, man. It's a shithole state. I don't know why anybody stays there, why you would ever live there, but whatever. I don't know. I'm sure you're fucking right that the fact of the matter that they have more taxes coming in so they can spend more money, but fuck, dude. No real growth and rapidly running out of phony growth. Yeah. You can only keep pumping up the fucking economy up with fucking phony money until it fucking collapses in on itself, dude. It's absurd. This is weird. Jimmy, I need that check. I need to send it to Israel, Jimmy. Look, Jimmy, look. Here's the plan, Jimmy. Look. Iran's they're gonna do something, right? And then Israel's gonna get attacked real bad. Then we're gonna draft your stupid ass to go to Israel and die. And that's the end, Jimmy. That's the end. Jimmy, look, I need that money. Israel needs your money, Jimmy. That's always been the plan, Jimmy. Look, Jimmy, look, the entire time I've been telling you to get a job. Jimmy, look, the job I got for you is called the U.S. military, Jimmy. You'll be private, Jimmy. They'll bury you with military honors. You'll be a hero. I mean, I don't know about a hero, Jimmy, but you'll be in the ground. Oh, man.
That the wealthiest people in the world should get exceptionally more wealthy. Minimum wage stuck at $9.25. Stock market is screamed up. The average 70-year-old is 72% wealthier than they were 40 years ago. The average person under the age of 40 is 24% less wealthy. We are purposely transferring more wealth from the poor and middle class to the upper class to the super rich, and from young to old.
And you say in the book, which is true and alarming, but let's say a 30-year-old American in America right now is doing no better than his or her parents. Then that's a new thing in American history that you would think over time, we want to do better than the next generation.
Dude, look at this fucking shit. The percent of children earning more than their parents. Oh, man, that is sad. This is going down every fucking year. Every year it's gone down. Other than the 1970s, other than that, it's gone down. If you're born in the fucking 1990s like I was, dude, it's over, dog. Please, you are not making more money than your parents ever did, dog. Just for inflation, dog, you're making way less. Please, dude. All according to Zog's plans. Yep, that's true. We picked all the low-hanging fruit but created a system based on infinite growth on a planet of finite resources. Yeah, Yeah. The real issue is promoting the single live alone life, work for growth for like 20 years. Yeah. It did. I mean, the reality that women, they all ran out and got college degrees, so they got all that money off of them. So the school, all the fucking schools got fat and happy because everybody fucking ran to college. So all the schools got rich. The government has a bunch of debt on their balance sheet that a bunch of students owe to them. So that now they're fucking rich. Some not rich, but they had the money coming in. All the women then ran off and they bought homes. So now all the fucking banks and mortgage companies got rich. Now everybody has to buy a car now, so the car companies are getting rich. I mean, like, it's a really, if you want to, like, these are just really a scumfuck ways of increasing economic output by like fudging the fucking numbers, right? Because like, if you had a competent society, you wouldn't have had all that quote unquote growth, but your society would at least be able to persist. It would be sustainable growth, right? Like we have literally, I don't know, we are literally like, we keep spending money, and we're just painting ourselves into a corner, right? So we're getting poorer and poorer. Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, once again, every day you go to work, you're losing money, right? So inflation is a tax on you, and it's a tax on your wages, it's a tax on everything, man. They're taking your money every day you go to work. The Dallas is the fastest growing city, but there's not enough police officers to keep up with the population. Oh, wow. Even the AI hype is almost all about increased efficiency. The only thing created are droids to do the labor due to the shit birth rates. Yeah. The test case is New York, not California, in my opinion. Okay, well, all right. Lots of metropolitan blue cities are going broke. Oof. Boomers are hoarding their cash for now, but it won't last forever. Well, the thing is that even if you hoard money, you're still losing money, right? If it was due to inflation, but modern American political strategy: do whatever for the short term, forget the long term even exists. Step 2 is confronting long term failure in the future short term. That's true. Yeah, I mean the problem of our country, with America, and this is a blessing and a curse, right? In that, because our presidents and our Congress run the Congress, not the Congress, but at least the Senate and the House. And the Senate, the House I think has 2-year terms, or 2-year terms, right? 2-year terms for the House, 6 years for the Senate, and 4-year 4-year terms for the presidency. Is that you can't really plan long term for that. You can't really plan long term at all for that. So you're thinking about the next election. You're thinking about the next 3 to 4 years, because the next 2 years are going to be you trying to keep your fucking seat. So it's a constant game of like, okay, everything is done in the extreme short run, and truth be told, maybe this is why they never put in a clause, or they initially didn't have term limits put into the Constitution, right? It was more or less just a gentleman's agreement that the president would not run again after 2 terms, but that wasn't really in the Constitution, obviously, because FDR, he fucking did it for I forgot how many terms he had, but he had a lot of terms. So he was arguably America's first that was probably Lincoln, really, but dictator, right? So, but either way, at the end of the day, so I feel like if somebody's so good at the fucking job that they are doing such a good job that they can maintain your economy they can maintain your a civilization for long enough. Why wouldn't you let them run again and again and again? But then of course you run into problems of like, well, he become a dictator, he be too yada yada yada. But it's like I don't know. But yeah, the problem is that we have everything's so fucking short term now that nobody even thinks about the fucking long run anymore, right? So, oh boy. No one will do anything as long as the sports ball and Goislop is around. Yeah. The way these schools, colleges get you is by telling you that the schooling pays for itself. Ha. Yeah, they still tell you that shit, dude, man. Still got debt 20 years later. Isn't that funny? In Germany, where I live, there's a noticeable decline in couples I see over these past 6 or 7 years. Something must have happened in 2017, 2018. The working man is a sucker. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, man, but who's the real clown, dog? Is the real clown the guy in Congress who's doing nothing all day and making money off of insider trading, or is the real clown the fucking taxpayer who's still paying taxes to a dying system that literally does not care about him at all? that gives him nothing and then takes his money and gives it to non-citizens in blue cities. Who's the real clown in that situation, right? Who's the real clown? Who's the real clown? Well, let's be honest here. It's the fucking taxpayer. It's the average NPC citizen is a clown. He's a clown. And maybe it's because they don't fucking know or they don't want to know, but I don't know, man. Who's the real clown in the situation? Right? Who's the real clown? Boomers aren't going to live independently much longer. They've been paying into good health insurance for years, so they don't care. Only the gens after them are screwed. Yeah, that's true. Why complete the degree when you will get crippling debt? But many people don't think this through. Yeah, the capitalist side of the economy is based on quarterly reports. That's true. The government is based on 4-year reports, but all old fucks who think it's still 1975, which is worse. Oof. The meme where the guy is putting on clown paint is so true. It's true. Every day you wake up and you're a clown, dog. You're a fucking clown in a 3-ring circus dancing around, paying fucking FDR ran 4 terms. Yeah, 4 terms. Yeah. Yeah. This decline is slow. Literally, it's not only is it gay, it's literally gay. Like there's gays everywhere and boring. It's gay. Yeah, gay and boring. I need a good crash to spice things up and accelerate. Yeah, well, more incentive to be neat. Yeah. Congress just passed a bill to send $95 billion of our small hat slave master and Ukrainian cam girls. That's funny, dude. That's so funny. It's all fake and gay. Yeah. For the globo homo agenda. Lots of parents are forcing their kids to get a degree. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Out of the millions of Americans, Biden and Trump are our best candidates we have. Yeah, isn't that funny? Isn't that sad? Political system is rigged, fake and gay. It's fake, dude. Yeah.
The last generation, it's not happening anymore.
I think it all ties into what we're talking about on campuses. For the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. That is the social compact breaking down. People aged 30 to 34, 60% of them in 1990 had one child. Now it's 27%. People are opting out of America. They're not optimistic.
Dang, bro. 27% of people in that age bracket don't. Dang. That is just fucking brutal, dude. The birth rates are just gone, man. They fucking killed their own society, and now that they're bringing in unwashed masses because they can't sustain their own society. All of this just to keep a bunch of old boomers alive, so they can fucking retire. What the fuck, dude? That is just next level fucking just sad, man. I don't know what to say. That's sad.
About it, they're not having kids. Young people aren't having sex. They're not meeting. They're not mating. The pool of emotionally and economically viable men.
So he keeps saying emotionally and economically viable men, dude. Oh man, like he still thinks that this is the problem. Like I get it. I'm not saying a man can be a complete fucking stoic idiot, but like I don't know. Like I could invoke a look theory here, but it's a dead horse that keeps getting beaten over and over and over again. He still keeps saying that the problem is male centric. Like, and keep in mind, like, okay, like I don't even want to address the emotional argument here. That's whatever, dude. I want to address the economically viable argument here, right? What is considered economically viable? Not every man is going to be making 6 figures by the time they're 25 or by the time they're 28 or whatever. So, like, if economically viable men are only men who are making 100K or over, you're still, even if we just take look theory out of it and say every man and that's the, let's take it out of it, right? Let's pretend like women are not hypergamous about looks and they don't care about it, and they don't care about it at all. Even if you just include economically viable men, which I'm assuming he would probably agree would be a man making over $100,000 a year. Maybe he would say 80 or 90. Even then, you're still talking about the minority of men. So, like, oh man, the problem is that we have taken our currency, we have destroyed it. So the wages that used to be able to support a family no longer do so anymore. So now men are. It's not even a race to the bottom. We're already at the fucking bottom, right? It's just fucking. I don't know, man. Like it's completely like the system is broken completely all the way through. back in the day, a man making $40K a year would have been economically viable. That was enough money to support a family. Now it's not anymore because inflation has destroyed the currency. Like they never addressed that point. They never addressed that. Like back in the day, economically viable back in the day meant something completely different than what it does now. The same money that bought a house and 2 cars and in a nice neighborhood and sent kids to college no longer does that anymore. And the average man out there, I think, is still making. I think the average income for a man is what, 40K a year median. Not the average, but the median income is still 40K a year, 45K a year. Is it 59? The average U.S. salary is 59K a year. Is that really true? The average, or the average is not the number that you want to use here, though. It has to be the a median income, because that's a much better number to use. The average means nothing in this situation because the average is skewed by the people making $1 million a year. We can't use the average. We have to use the a median income. But even if you use the average here, 59K a year is not enough for a man to support a wife, kids, and cars and a house. It's just not. Even if you use average, which is a better number. Nah, dude, it's absurd. It's just absurd. So like, even if we're talking about just economics alone, I gotta cut the lighting in a sec. Even if we're talking about economics just alone, okay, you're still excluding most of your male population. You still have a problem on your hands. Now combine that with the black pill of looks and height and all these other things, dude, and you're talking about even less men. So when you're talking about economics, dude, like you need to address the root cause of why the money doesn't buy what it used to buy. Talk about that. Talk about Social Security being a literal fucking chain, a ball and chain around the next a generation's fucking neck. Unbelievable, man. The median income per capita is 30K something.
Shrinks every day, which lessens household formation. So we have a real issue.
Well, what really lessens household formation is female choice. Like we used to, I don't know, man. Like we used to have people were just more, maybe they were more reasonable, or maybe things were just better back. I mean, things were better back then for sure. But certainly we didn't have all these things. We didn't have social media. We didn't have, people went outside. I don't know. Oh man, there's so much to cover. There's just so many things to cover here. But it's like, I'm sure maybe it's because if I was to sit down with this guy one-on-one, he probably maybe would agree. I think he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. It doesn't matter of like, I don't know. I know when you're on a news show and you only have so much time to talk, you can only say so many things, but dang, like it's never like addressing the root cause of the problem. Even if you addressed the money issue and somehow every man without to making $100K a year, they would simply, because of hypergamy, they would simply exclude even more men. They would say, okay, well now I need to date a millionaire. Because once again, if everybody's making $100K a year, then nobody's really making $100K a year because of inflation. Because if you inflate wages, that's inevitably it's going to raise prices. It has to. A company's not going to be able to pay a burger flipper, $40 an hour. It can't. So they're gonna have to raise their prices, which means that everyone's gonna. In fact, you're seeing this happen right now. You're already seeing. Look how much of Taco Bell or McDonald's or whatever costs nowadays. Come on, $20 an hour in California is fucking absurd, dude.
Young people are enraged, so it turns every cut, every movement into an opportunistic infection because, quite frankly, they are just pissed off. They look up, they see wealth, exceptional wealth across my generation and people in certain industries, and they are really struggling. Their purchasing power is going down, and the incumbents create artificial scarcity on campus. We take pride in rejecting 90% of our applicants, so the incumbents who already have a degree see their degree go up in value. We get very concerned with housing and traffic once we own the housing. Housing permits are sequestered from young people. Housing prices have gone from 290 to 420 in the last 4 years. So a young person, a house, stocks that I don't own skyrocket in value. Let's have COVID relief and flush the markets and take assets way up, because if 1 million people dying would be bad, it would be tragic if I got less wealthy. And we're doing it on their credit card. Young people have every reason to be enraged, and every issue they see, they look up, they get angry, and they see someone doing better than them. And then every day it is speedballed in their face that they are failing, that they are not doing as well as everyone around them. We have lost the script.
See, and the thing is that, I don't know, like even in this talking point here, right, where it's like, I forgot, I think First maybe said this, but like, inequality isn't necessarily a problem per se. It's not really a problem. People are fine with inequality. What they're not fine with is, okay, this guy gets it. They're not fine with winner take all. If you have a winner take all system where the Chad or the rich guy or whoever gets everything and you have nothing at all, you're gonna feel like, okay, what? So I worked all this time, I did all these things, and I got nothing out of this? Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, of course you're gonna have people be angry at that. And effectively, the average man has nothing. He has nothing. He has no girlfriend, no car. I mean, I have a car, but no girlfriend, no wife, no kids. He has no fucking house. He can't even afford the fucking down payment for the house. He has no. His college degree is worthless. I'm seeing fucking people in tech getting fired left and right. The one place that men used to be able to go to get a decent job was I'm not saying it's dead. It's still, the sad part is that it's the least shitty bet in town. It's the least shitty bet in town is still STEM, but even that's being eroded away slowly. I don't know. Mystery School, you're describing Georgian economics. He was popular antagonist to Adam Smith and no longer gets discussed. Oh, okay, well. Inequality is not necessarily the wrong thing. It's this massive swath of like inequality. There is a level of inequality where people will accept. Hey, the guy who took all the fucking financial risk for his company to be formed, and he's working 80 hours 90 hours a week to maintain it, and he's making more money than I am. Okay, that's fine. But like some hedge fund kid who did nothing. Effectively did nothing but pushed a button on a computer and made money, and he made more money than I did in 1 day than I did than I did in 3 years. You're gonna feel some kind of way about that, aren't you? You will. I don't know, man. Like there's some job that just should. I don't know. I'm not saying they shouldn't exist, but damn, like they don't make any sense, like economically. Like okay, so like this job produces what value? Oh, he made money. But okay, he did, but like nothing. What I guess wealth was. I don't know. This is weird. Wealth was produced, like money was produced from trading a stock. I don't know. I mean, I've literally made more money trading stocks sometimes than I do on my own job. Dude. It makes working feel absurd. Like, what the fuck's the point? And he's gonna address this too. He's gonna say, well, they can go on Robinhood and Coinbase and just make money off of crypto. Well, they can. You're right. Most men don't mind being friends with a guy who fucks 50 girls a year as long as he has a GF for some women. But when Chad gets everything and you get zero, what the fuck? Yeah.
Kids are more anxious, they're more depressed, they're more obese, they're more addicted. And we have made a purposeful decision to let this happen by ensuring that people around this table stay wealthy at the cost of young people.
So Scott, what the social element of that?
I'm so glad he said that too, because he's not. I fucking hate the news because these news guys they get paid millions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to literally spout their opinion on TV to be a D-list tier celebrity, and they get paid millions of dollars to effectively do nothing, to look pretty on TV and say their opinion, and it's like what? And then they have the nerve to be self-righteous and say, "Oh, if you vote for Trump, you're a bad person." It's like okay. Just trade stocks, bro. It's that easy. I'm saying it's easy. This is funny. This is funny, dude.
economic element, the social elements that you mentioned.
But the sad part is that, like, literally gambling sometimes does yield more better results than working does. It's funny, but it's funny. It's just funny.
The happiness, the anxiety, all of those things, that kids aren't getting together anymore, that they're not having kids. What happened in one generation? Social media has to play a role in it, I'm sure. But what else do you see that has created this climate for this generation?
I think you have the most talented, well-resourced people in the world and companies trying to convince a young man that he can have a reasonable facsimile of life in his basement behind a screen. You don't need friends. Go on Reddit or Discord. You don't need to get a job. Go on Robinhood or Coinbase and trade crypto and stocks. You don't need to go through the rejection and the expense and the humiliation and working out and having a plan and humor and showering to get a romantic relationship. You have YouPorn. So we have an entire generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society and missing out on what it means. You know, there's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is hard. Going out.
The fact that his, like, a desire for life is to have a fucking romantic comedy for every man's life is just funny. It is kind of funny, dude. I rarely see anyone winning gambling. When I say gambling, I'm talking about the stock market. Kind of is it's a gamble to some extent. It is a gamble. Call it what it is. It's gambling. It's legalized gambling. I guess we have legalized gambling somewhere, but it's gambling at the end of the day. Oh, what it is. You don't fucking know what's going to happen with that fucking stock. You don't know. Tomorrow, a fucking I think could come out saying this stock is worth nothing, and then it drops down to nothing. Call it what it is. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Give me a sec. All right. Let me see. It's like he said something back here I wanted to respond to. He said, you can almost say starting a business is gambling. It kind of, I mean, everything is somewhat has some level of risk to it, right? Now, gambling is different. Obviously, it's not the same, but you know, there's calculated risk and there's not calculated risk, right? Like it's not like literally where you're pushing a button on a fucking slot machine and hoping that it goes up, but to some extent, that's what you're doing, right? You don't know what's going to happen with that stock. You really don't know. You don't know. You have educated guesses. You can look at the past and say, okay, well they performed this well, you know, this quarter and this quarter and this quarter, so they have these things in the pipeline. This is what's going on with the company. They got a good balance sheet. They got a good income statement. You can look at these things, but call what it is. It's a gamble, right? It's a gamble. You're gambling a little bit. Call what it is. You're taking a risk.
Meeting someone, finding mentors, finding mates, that stuff is hard, but that's what real victory in real life is like. And because a lot of men feel rejected on dating apps, the number of jobs that are accessible to them has gone down. You have essentially a group of men who are saying, I want a low-risk entry into life, and they go down a rabbit hole. When they don't have social connections, and they don't get out, and they don't have the prospect of a romantic relationship, they're more prone to conspiracy theory, they're more prone to misogynistic content, they're less likely to believe in climate change, and some they become really bad citizens. We are producing too.
See, look, what if those quote unquote bad things you're describing are actually ways that the system actually just naturally corrects itself, right? It corrects itself in a way. The men have to become these things because otherwise, if they don't, it's a way of surviving in a way. It's a way of surviving. It's surviving. Call what it is. You're surviving, right? You're surviving. You're trying to. Okay, so if I don't adopt these particular customs here and become these things, I mean, if I don't know, if you adopt the mainstream's ideology, well, you're going nowhere either. So you know, when extreme times call for extreme ideologies. Call it what it is. Just a natural response to the system that they grew up in, right?
Many of the most dangerous person in the world, and that is a young, broke, and lonely young man.
Why is it that so many of these young people that you're talking about seem to head into life after going to 4-year schools or 2-year schools or whatever, head into life with a lack of financial literacy? They don't know anything about money or the growth of money. All they know is the absence of money.
I think we need to have...
How could they know? All they know is the absence of money coming from a dude who probably makes over $1 million a year. I mean, come on, man. Of course they're going to have that mindset. Just have an abundance mindset, bro. Is this really his argument? Why do they have such a feeling of lack? I don't know, bro. It couldn't be because they lack. It couldn't be because they don't have a lot. It couldn't be because their dad worked hard, or he did the best he could, and he only made X amount of dollars a year. Most people are not fucking rich, dude. They're fucking middle class or broke. They're lower class. Come on, man. Why do they have such a feeling of lack? Why don't they know anything? Well, isn't it your problem? Isn't that your priority to teach them shit? But you don't do that. Or maybe you did, but I don't know. If nobody teaches them the information, how are they supposed to know it?
In our curriculums in high school, a class on adulting. My kid...
Dude, oh my God. Why do we need the state? This has been a big problem for the boomers and Gen X and even Gen Y as well, the people who are parents in Gen Y. Why do we keep relegating the parenting authority, the things you should be doing as a parent? You're gonna push that onto the fucking state and say, I want the state to teach my kid how to fucking write a check and balance a checkbook and know how to read an interest rate on a credit card. You can't do that yourself? You're kidding me. Why would you let the fucking government teach your kids how to be a fucking adult? That's dumb, dude. Once again, they don't want to do their fucking job. They don't want to do their job. They don't. That's sad, dude. You don't want to do your fucking job. I think the schools need to teach the kids these things. What? Why can't you? You're a fucking adult. Unless you don't fucking know either, but which is sad. But in this day and age, I don't know. There's really a fucking excuse. Go on the fucking internet and look it up. I don't know. That's sad, bro. Bunch of fucking lazy fucks that they don't want to teach anybody anything. The boomers spent years and years and years, a gatekeeping industries for years, giving their kids other than their own kids, a nepotistic job. Okay, well, my kid, he gets the job, but not that guy or that guy. And they don't want to teach anybody anything. Every entry-level job requires five fucking years of fucking experience, which is fucking absurd. You don't want to teach anybody anything. Why? Why is that such a bad thing? Teach somebody something. Hey, I need a job. Okay, I'll teach you. What happened to that? That's how you guys got jobs. But all of a sudden, when it comes to the next generation, I want that guy to already know what the fuck's going on and just figure it out. I don't want to teach the guy how to do anything. Okay, all right, dude. This is the problem. I mean, people keep trying to pass the fucking sins of the boomers and Gen X, even Gen Y now, onto the next generation. Why? That's your job. That's your job. Those are your kids. That's your job. It's your job to keep the pathway open so people can actually fucking make it. You guys literally pulled the ladder up on the way out. You're like, okay, I made it. My fucking kid made it. I'm pulling the ladder up. We're done. Like, okay, what the fuck, dude? What in the literal fuck? Just laziness, dude. Oh yeah, and then H-1B visas too. Yeah, they gotta let in the fucking unwashed masses from the third world in. Yeah. Man, you have CS grads that have been working at McDonald's for months after graduating. Gen Z has many STEM grads. Boomers outsourced to jobs and brought in foreigners for cheap labor. Boomers, yeah, the clown ass boomers, dude. Boomers literally sold the new generations out. They have it all, and they'll blow this bitch up on the way out. The economic state of this country is pitiful. It's over. Economic black pill. Yeah, it's true. It's an individualist mindset, the self-made man. It's the thing that never existed. Oh man, the thing that never existed. No man is an island, right?
I see it in my house. My kid can do integers and basic calculus, but he doesn't understand the interest on his credit card.
Why? Scott Galloway, are you telling me that you're so dumb you can't teach your kid you can't teach your kid principal times rate? You can't teach your kid an interest rate? Come on, dude. Are you serious? It's multiplication, nigga. Are you serious? You can't teach your kid an interest rate? Come on, dude. The fuck? Come on, bro. Jesus Christ. Oh, dude. I can't do it, man.
So there's just some basic kind of financial literacy that we're not teaching. And when you start replacing civics with computer science, you lose a sense of the country and you start learning about programming. And when you don't talk about basic financial literacy or even mating, I would like to see in the senior year of college mating dynamics and help men understand and women what is unique to them and their vulnerabilities to social media. I was talking about the challenges of men from social media. At exactly the wrong time in a young girl's life, she is presented with a valuation where she never gets to leave the high school cafeteria 24/7. And as my colleague Jonathan Hyde has pointed out, we've seen a dramatic uptick in suicide. But I think effectively, we just don't have basic skills for young people. We're teaching them advanced things, but we're not teaching them the basics around what a mortgage is, what interest rates mean. So I think we could use just a basic class on adulting, junior or senior year.
Hey, why can't, once again, you really want the government and some random teacher who's not their parent to teach them how to be a fucking adult. How lazy is Gen X? How lazy are the boomers? I guess the boomers are done raising their kids now, but how lazy is Gen X, man? How lazy is Gen Y? I don't know, man. And once again, maybe they don't fucking know because their parents didn't teach them either, right? I don't know. That's sad, dude. I can't understand interest rates. What the fuck? Like, oh, dude. It's a percentage, motherfucker. Like, it's not hard. I'm not teaching you fucking calculus here or some shit. Rocket science. Like, oh, man. That is sad. Jesus Christ. Well, there's that. Once again, I don't like this, like, a relegation to the always comes down to we need to give the government more power. The government needs to teach my kid interest rates. What? Why? Ah, dude. That is some next level fucking just retardation, man. I got memes I could show too. I think I'm gonna open the chat up. That's the first video I wanted to cover. I'm gonna X that video out. I want to cover this Jackson Stack video at some point. It's 26 minutes long. We'll cover it later, and we got 2 articles to read as well. So I'll drop those later on if we have a break in conversation. But for now, let's open the chat, dude. Let me Here's the chat. There you go. There's that. There's the link for the chat. Pin the message. Join when you're ready. I'll be away for like 5 minutes. I'll be back in a second. So, all right, dudes. I gotta do the meme. Gotta do a meme real quick. Give me a sec. Get a meme up. Enter memtion. We're gonna have the we'll use the meme. This is a funny meme. This is a fun meme. Kid over here doing that gay ass floss dance. Here we go. The floss dancing meme. All right, guys. See you guys in a few minutes. Oh, we're back. Oh my god. Look at this dancing Pepe over here. He dancing to the fucking music, dudes. Look at this dude just dancing back and forth with the music. He's almost perfectly matching with the beat too. Look at him go. Is he matching with the beat? Isn't that perfect, dude? It's kind of funny. I don't know why this is so funny. All right. Okay. X out of that. We got a dude in the back. Vital Facets, dude. What's up, dude? How you doing, dude?
I'm good. I met a sugar baby last night, so that was kind of interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm stuck in Houston for the weekend because my truck's radiator exploded.
Holy shit.
So, but yeah, I went to a club here, and I don't know anyone in Houston, so I was just kind of rocking solo, and this like group of girls kind of like pull me in, and there's like this blonde Stacy in the group, and one of the girls tells me, she's like motions to her friend, she's like, I think you should get with my friend, you're very handsome. And I'm like, okay. So I talk to her, and this girl like buys me a drink and whatever, but then she leaves because she has to take a flight. And I'm like, well, but she lives in Houston, so how's she taking a flight like Sunday morning? Like, why is she taking a flight? Well, I find out later that this girl's like a sugar baby for like some rap producer or something like that. Like her friends told me that, so that was pretty interesting. And yeah.
Well, shit. All right. Did she look like? Was she pretty? Said you Stacy, right? Was she pretty attractive?
Oh yeah, she was like yeah, she was pretty attractive. She was like did you see? I didn't watch the show, but did you see the trailers for like that TV show that The Weeknd made?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, but she was like a short, slim, like slender, like she had a very small body and like regular sized breasts, so they were like big on her body. But yeah, she was very hot.
She over here with rappers and shit, or rap producers. Holy crap, man! Well, there you go. At least you got some. Did you bang her? Or how'd that work? What happened?
No, I didn't bang her. But I
happened to get a drink from her, right?
Well, no, she like pulled me out onto the dance floor, and we danced a lot. She kind of like grinded on me, but yeah. Then she just left because she said she had to go home and like sleep because she had a flight to go see this guy. I guess the guy that she's a sugar baby of. She didn't tell me that. Her friends told me that. She's not going to tell me that.
Yeah. Damn, it makes you wonder. Like, once again, how many random chicks do you see on the street who are actually doing this type of work, man? Makes you wonder.
Yeah, it really shows you how like people in this community say women love Chad more than anything, but really they love like a luxury lifestyle more than anything. Because a lot of these dudes that they sugar baby for, they're disgusted by, but they're willing to do this stuff. So, but it's to get the luxury lifestyle, I think she said she works like in the office of some kind of like metal industrial thing, and I don't exactly remember, but she has some like normal job, but she's a sugar baby for this rap producer guy. It's just tripped out. It tripped me all the way out, man.
Okay, dang, that is just, I don't know what to say, man. The sugar baby stuff is really because like obviously they can't all be using seeking arrangements, right? So it's probably through social media like Snapchat and Instagram. Instagram probably being the primary way in which these women probably attract their clients. So like, man, like so like it makes you good with every chick, not on the planet, but at least in America and the West, having some form of social media. How many women are actually engaged in this industry, you know, doing their thing, right?
Yeah, it's you wonder how much of this is like just them, like people's like people raise their children to be very materialistic, and they twist it into like a noble thing, like, oh, I'm teaching my children to have a better life than me, or you know, something like that. But really they just teach them to be extremely materialistic. And then you've got these women who value, like they have to have luxury, and they'll do almost anything to get it. So
that is, like I said, that is, I mean, I don't know. I always find it I think it's an interesting subset of society. Not even really it might not even be a subset anymore for all I know. It might just be like a mainstream now, because you know things like you know, the people have really discounted how much the proliferation of OnlyFans and you know, spicy content like Twitch and Twitch as well. Spicy content, that fucking word, but you know, the Twitch and other types of streaming platforms have popularized these types of lifestyles, and they've really made them less. Yeah, sure, men online might call these chicks, you know, 304s, or you know, call them hoes or whatever, or you know, you're a slut or something to call it. But overall, though, for the women, though, it's made it like, oh, well, this is a viable alternative to, or I can do this on the side and make just as much money as my main job, you know, selling pictures online, right? So like, it makes these types of like lifestyles like a little bit more like, once again, how many women are actually engaged in this in these types of lifestyles, right? So
yeah, someone in the chat is asking if she was ethnic. No, she was like a white blonde, yeah, just like typical Instagram model type Stacy, you know, on the thinner side. But yeah, but on that clip that you showed,
Galloway,
like that, huh?
The one I just showed, the SNBC clip. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
That guy saying that like his kid knows how to do complex math or advanced math or whatever, but he doesn't know how to calculate an interest rate. His kid knows how to calculate an interest rate. He doesn't give a fuck because it's not relevant, because he's never going to dig himself out of the financial hole that he's in. That's the truth that none of these people want to talk about.
Ooh, that's a good way to say it. Yeah, that's not necessarily wrong, right? Like if you're a college student and student loan debt, and do you really even care about your rate? All you know is that you're fucked. like that's all you know. Like, okay, I know I'm fucked. I know it's over. Who cares? Like who cares what the rate is, dog? It doesn't matter.
Well, really, that's how people are about so many things now, you know. And it's just, I try not to be that way. Some things I just have to be that way, like, you know, dating. I mean, in terms of marriage, I've already cut my losses there. I'm not planning to get married. I'm not necessarily planning for retirement, because everything, like the future is so unsure. Like I'm trying to make money, and I'm not making dumb purchases or anything like that, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not planning 10, 20, 30 years into the future or anything like that. So, I mean, I understand it. I get what it's about.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of funny, guys. I think I've seen some news articles talking about how like Gen X and Gen Y, you know, their retirement plans were like, you know, oh, they've been put on hold. The reality is that they were never going to be able to retire. Truth be told, most boomers probably won't have that great of a retirement. You know, this idea that every single boomer out there that has that, you know, they're out there making all this money is not necessarily true per se. You know, obviously, when you take the average of across the boomer generation, they do hold most of the wealth, but a lot of that wealth is concentrated still at the very top, right? So. Yeah,
and a lot of these boomers, they're in their pension, and I I don't. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but most pensions don't have any type of like adjustment with inflation or anything like that.
If they're government, they do. Some of the government ones do, but a lot of them don't though. It depends on the pension and what the fine print says, right?
If they retired from like a non-government job, then their pension is just going to be what it is until they die. So inflation,
it's a flat rate normally. Yeah, it just slowly eats away at the pension over time. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I try not to be too hard on the baby boomers because, like, if you think about it, there was no, like, they're at like the peak of like American society pretty much. So there was no reason for them to think that things would start like declining downward. So they're kind of just acting logically based on how they grew up. But it is very frustrating, all the shit that they say, and then like the hypocrisy.
Well, the thing is that like I don't know, like for some of the boomers, I don't know, can you I guess you can give them, I don't know, I don't know how much leeway I want to give them with like not knowing, right? Like how could you? It would be like me telling someone in Gen Z, hey bro, when I was dating back in high school, this is what I did. Okay, but like that's not gonna work today. It's just not. Like when I was in high school, the smartphones were just coming out a little bit. Not just coming out, but like there were still like a couple of dumb phones, a couple of smartphones, but a lot of people still had dumb phones. They had like the typical regular cell phone, but it wasn't like, it wasn't you didn't have all the apps on there, right? Only a few kids had like a Droid or an iPhone. Very few had the actual iPhone or Droid back in the day. So most people didn't have smartphones. So the apps didn't exist per se. So you had a dumb phone. You had a regular ordinary flip phone, some shit like that, or a Razor. Remember the Razor? Ooh, the Razor. That was a fun phone, right? But but I'm at least cognizant enough to know it's not fucking 2007, 2008, to know that the advice I'm going to give you today is not going to be, I'm not going to give you 2007 advice in 2024. In the same way that like, you would think somebody who's been alive long enough would realize, the things I did back in, hell, even if you just live life long enough, right? You'll realize that the things that I did back in, if you're a boomer, you're born in the 50s, the 60s, the things I did back in 1980 don't apply anymore. I feel like that should just be intuitive, right? Like, very intuitive. The computers come out. The old skill I used to have of using a typewriter, it still applies somewhat. I got to type on a keyboard now, but it's different, right? Because it's all a word processor, and Word came out and stuff like that. Like all these things are different now, right? Like it's just weird to hear some of the advice these people give, and it's like, did you not watch the world change around you, or are you just blind to it?
Well, past the age of 25, the human brain has almost no neuroplasticity in terms of like changing the way it works. And a lot of people don't know that. They're like, what? I saw a science article that says that blah, blah, blah. Well, a lot of these studies that are done about like neuroplasticity are done on mice and stuff. They're like very small mammals, and they do always have a very high neuroplasticity, but they don't live very long, and there's other stuff. Human adults past the age of 25 have very, very, very little neuroplasticity, and it's very hard for you to change your like life strategy, so to speak, like your ingrained life strategies past the age of 25. And my personal way I look at it is these baby boomers from 0 to 25, everything was on an incline. They could tell that everything was getting better around them, and their life strategy like developed around that. But people like you and me, everything has been declining from 0 to 25, and that's sharpened our logical faculties and developed a certain life strategy that makes us like, it makes us skeptical, it makes us critical. It's like it's led us to.
You're not necessarily wrong there, and I don't mean to cut you off, but like if you grew up in the age of abundance, your perspective on things is going to be that of abundance, right? To some extent, your I always say this, but people always tend to reference back to when they were growing up as their base for how the world should be or how the world is. And so if you, I'm not saying people should just automatically assume that things are going to get better every day or every year, but for the boomers, arguably it did every year. The stock market went up. Arguably, if you invested back in the 70s, you made a bunch of money. A lot of people did. It's true. So, everything. Yeah, sure. You had your 2008, the .com bubble, but the 1980s crash happened. But truth be told, if you were in the market though, those are opportunities to fucking buy, and they weren't bad per se. So yeah, I kind of understand where you're coming from there. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, we're regardless of your IQ, you have to learn logical fallacies and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You have to learn these different logical
tricks. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you, doesn't matter if you have a high IQ unless you're just learning it for a job or something like that. Even if you have a high IQ, if you're not in an environment that provokes that stimulus to learn that type of stuff, you're just not going to learn it. So that's kind of the way I look at it. Because when I look back, me learning all this stuff, it wasn't like some. I have intellectual rigor and academic passion or whatever, but really it was more down to all the difficulties that I've had in my life than anything else. So
yeah. Yeah, and once again, the boomers, when you grow up in the age of abundance and the age of almost nigh infinite growth, yeah, you don't really have to worry. If you don't have to worry about it, you're not going to worry about it, right? You know what I mean? That makes some sense. You're not going to worry about it. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I still have a hard time giving them passes, if only because damn, I don't know, you should be able to see the brakes coming off the train, but you refuse. Some of they refuse to see it sometimes. So
yeah, well, they do want to hand everything off to the government, and not that you shouldn't blame the government for its failures in education, but the government should have never had the role that it has in education today anyway. So, I mean,
it just amazes me how much the boomers have this weird, almost blind faith in government. That makes some sense, right? Once again, they grew up in an age where, arguably the government. Can I actually say what I'm about to say? Honestly, when you have, JFK and. I was about to say the government was more honest, but was it ever really honest? Being honest here, so I don't know. But at least they had a homogenous, country. Everyone was generally on the same page. Arguably, aside from a few missteps and bad policy, but everyone was on the same page until they decided to open up the borders. And one thing you can't really forgive them for is giving away America's entire industrial base to Mexico and then China. It is one of the biggest failures I've ever seen in my whole life. You gave away hundreds of thousands of jobs in the Midwest, and not the Midwest, but the Rust Belt. Now you killed multiple towns and industries of your own citizens to give other people in your society lower prices in Walmart. It is one of the, I don't know, arguably those jobs should be jobs that men who, should not get college degrees or can't get college degrees, should have, but they don't exist anymore, So those men end up going for either a blue collar job or they end up going to school where they might not perform very well, and they might not necessarily, once again, need to be in school either. So
yeah, it's just selfishness. Most people in America have no genuine moral standards, really. So they're just constantly pursuing this greater standard of living, and they'll do, you know, whatever it takes to get it. And that's why I don't mess with most people.
Boomers grew up in a high trust society. I agree with this. While millennials and Zoomers grew up in a low trust society. Yeah. Secularism, materialism. Yeah. They brought that in on their own. So. Let's see. Let's cover another article. I guess we got plenty to read.
Yeah,
What's
sure.
This one here. Let me. What is this? This is my video. Fuck, we'll cover this one here. The birth rate article is pretty good. It's only 45 minutes long. 4 to 5 minutes long. So let's do it. Let's do it. The trust got deleted on 9/11. It's true. Yeah. The economy is moving us back into the 19th century as fertility rates plunge. The economy is hitting younger generations hard. Millennials and Gen Zers face sky-high mortgage rates, soaring home prices, and inflation, and it's slowing down some traditional and otherwise historic milestones like having a child. Oh boy. Indeed, women are starting families later and having fewer children, with some foregoing starting a family altogether, according to a report released Thursday by the National Center for Health Statistics within the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and Prevention. But the most staggering statistic in the report is that the U.S. total fertility rate hit a record low in 2023, falling to 1.62 births per woman. Oh my God. Whew. Got 1.62, man. Yeah, dude. Where are we going with this, guys? Where are we going? 1.62 per woman. That is just fucking brutal. That's well below the replacement rate or the numbers of births needed to meet the number of older generations of 2.1 births. For the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. That is the social compact breaking down. Scott Galloway, this is covering his thing as well. Scott Galloway, a professor at New York University Stern School of Business, said in a recent interview with Morning Joe, only 27% of adults aged 30 to 34 have one child. Dude, this is unbelievably bad. 27%. 27%. Oh, brosif. It's nice to know that, like, I'm not. Oh, dude, I'm in the majority. God dang. Oh, dude. But it said in 1990 that percentage was 60%. Dude, that is brutal. Holy crap, dude. People are opting out of America, Galloway said. They're not optimistic about it. They're not having kids. Indeed, the National Center for Health Statistics reports showed that birth rates declined for women aged 15 through 39. Overall, there are about 3.59 million births in the U.S. in 2023, down 2% from 2022, according to the report. What's more, birth rates are declining at an even faster rate. I like to see the breakdown of this 3.9 million births. I'd like to see the actual breakdown for this, because that is damn.
I like how they say people. I like how they say people in a very general sense, and not proposed law.
Yeah. What's more, birth rates are declining at an even faster rate for minority women. Wow, so that's really dropping for black women and everybody else. Gender fertility declined by 5% for black women, as well as American Indian and Alaskan Native women, and 3% for Asian women, according to the report. That's largely driven by rising morbidity and mortality rates for women of color. Peggy Roberts, a board-certified women's health nurse practitioner licensed in New York, tells Fortune. These trends instill a sense of apprehension among women regarding the risk linked to pregnancy and childbirth. Well, now they have to be concerned, right? When you're 30 years old, I think 35 is considered a geriatric pregnancy, right? So, like, you're 5 years away from that, right? If you plan to have kids at all, like, you should have did that back when you were 20 something, but you're not. So you're, at the end of the day, most of Gen Y is some of them are in their late 20s still, like 29, 28. So you're basically at 30 now. So yeah, you're done, bro. It's over, dude. It's over. It is literally over. So, if you're a dude and you want to have kids, you're risking having a autism baby or some fucking crazy kid thing going on. So Asperger's, some shit. She says, consequently, women are opting to forgo the prospect of having children. Why are fewer women having children? The question never ends. Why are women not doing X? What's going on? There are a number of factors affecting the declining birth rate, but personal finance and career choices continue to be the top of mind for women in years traditionally committed to having children. Many women are delaying having children in their late 30s and 40s to get ahead in their career. Yeah, this has been a problem I've seen when I was dating back in about 3 years ago. This was the number one thing. These women were so focused on their career, on making money, on having a life of luxury that they literally were like saying, "I'm not ready to have kids. I'm not doing that." Okay, so you end up with I ran into this problem a lot. With the few dates and I did get, the women, they didn't have the mindset of having children at all. They didn't even fucking exist to them. They were so concerned with making money.
Do you think that women's doctors, like their OBGYN, do you think they ever tell young women that they have a timeline and an expiration date and a window on this stuff? Do you think that discussion ever takes place? Because you'd think that would be a medical conversation that would need to take place with a young woman.
I've heard some women say that they've been given more birth control than they have anything else. They were talking more about pills, and that than they were talked about actually having children, which is fucking insane to me. But yeah, I don't think that this is the conversation being had openly with I mean, if it is, it's not happening as much as it should. But I don't know. Once again, it's a matter of who's really responsible for this, right? Is it the parents? I don't know who to blame. I mean, you can blame them all, right? I don't know, but it's crazy. So, what's up, A-boy? A-bo.
Hello. Good night.
How you doing, man?
I'm fine. I'm just back from Thailand 5 days ago. Came back.
You're in Germany again, or where you at?
Yeah. I'm in Germany, and Maddie is in Slovakia since 10 days. Yeah.
Okay, so can you I'll take a break here from the reading, but can you fill us in on did you watch the stream last week?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's going on in the Medi life? Is he dating, or is he just slinging dick in Thailand? What's going on?
No. He has a new girlfriend, and this one seems to be into him. She treats him very well. What he said, and lets him live in her apartment and shit. So I guess he's safe for now.
Okay. Damn. All right. So he basically got a little kind of a sugar mama going on here a little bit. In a way.
No, I think it's a girl who has some money over there, and also a little chubby girl, but not fat, and she really likes him somehow. So it seems to be working well for him.
Oh, there you go. All right, man. Good shit. I just wanted because we had a talk about Mehdi last week about how he was doing or what he's not doing. I'm like, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in months. So yeah.
Yeah, I know. I remember Ryder said that Mehdi is screwing around over there, but that is not true. Which of course he could. Yeah, but it's not his style to use the words Mehdi can use easily.
But he could.
Yeah, right? And so could I. So could everyone over there.
There you go. Well, there you go. Yeah. There you have it.
And again, I like
he chooses not to.
Yeah. And again, because I called in here some months ago, and I said that and some of your listeners were spurging out and attacking me. I'm gonna say it again. If you're a black guy, go to Thailand. You will find at least your looks match. Because some guys here in the chat couldn't believe it, and they were arguing with me in the chat. So definitely, I would say it as follows: if you're a white guy, you'll get at least your looks match, probably a +1 or even a +2 on a look scale. Yeah, as a black guy, you'll get at least your looks match, or possibly a +1. So you are only point worse on a look scale what you can get. In my experience, this is what I see every day when I'm over there. I travel with the metro or the BTS. I see a lot of young black guys doing well and having their looks matches. Yeah.
Good shit. I guess this is data straight from the man's mouth, though.
Exactly. And it's like really not a big problem. I see even Indian dudes doing well over there. I think some of them are U.S. Indian dudes, so the Curry Cell Miss is probably still alive. But if they are Western Indians, I see them hanging around with solid chicks. So yeah, everyone can find his looks match in Thailand, and of course there's different avenues, right? So if you know what I mean. Whatever you prefer, whatever floats your boat, right?
Yeah.
Are there any girls in Thailand? Are there any girls in Thailand who have like big butts and big boobs, or is that very rare?
There's, yeah. No, it's rare. Yeah.
Southeast Asia. Yeah.
Exactly. There are some, but of course it's fewer than with the brown and the black people, but probably even fewer than with the white chicks, I would say. But there are some. Yeah. And the thing by itself is that I feel like, and I talked with Maddie about this, I feel like the Thai genetics are pretty diverse. So you'll have like your usual Chinese genes in there, because the Chinese are they are everywhere in Asia. Then you have like your chicks who look like, I would say, almost like Indians. Yeah, they have less Asian features and are brown. Yeah, you have like girls or people over there who look like Vietnamese, with a very light skin. So it's very how you say, genetic diversity over there. I feel like for Asians, of course. Yeah, so it's not that like
Okay, so would you say that you do better? Would you say that you do better dating actually being there?
Yes.
Than as opposed to like just doing it, like if you were back, as opposed to being on an app, a dating app back in your home country. Does it make that big of a difference, or?
It does. I mainly use dating apps over there because we all know cold approach is kind of awkward, right? So, yeah, it's like I feel like I tried cold approach. I had the limited success over there, so I use dating apps, and it works much better. It's really, and not only that, like basically everything is better over there. Yeah. I just have this is the reason I'm calling in, because I want to share this knowledge or our view. I had this discussion with Mehdi previously on a Discord server, and we were like reflecting and like talking about things, and we agreed on some things. And one is like, he is back here since 10 days in Slovakia. I'm back in Germany since 5. And we kind of like, I feel like when I'm back here, people are constantly, they are like, I don't know, they are aggressive. They try to mug each other, right? They are like non-patient. They are like constantly like annoying and mugging and trying to one-up each other. You know what I mean? Well, this is in Asia, it's not going to happen. So, for example, like if you are getting loud in front of some Thai guy or some Thai person, he will just like start ignoring you, yeah, or just walk away, And here's like, man, I don't know, like I think it's okay. Probably you US guys are a little more chill, right, than we Europeans. But I think it's for the whole West, yeah. These people here, I come back and I see this, and I see people arguing about the most unimportant things, and they get loud and they try to mug each other, and it's so annoying because it costs so much energy and time, and your mood gets bad. You know what I mean? You know what the kind of I'm trying to get at, what I'm trying to describe? It's a kind of a mentality or a social thing. I feel like society and the values of the Western society are pretty much like yeah, they're fucked. It's like it's not enjoyable. My life here is not enjoyable.
I'll be honest. I never understood the attraction to Thai women. They I mean, I guess that's awesome that it's an avenue for men. But somebody says in the chat, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an attractive Thai woman. I've just never seen it.
Yeah,
well, they are not certain. Yeah,
and just so the first thing is that they're not really attractive, at least for me. And then on top of the fact that there's like this ladyboy epidemic, it just
yeah.
it's just like
yeah, but you know the kind of the ladyboy academic is like well, it's I don't know, it's historically grown, or I don't know how to use the words for it, but it's like down low, you know, it's like a live and let live society. So like this lady, yeah,
they're known for it in a similar way that Atlanta is known for having trans and down low guys. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like it is a known thing. It's a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but so look, no one cares. What I read on the Thai media, and on television and on newspaper, I saw they tried to do some LGBTQ protest over there. Yeah, and it was like, I don't know, like what I saw the pictures of the guys participating. It was like 15 lady boys and like 10 gay guys, and it was the whole LGBTQ protest, and it was over in 2 or 3 hours because no one cared. You see, so it's kind of this live and let live mentality. Is like they have this thing for way longer than we have, and no one really cares. If you don't annoy other people, no one's having a problem with it. You know what I mean? It's like they don't need to go public with this and for it to be in the media. Yeah, they just can live. Everyone can just, you know, like they can live like they want to live, as long as they don't annoy or fuck up or do some crime, whatever. No one cares, you know. It's not like they have to go out and present themselves in the media. And, it's just there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we get it. I'm just saying, I would just say, if Filipino women are not your jam whatsoever, I don't think that it would be worth you doing. I would say I would rather, if you're gonna spend the money anyway, I would rather you pay double and get something that you actually find attractive, as opposed, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're going to pay.
Well, I had a Filipina girlfriend when I was in Dubai. Yeah, so I don't know. Thailand is, I don't know. Yeah, well, it's easy with the girls there, but so it is in most parts of Southeast Asia. Yeah, so there's other things. It's like the weather is just great. It's just constantly, like, seriously, because like if you are over there, so I have this discussion with Mehdi, said the same thing, and I have a German boyo over there, which stays there for way long, for many years now, and I talked with them and they all agree. They say, like, when you are in Thailand, yeah, they are all in Bangkok, even Medican is near Bangkok, is like you are constantly horny. Yeah, you really feel constantly horny because like the weather is so great. Yeah, it's constantly warm and the sun is out, and those girls, they are just like very polite. They smile back, you know. At least they treat you good. If they are interested, they just take care of you, you know. They are very compliant, or how to say, yeah, they're taking care of you and things like that. So probably it's also because of the higher status for just being white and just being Westerner. But it's like it's a mix of everything, you know what I mean? It's like Mehdi and my German friend over there, they agree that like in that country it's very easy to be constantly horny, you know, and see constantly attractive young foids. Yeah, so but okay, well, I mean, like, because of genetics or whatever you like, obviously it's not only that. I mean, it's cheap. It's still cheap, right? You don't want to go to Korea because that's just a Western feminist hellhole. Yeah, Japan is Japan. They don't really like foreigners over there. Yeah, and it's expensive. What else is there? I visited. Yeah.
I was gonna say that Japan, they're more racially homogenous.
Yes, you can call it like that. Yeah, I mean, I heard some stories. I heard some boyos saying that they have some success, but it's with very niche girls, and those most of them are really hiding them from their parents or their family, because obviously they are a gaijin, so it's all about fucking only and things like that, and it's expensive, and it's also a first world country, Japan, right? So and there's more great things about Thailand. I mean, the food, everyone knows the food is cheap. I pay 500 euros, yeah, which is, let's say, $550 a month for a 2-room apartment in a nice area in Bangkok. And the cost of everything there is like food available, especially the Asian food over there is great. It's like Japanese and Korean barbecue and whatever, and Vietnamese, and there's also like other Western foods, and everything is there. It's entertainment. The Bangkok, the city is like, obviously we all know the lady bars and the go-go girls, yeah, and well, the red light district. There's more. There's hotels, malls, restaurants. Is public service is public transport is top notch. Is as good as in Munich or in Dubai or in any other big city I was, Berlin, even better. And everything is affordable, So even I would say I would go back even if I wouldn't have a girlfriend. Yeah, even if there would exist no woman in Thailand, I would still be there to tell you the truth. Yeah.
I'm gonna finish this up, and we can keep talking after the fact. Let me get to this fucking not much left to read. I think. I read this part here already, but yeah, I've ran into this problem a million times where fucking women just want to have a career their whole fucking life and don't seem to give a fuck about having kids. So I ran into that way too many times.
That reminded me, just real quick. How often back when you were dating, like how often did you come across women who actually like liked or enjoyed children? Like, you know how like women, like they would like say, "Oh, I love traveling. I
don't think I came across one who actually proclaimed that they liked kids, like they wanted to have them. Yeah, like they wanted to have kids, but they're like, but I want to do this first, and then this first, and then this. Okay, and then it's like I don't want to be, I don't know, like, this is weird. 35, 36, 37. How old do you want to be having kids? Like, fuck, it's crazy. So
yeah.
This one chick I dated for a minute. She was like she had she would talk about how her mom had kids when she was 40. I'm like, yeah, that's not fucking normal. Like 40 kids at 40, exactly. That's not normal at all. Like, I'm not I'm not gonna live with you and pay your bills for fucking that many years and not have anything to show for it. It's weird.
I think if you have kids earlier, you can like keep having them, because I know a couple who has like 11 kids now, and she's like in her late 40s having like the latest one. But you can only do that because you've kept the machine running, so to speak.
Right. Yeah.
Even this word here, career, like career means nothing in this generation. Nobody works at jobs for longer than like 4 or 5 years now. That's true. Like people, they job hop like a motherfucker. Yeah, you might have a few people who stay, but for maybe 10 years, they're going to leave at some point. They're not going to stay.
Yeah.
So this idea of the man staying at a job for 30 years and getting a pension is long gone. So this for a career almost means nothing nowadays. You have jobs. Yeah, you don't have a career. You have jobs.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like there's a school of thought that says that they go after their career so they don't have to rely on a beta bucks to facilitate their life, and they can basically fuck the Chaz and Tyrones. Right, like that's kind of one school of thought, as because a lot of women, they don't really like their career or their jobs more times than not. So it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like feminism, I have obviously done a number on women, but yeah, no, I would say to mirror what you said, Mystery. Most women that I've dated and dealt with, they rarely talk about how they like spending time with kids. Like it's just not this whole notion of like women being nurturing. That's at least in my experience, that's not something that is that's not something that
hasn't shown to be true. And
yeah, it's not shown to be true. Right.
Yeah. And I think I think it might be on a spectrum too. Some women might be more nurturing than other women are, but I think that maybe in this generation, though, for sure, the women are not. They don't even have the maternal instinct like in them, which is weird. You know, like you people thought that was like innate, but it's not innate. It can't be innate. You know, or at least maybe it's on a spectrum. But some women might have it, some of them don't. So, let me finish this up. That's especially true for some of the most successful women in the business, including Indra Nooyi, the former CEO of PepsiCo. Well, Nooyi undoubtedly had an illustrious career. She always felt guilty about balancing the career of her 2 daughters and work. She told Fortune 2014 Aspen Ideas Festival, "The biological clock and the career clock are in total conflict with each other. This has been like the bane of a woman's existence since fucking 2010, probably long before that too as well. But fuck, my God," she said. Plus, women reach their peak earnings years in their 40s. And the prime employment age for women continues to rise. According to the 2023 report from the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Business, women's 30s and 40s are traditionally dedicated to career development, but that time frame also overlaps with when they're expected to have children. No, you're expected. Back in the day, you would have been expected to have kids in your 20s. Like, you know, I'll use my own mom as an example here. She was a stay-at-home mom for most of my childhood. You know, she didn't leave home till I got to like 6th, 7th grade when I was in like a middle school where I could come home and reasonably take care of myself and not have to worry about shit because I'm the youngest. So yeah, she went to school part-time. You know, she was going to school while I was in school. So she went to community college, got a couple of degrees, then she moved up. So like, once again, like it's this constant like game of like, well, we need to keep women at parity with men because it won't be equality. But then it's like you're destroying your. If you want to have kids, you're doing it in the most inefficient and dumbest way possible. And now my mom, she's like hitting her stride now, and she's actually starting to have a lot of success now. But it's like, but she had to wait till she was older. But still, like this idea that you can't have success while having kids at the same time is absurd. You just have to wait. You have to wait, you know, till your kids are old enough to fucking be on their own. But yeah, they don't fucking care. They just want to. They think that, you know, they've been sold a bill of goods saying that, well, you know, you can have it all, and if you just you can have the kids and the hot husband and the career and the money and all this stuff and the handbag and this and that. And it's this constant game of like women trying to one up themselves in a way. Kids become teenagers as their mothers are promoted to middle management, and that's the time their husbands become teenagers. Oh, that's funny. Okay, whatever. Funny. Men are stupid. Joke. She joked. Plus, as children grow older, that's also the time a mother's aging parents need care too. We're screwed, she said. We cannot have it all. Well, yeah, she said it. More women are vocalizing their choice to remain childless to pursue higher education, said Robert. Plus, women express concerns about their lack of available partners for forming long-term relationships and starting families. See, look, what they really mean is the lack of chads, lack of available partners. Oh, yeah. They mean the lack of like attractive men who make a bunch of money. That's what they really mean. But whatever.
I was trying to, but mystery, and I said this in the chat. My confusion is because I don't have all the answers, but my confusion is that like you would think that there will be more women having kids now because in a woman's 20s in 2024, like nowadays, they have a lot more access to chads than they have in the past. So if they have access to the men who have the high genetics, then, you know, I mean, does that kind of make sense? Like they
are you saying they should become single mothers? Is that what you're saying, or what? Like, or you would expect them to
do
that, or what?
I guess you would think so.
Well, yeah, that is the trend.
Right.
There are more single mother households even amongst whites. I mean, that's not the majority of them for sure, but it's definitely becoming a trend. I think the 2-parent household is almost dying of painful death, and I think I don't have the chart right now, but I saw the it might have been posted in Discord actually, but the trend is now showing that the 1-parent household is becoming the standard, not the 2-parent one.
It is, because mystery. I was thinking about this yesterday. I was thinking about like women in my family. I'm not just talking about immediate family. I'm talking about cousins, second cousins, you name it, like aunts, whatever. I was like, how many women in my family are actually married? And I could only think of 2. Like, how crazy is that? So
yeah. Lack of available partner for forming long-term relationships and for starting families. Yeah, it's kind of like what I've been talking about for a few years now, where I said that the average man, the fives, the fours, the fives, the sixes, even the sevens, they're gonna have two options, either or maybe three options. Use your right hand, or use the JUCO, or you for sexual access, you take the worst deal, which is to be the retirement plan for a woman. You step up, right? You be the man who steps up. Or you just stay alone, do nothing, fuck it, let it happen. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm gonna look at this clip that Jay posted earlier. If you can just post that one in the private chat, I'll look at it later. But that dude, 30-year-old dude, trying to talk to women in Starbucks. I'm like, yeah, I know what he's.
Yeah, I haven't seen the clip. I haven't seen the clip. I just
I haven't seen it either, but I'll look at it later once I get through this article.
Can I say one thing really quick?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Just a clarification. When I said I only know two women in my family who are married, I meant like who have children.
Oh, okay.
So the women in my family who have children, and are, so they have children, but I was talking about they're married or not. So for the women in my family that have children, I could only think of like maybe 2 or 3 that were actually married. That's what I meant. So wanted to clarify.
Okay. The birth rate has been affected by an increased awareness of contraception. This is probably one of the big problems as well. Contraception is just, people are out there having unproductive sex. So Janet Choi, a board-certified reproductive endocrinologist and chief medical officer, fertility care provider, Progeny, tells Fortune, more women now have access to contraception and use it. This is especially said. This can be especially said for long-acting reversible contraceptive in recent years. She said. Yeah, this is the end of the article. Okay, so we can X out of that, and we'll. Yeah, fucking Christ, dude, it never ends, dude. The pain never ends. Do I have this chart? What's this chart here say? This is here say. No, I'll show this chart later. This is another meme I can show, but I'm gonna save it for later. There's this one here. This data has been posted before, and since somebody said that it never gets posted, never gets talked about, and I think it's important to talk about it, right? It's important to be honest about what's going on, actually, and this is probably what we need to talk about here. So this is no sex partners in past year, 18 to 30, heterosexual male. Look how, remember that old chart, 2017 chart came out saying 30% of men were having sex, yada yada yada. Well, this chart shows a different story, right? Now it appears that women are the ones that are not doing it, and the men have actually it's improved over the years. It's improved. It's from the GSS, the General Social Service. So it's the same people who did the last one, right? So if we're going to trust one source, well, the same source is saying this again. So, oh boy. So yeah, who knows? The thing is that I don't know. 2,000 people, but that's how most surveys are. Smaller sample size, but it is what it is. So if this is true, is the lack of sex? Huh?
I don't know if because a woman, you have to think as well. I mean, I got to go back to the Donovan Sharp school where it's like a woman can fuck a dude and that dude only lasted for 20, 30 seconds because that was his first piece of pussy he's gotten in 2 years. And that woman's not going to count that.
Well, why wouldn't she count that? I mean,
because women don't, there's a lot of kind of things that women don't count in order to keep their body count low. And there's things that men do count that they probably shouldn't count. So if a woman has sex with you, but your dick is too small and she doesn't feel anything, she's not going to count that. If she doesn't remember who you are, she might not count that. So there's like sexual partners that are technically true, but even condom sex, like there's some women, specifically black women, who don't even count condom sex.
Well, I do think people in this community tend to overrate the sex drive of women. Women do just have the way the human libido works is well understood from a neurological standpoint, and every mechanism is like lower in women than it is in men. So it makes sense that their libido would be lower and that there would be more asexual women than men. I mean, that's just the way I look at it.
I mean, I don't think that they have. I mean, sure, they may have lower sex drive, I guess on average. But women are very much sex driven. I mean, look at their content. Like, look at the stuff that they respond to. Look at what they, their fantasies and things of this nature, right? I mean, look at, movies like 50 Shades of Grey. It's like things that are kind of catered towards women tend to be, look at their fucking rap music. A rap music, and I'm just using this as an example. On average, is like, for somebody who doesn't think about sex, it's like they sure do love to fucking sing and rap about it.
Well, are they singing and rapping about it because they love to sing and rap about it, or are they doing that to make money? I mean, I think
no. You're talking about the actual rappers. I'm talking about the content that they're listening to is highly sexual. They are very highly. They think about sex like quite a lot. And at least the way that I sort of see it, like men.
Well, I'm not proposing like the American Christian, like, oh, women don't really have much of a sex drive. I'm not promoting that, but I'm saying, like, it's not, there's obviously things that outweigh sex in women's minds. Like I talked about earlier on the stream.
Like
if sex is the most important thing in a woman's life, then why would she ever be a sugar baby and let these guys that she's disgusted by fuck her just so she can live a luxury lifestyle?
Because she's still getting fucked by a Chad who she actually wants to fuck. Most sugar babies are not only fucking that guy. Matter of fact, for every one like it's kind of like this, bro. For every one time they fuck their sugar baby, they're fucking the Chad or the Tyrone and the guy who they actually want to sleep with like 5 to 10 times per time that they fuck their sugar baby. Their sugar daddy. The sugar daddy is just there to help facilitate. It's just another source of income.
I would say this, I mean, because I've made this criticism of the same data before in the past about the there's one from the Family Institute that I think I said this in my Discord as well. I think it's the same study that talked about this in 2021 or something like that, because the 2017 number that even I said that data is old as dirt now. And even when that data came out, it's a survey, so how much of that was men, once again, not overestimating rather, but it's a survey, so they can't really verify what anybody says. It's not like an empirical study where you're actually looking at something that happens, you verify that it happened, and you know that it happened, therefore this is what actually happened, right? We don't know how many of these dudes are capping. We don't know how many of these dudes are lying. Now, if they're telling the truth, well then things have improved for the maybe not for the average man. For all we know, once again, it's a matter of who you ask and how you ask the questions, right? But but once again, like it's just a matter of like when I don't know. It's just like when we're looking at survey data. Surveys, people have a tendency on certain surveys, depending on how you ask the question and who you ask. They could lie to you. They can lie to you, and normally they do lie to you depending on the question you ask. Like, for men, sexuality and sexual access is a big question to ask somebody. Hey, are you a virgin? How many men lie about that? How many men lie about how many partners they have? How many women they bagged and tagged, at a party one time, or who they fucked last week or something like that? How many men lie about this stuff, right? So how much of this number here is lying? I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't know. I'd have to look up the data to see how many men are actually lying about it. Because we already know that men tend to lie up, so they tend to inflate their numbers, and women tend to lie down. They deflate it. And Jay already said this earlier, but they tend to deflate their numbers. So if you're asking a woman or a man, hey, it's a very intimate question, and even if you're doing it anonymously, they might even feel like they're being judged just by even putting the information on the survey, right? So
I'm not even saying that they're lying. I'm saying that they actually believe that if a man and a woman if they have sex with a man and that man doesn't last for too long, I do not believe that actually counts in their brain. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they consciously lie. I'm saying that these are things that they don't consciously believe are to be. They don't count that as a true sexual encounter. But yeah, I see what you're saying though.
Yeah, because it's a survey, right? So you can't, I can send a survey out asking you, hey, what's your favorite restaurant? And you I don't know, like that survey, you might actually get a real response on, because it's not a very intimate question, right? But if I ask you a survey about, hey, have you ever had this disease or some weird thing going on in your life or something like that? You might be like, I don't want to answer that question, dude, or I don't want to be the one guy who answers the question truthfully, and then I'm out of who knows, but yeah, I don't know. But once again, but we can't, but if the data came out earlier in 2017 and we all agreed saying, well, look how bad it is, and then we see the improvement, how much of that can we say was this not true? Like what?
I think
I'm trying to have the argument here, but what's up?
I think it's probably true to a certain extent, because that's kind of like when all the mainstream self-improvement stuff started kicking off. So to be fair, there probably are like more guys getting some type of sex, whether it's like beta bucks or whatever.
Or paying for it. Yeah, that's another way too as well. You could just say you paid for it, and that still counts as a sexual encounter. And no sex in the past year, you could say I paid for it or whatever you want to call it, and that does count.
Over that,
So go ahead. Yeah.
Over that time frame, we've seen a very large increase in content, which indicates that the normal guy is acknowledging that the dating market is really bad. So a lot of guys who were like maybe kind of blasé about it before are like, oh, I've got to find a wife, or I've got to find a girlfriend, or whatever. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought the data was interesting because I didn't cover it last time. I'm like, well, I want to see where the trend's going, but I didn't. Once again, you don't want to believe it because like, well, is this really true? Because like 1 year you're up like 30%, and next year you're down to what, almost 10% now. 10% of men, no sex partners, which that's an improvement. But once again, we don't know like what makes up these encounters, and once again, it is the real problem of of inceldom necessarily the sex. I mean, we said this before, but is it really the sex, or is it the sex is a greater problem, part of the greater of the overall market just being of men and women just not getting together. Like they get together for sex, but there's no connection, beyond that. It simply just is. If it is true, then there is like it's a problem of like, well, shit, nobody's actually doing anything productive with that sex, and it's just people just out there banging their brains out. So I think the bigger problem we're having in society now is that there's no sense of community, nor is there really is there any no connection between the men and the women. So yeah, figured I'd bring it up. Just, trying to be honest here, bring up the data. So there it is. Oh boy. Let's see. Don't have anything you want to cover before I move on to the next thing? No.
I just wanted to say something. Like this guy, which just showed the clip of Professor Doctor or whatever, right?
Galloway, yeah.
Yeah, that one. And like, did you notice how he mentioned like these young men, like they want to exit the society, and they don't care about climate change, or they think climate change is fake. Did you notice how he said it?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and see, he's just a fucking tool, just like everyone else. Except if he wouldn't talk like the usual propaganda, they wouldn't allow him there. So basically, what tells you this? Just think back about the Corona times when like 99% of your celebrities was promoting the jab more or less aggressively. So you see, like even this guy is like a tool. Not only the host, also this guy who LARPs as a guy who is talking in our interest. Yeah.
So, can you guys hear me? My mic got disconnected real quick. Am I good? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. I'm trying to make sure my mic got disconnected from the computer. I had to reset the screen as well. Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed some of that because my mic got disconnected. Sorry, but yeah, these I was gonna say earlier. Yeah, you got to remember that for a lot of boomers and people who are older, to be, I didn't come up with this, but maturity effectively equals compliance. That's what they really mean when they say that you're a mature adult. it means that you're compliant. You're doing everything that society expects you to do. You're compliant. You follow the rules. You do follow the laws. You're a good, productive citizen. You produce for society. You have a family. You have kids, and you're compliant. And that, truth be told, that having kids and a family does make you more compliant, right? You have something to work for. It'll make you a better slave for the system, right, to some extent. So, but yeah, obey. Yeah, someone said obey here. Obey. Yeah. Well, I can cover this. Jay, do you have that clip from? I can probably find it.
The one I posted earlier?
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Oh, really? Okay, I gotta find it again.
Sifted up through the live chat. Can't post it or can't see it. I'll cover that, and then we can. I want to cover this Jack and Stack video next. That's a good video. I watched the whole thing already, but it's pretty good.
Okay, I got it right here. Hold on a second. I haven't watched the Jack and Stack video because he posted it right before I went to church. But the beginning of it, man, he's coming at next, man. He's coming at next, and the red pill put a fast one on the youth, man. They put a fast one. I haven't seen this video either, so.
Oh, this guy? Oh, dude. No
I haven't seen this, bro. Have you seen it?
Oh, bro, I haven't seen it either, but I can see what the dude looks like. I can see why it doesn't work. Oh, man.
Wait a second. Wait, Bishop, can you just give your assessment of what you looking at?
Assessment of what? He needs to go to Southeast Asia. I'll say it. Get a plane ticket, bro.
Oh, no.
Get a plane ticket. If you're hitting on white women in a Starbucks, dude, good luck to you, man. You're gonna get eaten alive.
Oh God,
it's true. You're gonna get eaten alive, dude. You need to go to the.
Is he maintaining his frame right now?
What's that?
Is he maintaining his frame? Is his mouthpiece tight?
You don't need it, dude. I don't think he needs any of that. He just needs to go to Southeast Asia and he'll be fine there, man. Trust me, he'll slay. He'll slay.
It's not easy to be a single man in your 30s in America today. I just went to Starbucks to order a vanilla latte with an extra shot. And as I am walking up to the door, I happen to notice this beautiful girl walking up to the door.
This is Gen X. This is Gen Z. It's gotta be Gen Z, right?
No, it's millennial.
Millennial?
That's millennial.
Oh, I said 33. I'm like, what the fuck? He looks old. He looks older, so yeah.
As well, and she has a Death Cab for Cutie t-shirt on. That's been my favorite band since I was 14 years old. I'm 32 now. That's 18 years of loving this band. So as I take a quick two-step to open the door for her, and I'm like, hey, you have great taste in music. That's been my favorite band since I was 14 years old. And she looks at me and she just says, cool. And she walks straight to the counter, which I recognized I was giving up the first spot in line by opening the door for it. Not a big deal. When she gets to the counter, she orders a vanilla latte with an extra.
Oh shit! In my life today. Oh, dude, he's like, oh shit! I'm getting the choosing signal. Here he goes.
It's my soulmate.
Here it comes.
Oh.
We're matching up here on drinks and music. Oh shit!
Oh man,
it's his soulmate, man.
Shot.
His soy mate, more like, but whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
That's pretty cool. What a coincidence. So I go up to the cashier when it's my turn, and I'm like, I'm actually going to order the same thing that she just ordered. She was like, great, it'll be right out. Now, there is no place to sit in the Starbucks. There's just this coffeetory area in front of the counter. So as we're both waiting, I just look over at the gal, and I'm like, so what's your favorite album by Death Cab? And she looks over at the glare, and
she's like, you are not attractive enough to ask me that question, dog. That's what she basically said to him. That all it took was one glare. Like I said, dude, this is I think who was it DBDR who said this? Not DBDR, it was what's that guy's name? Fucking Christ, Rehab Room said like you don't approach. He literally said outright in his video, don't approach. Okay, if you're sub 5, don't even bother. Okay, don't bother. That's what he literally said, don't bother. And it's like, well shit.
Ryder, what's going on? Something's happening with your mic, man.
No, I think it's phone in the background probably or something like that. But
stop talking to me. I'm not remotely interested. And she says,
"Dang, bro."
Wait. Can you rewind it?
Yeah.
Lair, and she is like stop talking to me. I'm not remotely interested. And she says it loud enough for the entirety of the Starbucks to
Wow.
That was the white chick too. Even they're doing it too, dude. They can't let a dude down easy. They can't.
No. But here's the thing. You know, black men have been dealing with this for a minute, and you know how black people are. We're the canary in the coal mine. So these are the same tactics that the BWs were using not too long ago. The BWs are still using it, but now the trickle down has now came to the Stacys and Beckys, right? To now the white woman. Yeah, see, some people I thought it was Keisha. Nope. Now the white woman and maybe the snow gnats are right.
It could be a black one. We don't know, but I'm assuming it's white because of the band. But you know, I don't think.
No, it's more than likely. I would say this: if this was a black woman, I don't think that she would have had the exact same reaction. If I'm just being honest, but that's just my own JW assessment. But I will say it's just that, you know, maybe the snow gnats are right. You know what I'm saying? Maybe black culture has kind of you know, been a detriment because, you know, now these white women are acting like Keishas. They're acting
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, A-boy. Go ahead.
Remember what I said when I joined this stream 5 days back in Germany, and everybody's behaving like an egoistical spurg. Yeah, people are putting you down and then like stomping you while on the ground. Yeah. This is a societal problem. This is how everyone is in this fucking culture. It's like the only thing is like here, either they gaslight you or they mock you. Yeah, this is what you get. It's a cultural problem.
It's happening, dude.
Here, and everybody in the Starbucks looks at me, and at that point the only sound I'm hearing is the chorus of "Hey ya," and silence is loud. And I gotta be honest, I have never been such a deer in headlights. I had never been so immediately like, what did I do wrong? And everything in me wanted to just, you know, and hurt, be like,
dude, the thing you did wrong was being you. That's the problem. Because you exist. That's the only thing you did wrong, man.
And he wasn't even giving any like signals of interest.
Nah, come on, let's be real here. If you let me be honest about this. Come on, he was.
No. I mean, no.
Come on, like, does it really have to be like, "Hey, baby, want some fuck"? I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be some suave line.
Yeah,
dudes try to do this stuff to dude. Come on, dude. I used to do this at the fucking anime conventions, right? You see a chick over the street, you strike up a conversation on what she's doing or what she knows, with something you have in common, then you move on to being more suave. I guarantee you, if she was more receptive, he would have put the moves on her. Come on, you don't have.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he was not interested, but I'm saying you can't just because, you know, if someone is wearing the shirt of your favorite band and you simply asking, "Hey, what's your favorite album?" and you can't automatically assume that a person is interested based off of that. That's what
Well, here's the thing, right? Yes, you can, because the vast majority of the time in her world, where a man has tried to approach her, they've been interested. Now, I'm not going to fault the guy for asking. He shouldn't have asked, but I'm not going to fault him for asking. But the fact of the matter is that society has empowered women like her to be fucking terrible people. Because that's really all it is. We can't say that this was a woman who was. We can't say that this was a woman who because women will say, well, you know, well, men, we're dangerous and blah 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 blah. You can't say that she was in fucking fear of her life. Look at this guy. Look at the environment that they were in. The fact of the matter is that she was being a fucking bitch. That's just the thing. And he was, you know, being not self-aware of that. He's not self-aware. He was trying to be friendly, because the thing of the matter is that, like, he wouldn't have made this video if he struck up that conversation and then she said, "Oh, I'm not interested." The fact of the matter is that these women see guys like this as literally a fucking subhuman, less than human, like on some fucking Lord of the Rings orc type shit. She did not see. She looked at this guy, assessed his DNA, and did not see him as worthy, as being 100%. A decent person to 100%. Him. That's the issue. The issue was not Hold on. The issue is not him not being able to get laid or get on a fucking date. It's not even that. It's just a baseline human decency. Just at a baseline. Because even if she was just even if she was just dry the whole time, because it's like I've had instances where when it's kind of like you've had instances as a man where a person is talking to you and you know you're not interested, you're not giving a whole lot of responses, but there are a human being, even if it's a fucking homeless person, and you try to be, just be decent. These women lack, and I'm gonna land with this. A lot of these women, especially these white women, Becky, Stacey's, what the fuck have you, they lack the basic human decency towards men that they do not feel are above the level when it comes to their genetics. So I'll land with that.
No, I agree with all that stuff you said. I agree with all that. All I'm saying is that if a guy just simply makes a comment saying, hey, that's my favorite band, like what album do you what's your favorite album? I'm saying ideally it should not be assumed that the guy has some type of romantic interest. Ideally, that's
why not though? If she's if she's I'll tell
you why. Because I don't do this often, but there's times that something that a girl said or something she's wearing or something she's doing that gets my attention, and I'm like for example, I own a motorcycle, right? And I saw this chick. It was funny. It was like my own Starbucks moment. I was coming out of Starbucks the other day, and I saw this chick on a motorcycle, and I was like, oh, what model is it? Like, I was asking about her bike. I made it quick, but I wasn't romantically interested, and she did not assume that I was romantically interested either. She just answered she answered my question. She was friendly. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I get that women like her, the woman in this that he's talking about in the video, they get hit on a lot. I get that.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say, are you his level of look level?
That's how I was. God damn it!
Yeah,
I was just thinking.
I don't want to go here, but look at the guy. Come on. I guarantee you, if he was at least 2 or 3 points above, people. People smile. I go to the store. People smile at me. I'm tall. I'm not that bad off. People smile at me. Women ask me how I'm doing. It's like, come on, these reactions. I couldn't imagine being somebody who's 5'9" and
dude, I approached him and I've approached women in mystery. You know where I'm at, right? Some of you guys know where I'm at. I've approached women in a pretty hard mode type of, at least this city over here in Southern California, and I'm no fucking Tyrone by any means, and that's but I haven't had a reaction like don't fucking talk. I haven't had that. So and most of the time when I approach a woman, I don't get the number, but I was at least treated with some level of human decency, and I don't think that I'm better than this guy. I might have different genes, whatever the fuck, but that's the thing. It's just it's just being a decent person. Right? Even if a fucking fat ugly girl came up to me, you just got to be a decent person to people, right? No matter what religious. I just don't. I don't know, man. That's why this stuff, this is why this triggers me. You know what I mean?
I wanna add a thing, because I agree with this, but I wanna add another layer, and it's exactly again what I was talking before, and when I joined. So this is kind of a social cultural thing, because we totally agree that our Western foids are just privileged and they just behave like shit. Yeah. So, but I was talking about this with Medican, and we were talking about and trying to find the reason that why is it that when you are in Thailand and it's easier for you to bond or to make a connection with a Thai person than with another foreigner. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's say another white guy, because I'm white. Let's say even a European or even a German guy. Yeah. Why is it harder? Then we were discussing back and forth, and we agreed on one thing. It's because in their own country, these people are not polite and they are not decent. Now they go to a foreign country, which is Thailand, and they put up another layer of defense. You see? So it's even worse over there. So I would say it's not only a problem with the foids, it's a problem with all of our society and how people behave. There's no decency left anymore. But definitely the fights, since they are on top, they can get away with the most shit. Yeah. So
Are you saying this with the men though? No.
I agree. I think he makes a good point. I think it is just a societal and cultural thing too. Yeah, I think it's that too.
I would agree, but I don't think that most men are like this. I think
no, I'm not saying I'm not saying most men are like that, but like there seems to be here in the West, and I noticed this since I'm back, so you notice the differences, of course. So let's say, for an example, in Thailand, I'm just like loud, obnoxious, whatever, shout across the room or whatever. Everyone will look at me like, what is wrong with this guy? And when I go to a person and let's say he does something wrong, in my opinion, or something, and I get loud, he will just turn his ass or his back towards me and leave, you know? So you really make those people afraid when you get loud. And here in the West, I mean, like, probably Americans are a little more chill, and that's your reputation, at least, in the whole world, But, like, I feel like overall, it's like the West, like, we get so I don't know, so eagerly, so easily triggered, you know what I mean? And loud, and like it's kind of annoying. I just see this is just like making me like, this gives me a bad vibe, you know what I mean? It makes me feel bad.
Well, that whole category of behavior has increased a lot just in the past like 5 years. And I've just noticed it being around other guys. Everyone is just more aggressive. Everyone's more on edge. They're looking to start fights and stuff.
Yeah, a low trust society, right? Call it what it is, low trust society.
You know what? You guys know Austin Holloman, the face of the Passport Bro movement. He made a video the other day, and he said he had just come back from overseas, so now he's back in his hometown of Dallas, Texas now, and he said, coming back home, he noticed like how things seem so different. Like no one's talking to each other. Like it's just like no sense of community. Yeah. So damn, this might be a thing. Yeah, you guys might be onto something, but
I want to finish this up. There's only like 20 seconds left.
Like, honey, I'm gay. You could do
worse. Oh, he's gay anyway. It don't matter anyway. Fuck.
Oh shit. Damn, dude is gay.
But I wasn't gonna lie and throw the gay community under the bus just because somebody hurt my feelings and was rude. But I have no idea where I went wrong there. I'm so puzzled. I thought.
Then why even have this here? What is it like being a single man in your 30s? Why even have? Why even have this in your thing? That's weird.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's a gay guy.
What's that?
So he's a gay guy.
Yeah.
Oh. That's funny. That's a nice little twist.
Being nice. What did I do?
Well, we already said it. Interesting little twist. I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, I didn't watch that video at all the whole way through.
Well, Ryder, I guess you're right then, huh? Because he wasn't interested, apparently.
That's what I'm saying. Man, look, me personally, I learned to stop approaching a long time ago, dude. Like, shit.
Yeah, I don't do it. I can't remember the last. I've done it probably earlier this year. At some point, it just doesn't. Oh, I know what I remember the last time I did it, but it we.
Let me tell you. I remember back. I think it was like 2000. It was like 2011 or 2012. Man, I was with a buddy. We were out on South Beach, and it was these girls outside this club. There were these black girls, man, and I tried to talk to them and whatever, you know what I mean? I was being friendly, man. And one of them just snapped, dude. She was like, get off of me, get away from me. You're a loser. She was like yelling out loud for like on the strip. She was like, you're a loser. Don't talk to me. I was like, dude, I learned my lesson about cold approaching. I was like,
well, you should have cursed her out, but right back.
No, I didn't.
That's what I would do.
I don't get into all that stuff, but I could have, but that's not my style. But
gotta get in, gotta fight fire with fire.
I guess so. But Yeah, I learned my lesson.
Actually, I'm
good.
Go ahead. I was only going to say that I actually, because there's like this like meme of like the aggressive black man who says when they get rejected by a woman, he says, "Man, you an ugly ass bitch anyway," and like is aggressive. And there used to be a time where there usually was a time where I thought, yeah, like those guys are losers, like they mess up for everybody. But now I kind of understand those guys. Now I'm kind of like, yeah. Like maybe is that the way? Should men be more like that? Would that?
Who knows? I don't know, but
yeah, this next video is by Jack and Stack. This is the start of this video is so good. There's so much to cover here in the start of this video. First thing first, I'm gonna just play the clip here. First thing, look at the contrast between like this young guy with this old bald fucker. Dude got a full head of hair. This guy over here with no hair. This is what it is. I think it's just funny to point it out. It's like, what the fuck? This is funny to point it out.
Mac and Murphy.
It's like the movie Looper. It's like he's looking. It's like the old version, because I don't think Rich Cooper's a bad looking dude. Like I don't think he was a bad looking dude back in the day.
He got the skull shape for it, so.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, like this could be Looper. Like that could be his.
That's the thing with being bald is that if you have the right skull shape and you're white, you're not even white and black and too, you're good to go. Not really good to go, but you're not as bad off.
You need
some weird skull shape where it's like shit. And I went bald and I'm fucked up, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was. I'll maybe stop the music here.
Is that I've heard you say in a couple of TikToks that you believe that men peak in their late 30s?
Yeah, I would say there are a lot of guys that I know that have reached their sexual market peak, 37, 38, 39, 40. I mean, I know a guy that's 42 that's just, he's insane. Like he's got really good genetics. He's loaded. He doesn't want to settle down.
Notice how it's always I know a guy story.
I know a guy.
I know a guy. I know a guy. I know a guy. Okay, like what about like he does a good job debunking Richard Cooper here. So he does it so well. It's not even funny.
Well, to be fair, there's an aspect of truth to it in that in the modern dating market, if you're below like, a 4 or whatever, you're going to have almost no success with women. So if you reach a point in your career where you can beta bucks, of course, that's going to be the peak of your SMV.
But the problem is that the issue, here's the issue with that, right? So the issue is that the vast majority of men are not going to be able to beta bucks. That's number one. And number two, Richard Cooper also, he's going to say later that actually I'll let you play it, Mystery. I'll let you play it.
Yeah, he does a good job just debunking him.
He does a really good job. Yeah.
He's got lots of women in his life.
When do you think the average guy can expect to be peak mate value?
Well, yeah, he's literally that's the first debunk. Average guy. These guys always point out. Okay, I know a guy. I knew guys who were in their 20s. They had nothing. They hit 32, and they were making a bunch of money. And okay, all right, dude. All right. So I know a guy versus the data. Okay.
Well, I mean, like the average guy never peaks, for being honest. The average guy.
Wait. That was it.
They never peak,
no,
dude.
There's always listen. Hey, here's what a little black pill for you guys in the chat here, man. If you are a guy and you had a year, let's say you've been a virgin or whatever, and maybe you had a year where you slept with 2 women, and then the following year maybe you slept with 1 or whatever, or maybe you kind of go back to being incel and you're still incel for another few years. That peak, you did peak, and your peak was that year where you slept with 2 girls in the same year. That was your peak, sir. That was your peak. Yeah. There's always a peak.
I'm pretty sure Mac and Murphy is a male feminist, though. He might be, but he's not doing a bad job here. Because to be told, this idea of like men fucking aging like a fine wine is one of the biggest lies ever told by the red pill.
Oh, I think it's on par with. I think it's a bigger lie than women hit the wall.
The wall. I was going to say that too. The wall. Yeah.
That's not. Wait. Let me say this though. The wall. It's either that they were lies or it's just old information. I think that the wall is just more so a symptom of old information and in current technology defeating that quote unquote fact. But I think that the whole thing of men peaking, I think that has always been a lie because most men will always tell you that they slept with more women in college than they did in their 30s. That's far more common. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead. This is some good stuff, man.
Kind of like sleepwalks through life and a lonely misery of very average women that don't really complement their life. Like that is the average guy's life. It's not good.
But when do you think what age do you think the average guy is going to have the most options? Because I think
if the average guy does the work on himself, chases excellence, becomes competent, is captivating. Like I think that guys, if they do the work on themselves, mid-30s, late 30s is entirely plausible for you to be at your peak.
Do the work.
Dude, your peak, dude. Okay,
bro. Like he, like Mystery. He is the actual, like, you know how we say, do the work.
Yeah, he literally. See, this is the answer to everything, dog. You got to get out there and just make it grind and happen, dude. Do the work. Do the fucking work.
He's actually the meme. Oh my god.
And isn't the name of his book Unplugged? Unplugged Alpha or whatever this shit is called?
Yeah.
Like isn't that such a date? Do you think that's a dated term, alpha? I think that's a dated term, right?
Yeah, I think it is dated. Fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's dated. It's dated because there's no there's no such thing as a quote unquote alpha who looks like, no offense to him specifically, but looks like a fucking Oreo man or looks like the guy who we just saw. Like there's like the guy who we just saw, there's no reality where that guy is ever an alpha. There's no reality.
Even if he had the alpha fucking, personality, quote unquote, even if he could have that, nobody would take him seriously. If you're honest here.
No.
He said you'd have to have like a literal fucking army to maintain his alpha status, in which case he wouldn't really be an alpha, right?
Right. Even take a character, like because all of this is like a character, but like take a character like Austin Powers, right? Austin Powers, and he's even that character sleeping with all these women, but guess what? No one would consider Austin Powers to be. No one would consider him to be a quote unquote alpha, just off of his what he looks like. He's not an, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, yeah, it's
yeah.
They can look very, very attractive in their late 30s, even 40s. I mean, there's even 50-year-old women out there that are very attractive, but they're not as hot as their 23-year-old self. And
so for me, again, it's about looking at behavior, right? So I agree with you that for some men, especially if they're career maxing, as an incel might say, maybe they do, maybe they do peak later. But
why did he laugh at that? Like, that's what you advocate for, idiot. Like we just call it something different. Okay, it's the same fucking thing. Dude, this literally doing the work, and let's just laugh at that. I mean, I guess it's laughing at the term, but it's what it is. Like the same fucking thing.
Here's just the cold reality of it. A lot of these guys in the red pill space, they're in their late 20s, they're in their early 30s, right? And they haven't really succeeded with women yet. And so they're telling themselves this story. I'm not saying you're doing this. You're obviously, at a different stage in life.
Should be told with this guy's voice, you can just tell he's a male feminist. Something about the affect, there's something about that, the way somebody dudes talk, you can just tell their ideology straight from the voice. You ever notice that? Like, the way somebody just like, the way their voice sounds, you can just tell. Like that one dude, Reborn, who came on, you can just tell. I'm like, come on, I can smell you out a mile away. Like, a Jimmy's room, and I had that debate with him 3 years ago at this point. I can just tell, like,
it is weird. It is weird. I know exactly what you're talking about. It is strange.
Yeah, it's always the same weird. Like if they're not gay, it's like a small affect in the voice. It's like okay, it's always there a little bit with these leftists.
It's like what's the name of that black dude? There's that black dude who Candace Owens interviewed, and he couldn't admit that that women were that he couldn't admit that trans women didn't like couldn't give birth. I forget the guy's name. You're talking about. Yeah, anyway, I forget the guy.
But they're telling themselves the story. Oh, the best days are yet to come. The best days are yet to come. And it's like, mate, the best days already passed you by. If you look at when women peak in terms of you would say their sexual market value, I would say mate value. I would say that a variety of evidence converges on it being in their 20s. Not going off of what people say. It's just when do men compete most intensely?
Yeah, it was Mark Lamont Hill. I knew it. Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill, lithium.
That guy. Oh God.
Yeah, you could just tell by you can tell that he's like that. Yeah, but go ahead.
He's that guy. Oh man.
Someone said they got their mom's voice. That's a pretty good one. Huh.
It's over that group of mates. It's women in their 20s, right? I'm not saying that this is how I want the world to be, right? I'm just saying from a cold, apathetic reading of the data, this is when female mate value or women's mate value seems to peak in our species. Who do these women select? These are the women with the most selective power. They can choose whoever they want to be with. Who do they select? They select other men in their 20s.
Exactly.
On a dating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I made that same point on on your program, like sometime way back. I made that same fucking point. I was like look at who these young women are picking. Like how could you say a 40-year-old guy is the peak value of a man? How could that be when women in their prime are not picking 40-year-old guys?
Yeah, and if some older guy, let's say he's in his 40s or 45 or something like that, and let's say he lucks out and he gets a young woman, that young woman, she's he ain't getting her at some virgin woman, that's for sure. He ain't getting nothing like some fresh off the block. But I guess when you're 45, anything in the 20s is great, right? So you don't even care about that. Right. And at best, you're not at your physical peak anymore, but she is. So it's like I don't know. It's like so you're effectively it's this advanced age beta books.
Right. I mean, these women can have these high value women in their 20s can have any freaking guy they want, and look who they pick. Other guys in their 20s.
No, that could be I wonder if that's a matter of like who they're around. Could that be it? I think maybe that's more around.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Like, I mean, think about it. You're more likely to be around, if you're in your 20s. I mean, in theory, at least in your early 20s for sure. I mean, you're still in college and, even high school years, obviously 18, 19, 20, you're more likely to be around your age equivalent. Now, when you enter the job market, things get a little bit more messy, but I would still say I think the data still show that women are still dating within like 2 to 3 years of range.
Exactly.
So
right.
They aren't dating like those relationships you see when the media points out, oh, this 50-year-old dating this 20-year-old, and it's like, yeah, that's the reason why they're able to point it out, because it's so rare that when they point it out, that's why you notice it. Like,
but even if those women in their 20s are mostly around other guys in their 20s, don't those women? Could they still access if they wanted to?
Oh yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
So social media
in a global market, you're not wrong. Like, yeah, there is a matter of like social media and all these things that allow them to effectively, even in college, high school, maybe they're not going to because they're too young. But even when I was young, there were girls who were dating like 20-year-olds and college kids when they were in high school still. So, and they were like 16. So, but if it was happening back then, it's guaranteed to be happening now. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would just say women, no matter these women who are in their prime, they can access whatever guy that they prefer. Whoever they desire. So
what's up, Alex?
Yeah, I was listening for a little bit. I didn't catch the stream earlier, but dude, this is like such a fucking perfect topic. I was just gonna point out you should use the freaking archives more. And no offense to any of you guys, but sometimes you gotta let the vid play. You keep interrupting. Let me send you this mystery. Blah blah. Where is? All right, there you go, dude. These vids are so fucking good. It literally just like. I want to see what fucking Richard Coper would cope with when he gets confronted with this. Like these are
all
women.
Videos. Okay, I gotta download these first.
Yeah, they're all quick. They're like
okay.
20 seconds, but it's so good to put it in between this shit because I mean, come on. Like, these are women in their quote unquote prime, right? 18 to 28, let's just say, that 10-year peak or 10-year window, I should say. And they actively fucking despise old men. Literally, they just fucking hate them. So in what fucking world where like, oh dude, you're gonna peak in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, you're gonna have money and blah blah all this bullshit. Nah, dude, it's down to your looks while you're young. Everybody prefers young.
Why didn't those videos move over? What the fuck? I'm trying to move them to my different folder. Give me a sec. What the fuck? Didn't even move them. That's weird. Well, let's move them right now. Oh, they're at the bottom. Why the fuck did they put them down there? What the fuck? What a shit show. There we go. Let's just play them real quick. We got plenty of time. The video's very hold on, let me I gotta actually move this. Let me make this smaller. Age pill, middle-aged men. There we go. Let me put this down. I can't even see it myself. Here we go. When your dad had friends over. Oh wow, yeah. When your stepbrother has friends over, yeah. The age pill is real. Ain't nobody checking for some old fucker, Doug.
Yeah.
Listen up, old men. I would rather die alone than in a relationship that doesn't make me happy. And the only thing about you old geezers that would make me happy is when you're no longer, breathing, and I would finally get the one perk out of our relationship, your life insurance claim. And I bet half of you that are commenting on here are not rich, and none of you are attractive. I wouldn't even care if it was old people if you were at least hot. But none of y'all are hot.
She does specify the chat pill there a little bit there.
So black.
Specify the chat pill there. Had to specify the chat pill.
Like, come on. Like, y'all mean to tell me there's not one out there that looks like Matthew McConaughey that wants to flirt with me? It's just all the Danny DeVito looking.
Dang.
Of course I'm gonna be
There
rude.
you go, killing them, dude, with the black pill. There it is.
Dude.
There it is.
If you're Matthew McConaughey, literally Chad Hollywood A-list celeb, okay, hit me up. Danny DeVito looking motherfuckers can all die. There you go.
Did that you even think I would give you the time of day? You ugly.
You know what, dude? Oh, that is just brutal. Oh, dude, that is some brutality right there. Gosh, she killed us with the age pill and the looks pill.
Always laugh.
Give me a second. I gotta pull the video back up. Shit. Give me a second.
Oh wait, skip this one. Go to the other ones because they're shorter.
You know what? That was she.
What's up?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll talk. Let's go ahead.
Maybe I gotta read this. Wait until the end for a face reveal in case this is somebody's dad or husband. This took place in Tempe, Arizona.
Hi, is there a reason that you're whistling at me? Okay, well you need to stop. It's fucking creepy. And did you just pull into this parking lot just so that you could do that? Oh, okay. How about
you can even hear the oldness in his voice. You can just hear it.
Yeah,
dude, you can hear it. The age pill is there, dude. You can hear it.
How about because you're very old and you're completely disrespecting my boundaries. How old do you think I am? Guess. Take a guess. No, I'm not actually. I'm 17 years old. Yeah. You don't just pull into fucking parking lots and yell at these girls. Yes, I am. You need to stop with this behavior.
Dang, bro, you got caught in 4K. Dude.
But hold up. Imagine if he was Chad Chaddington.
Yeah, let's be real here.
She would be acting.
She wouldn't even care. It wouldn't even matter.
Yo, that's true. That first video, that previous one you played with the girl talking about, I'd rather be dead than date one of you older guys. Yo, that reminds me of something Face and LMS said. Like women want unattractive men dead. Like Face wasn't lying when he said that shit.
Yeah, they literally do. That's the thing.
They do.
God. It's like no. What the fuck? There's no video here. This one's like completely blank. The fuck? Huh?
Which one?
It's the age pill when two men claim they are into old guy, or when claim they are into old guy. It's like this last one I have. The one I've.
Oh my God!
Okay, now it is. Like, what the fuck? It's like not there. It wasn't there for the first time. It was weird. All right, here we go.
Oh my God.
Oh, guys, is this gonna show anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, but the relevant part is the beginning, right? She's trying to imply that if you're 20 or 30, hit me up. If you're old, like
Go to OnlyFans.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
go to OnlyFans.
obviously she has hit me up in my old.
Well, isn't it true that I think some of the data says that most of the people that are using OnlyFans are old men, right? Like, not old men per se, but people who are married already. So, and the people who tend to be married are the the old people, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up?
Like VVS Void said, man, the original VVS said, no, I won't date you, but you can subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Age pill Russian woman brutally destroys the red pill community.
Always laugh when I hear men call young women gold diggers. It's like, Roger, you're a 55-year-old, very stinky chunk trying to date a 25-year-old.
Oh, dude. Oh, man.
Beautiful woman. What do you think attracts her in you? Your pathetic balding head, or the fact that the only increasing part of your body is your blood pressure, huh? Maybe, Roger, if you start dating women your age, you will meet less of gold diggers. What do you think?
Holy shit, dog. God.
I'm telling you,
damn.
TikTok has some black pills, dude.
Well, it's about to die too, what it said, but
yeah.
they banned that shit, dude.
It's banned in America now?
They banned that. They passed that bill last week, I think.
So it's illegal to have TikTok on your phone now in America?
Not on your phone. They're gonna ban it out. The company, ByteDance refuses to sell to an American company because obviously that would give up their Chinese algorithm to the U.S. government effectively. So they're I think they're just gonna let it shut down on its own. So yeah.
App, most of them are filtering out men over 30, let alone men in their late 30s. Okay,
that's true, but they do get to a point at some point where they realize that a lot of these younger guys aren't doing it for them, and then they start to expand that reach. Maybe like instead of 3 years older, it goes to 5 years older, maybe 7 years old, 10 years older.
Yeah. But
and
even
it's not
then,
entirely
even then,
uncommon for women in their 20s to date older guys, right?
Yeah, no. Older is normal. Older is older. But hey, cope aside, I'm talking about uncomfortable truths, right? Uncomfortable truth is that men also peak relatively young. Genuine desire as a man, you're going to be much more likely to get that when you're in your 20s, when you're
genuine desire. Genuine
desire. I like this guy.
They're in love. What?
No, I was gonna say, who is this Mac and Murphy guy? I like
some male feminist guy. You can just tell.
I don't know. I like what he's talking about. I like how he's talking right now. He's making sense.
Well, when you're debating Rich Cooper, you can't help but make sense, right? It's true. I mean, this dude's so fucking out of touch. It's not even funny. He's another. Is he Boomer, Gen X, one of the two? He's some old fucker. Still giving. I mean, I'm an old fucker now too at this point. But fuck, dude, Jesus Christ, this dude's so out of touch.
Nah, he's like in his 50s.
He's in his 50s?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I think Cooper's in his 50s. So, dude, at least 2 decades out of touch.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me tell you, like, let me tell you, because Rich Cooper saying, "Oh, these younger women will come to a point where they want to start dating older men." I would say when they start having kids and the bills start piling up and they're a single mom, like that's when young women will start considering dating older men. Possibly. I remember back in around the early 2000s, my father was dating. He was like almost 40, or he was in his 40s, and he was dating a 22-year-old woman. And she was relatively attractive, maybe high tier normie. No Stacy, but I say like a high tier normie maybe. And I remember thinking, how in the hell? And my father, he's overweight. So here it is, he's middle-aged, overweight, and he's dating a 22-year-old high tier normie chick. And I'm like, I used to wonder, how did he pull that off? And then come to find out, I came to find out she was a single mom of 3 kids by 3 different fathers. And I was like, oh, now it makes sense. Now this was back in the early 2000s. And even before I was officially black-pilled or stumbled into black pill content, even I back then knew there had to be some plot twist to this whole story, how my father could date this 22-year-old woman. So
wait, how old was your father back then?
he was in his like, I think early 40s or mid 40s or something.
Mm-hmm. So it's like 20 plus age gap.
Yeah, easily 20 to 25.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Year age gap. Yeah.
Yo, but one thing to add, if Floyd is like strapped for cash, even back in the day, there aren't many, opportunities like today without the internet, like OF and simp economy. So, if a chick was really hurting, it's like, if you got the money, it's very definitely to your advantage.
Mm-hmm. But see, I think it's coming to a point where I personally I'm starting to think I think the simp economy is I was thinking about this the other day. I think we probably hit a simp bubble burst. Similar to how we had a .com bubble burst in 2000, and we had a housing market bubble burst in 2008. I think we're hitting a simp bubble burst. I mean, based off data that's coming out, how you see dating apps and even OnlyFans are on starting to slowly lose money and lose revenue. I suspect we might be hitting a simp bubble burst, and I think the simps are slowly starting to wake up and get blackpilled.
Well, yeah,
that's what I think.
I've seen some.
I don't think so. It's just the economy right now is shit, right? So, I mean, from the Sims perspective, it's like, am I gonna eat today, or am I gonna, try to buy some feet pics? Like, obviously, eating is more important than some fucking feet pics.
Sure, but also consider what's the big thing going on right now. Is in the manosphere, that whole drizzle shit. Like, there's that. I think that's another piece of evidence.
I mean, who's really taking that seriously? I mean, dead ass seriously. Who's actually taking that seriously?
You don't think there's a cohort of men that are waking up and saying, okay,
some of them are taking it seriously, but I don't know, man.
Juice is not worth the squeeze.
No, so I would definitely agree with the fact that a lot of boyos are waking up. So, that's a good thing. But at the rate, at which quote unquote men are waking up, I don't think it really has an impact, dude. Like, cause we all know, dude, every fucking single guy is one blowjob back to the plantation. It's like that simp tendency is never gonna go away. It is in man's nature to simp. Like, to be a man is to be a fucking simp. Like, only the based will, a better word would be control it.
So you don't think there's any hope? Okay.
No, I think it's a combination of the shit economy and inflation and all the other shit. Like
yeah, you're seeing the same thing in actual prostitutes, sex workers, quote unquote sex workers. They're having less clients show up too as well, because once the economy's garbage, call it what it is.
I think Jay made a good point. He said, if it's true that all men are one blowjob away, what does it matter if they can't even get the blowjob? And he also said, the red pill is like becoming commonplace now, and the next logical step for all these men in society who are becoming red pilled is the black pill. Like that's the black, like you said, the black pill is right next door. So that's just what I think.
Yeah, no, I think also Jay is right. The men are just one blowjob away, but the problem right now is we can't even get that, period.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
and I think the dudes that actually do get it, yeah, they become even harder, not harder, hardcore of a simp, right? Because it's like they tasted the nectar, they're gonna simp to try to get more.
Actually as physically attractive as you get. So this is
I don't know, man. I've had genuine burning desire, throughout my life many times, and it's.
Oh, I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have.
It's obvious,
right?
right?
But we're
Like,
talking about. We're talking
it's
about.
not confusing.
We're talking about the average. Yeah, we're not talking about you. We're talking about the average guy.
Yeah. He tried to do this game where like, well, I'm doing well. Okay, maybe you are. I'm doubtful of that, but maybe you are. But what is this fucking game of like, well, I'm doing well. So like, what the fuck, bro? Like, fuck out.
Yeah, this Mac and Murphy, he's doing good.
Richard Coper is doing exactly what we accuse the women of doing on the Fresh and Fit streams.
Yo, Mystery, is this vid posted in the server?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, this seems like a definite watch.
Yeah, this is Jacked and Stacked. He's been posting a lot more black pill content. Apparently, he used to be more red pill, I guess, back in the day, but he's kind of been changing up his content. He was gonna stop making videos, and I guess he maybe found a second wind. He's been posting more often now over the last 2 weeks. I think I found him like a month and a half ago. I started watching some of his content, and then but yeah, I think he's got pretty good takes. So,
all right, what is up, YouTube? Welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, this is going to be, I made a video about the age pill, and I feel like that video is pretty long. So somebody emailed me and asked me can I make a specific video about the male peak? And I thought that was a good request, So in this video today, I want to talk about the male peak. Now, the clip that I just played is a very, very good clip. Very good clip. This is how red pill copers, this is what they do. They lie to men to get you to buy into their paradigm so that you stay stuck watching their YouTube videos. You stay stuck purchasing their coaching program. A lot of these red pill guys are preaching to men who've already missed out. A brutal pill to swallow.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, I agree.
That's true. It's true. Think about it. If you even show up to the red pill, there's something going on in your dating life, right? If you somehow find this content somehow, I'm not saying you can't find it on an accident, but a lot of times, dude, you end up finding because like, oh, something's going on with my fucking dating life. Well, what do I need to do to improve it? And
that's how I found it. Yeah.
So
these guys are they have this fantasy that they're gonna get their revenge in their late 30s. They're gonna get revenge. All those people who had a good youth, who enjoyed their youth, who enjoyed their early 20s, and those people, I'm gonna pass those people by while they grow up to be depressed adults, while I fly around on a private jet like I'm Andrew Tate. This is the fantasy. It's all a fantasy, guys. So I want to talk about the male peak. Now, this is my official video on the stance. This is my official statement on what I think about the male peak attractiveness. Now, when we talk about money, we're not talking about money, guys. I know a lot of these red pillars, they will tell you, oh, your peak financially, when you're at your sexual market value peak is in your late 30s. And the problem with this is that it's not that it's technically a lie. Because yes, your value financially will probably increase over time. No brainer. I mean, even women's financial value increase over time. That's just common sense. But they don't tell you the full truth. Like I said before, a lot of these red pillars, these marketers, what they do is they say truths, but then they feed you lies at the same time. They twist and warp the truth to fit their narrative, to get you to buy into their own paradigm and get you to purchase their course, follow them, buy their products, and they become the gurus, guys. It's all a game. Social media is all a game, guys. It's all a game. Now, avoid thinking in black and white. I always tell you guys this, but avoid thinking in black and white. Remember, all of this stuff, guys, comes down to genetics at the end of the day. In these videos, I'm speaking generally. I'm not speaking to you individually because I don't know your situation. I don't know your genetics. I don't know your family history. I don't know anything about you. So I can't speak to you specifically. So you have to do your own thinking. You have to do your own processing of the information. Never just take words blindly, guys, even from me, because remember, a lot of times I'm speaking generally. So your individual situation may be different. I just wanted to put that out there. But generally, these things are facts. And you can use generalizations to give you context to make decisions for your life. I'm not saying that you need to, use what I say or use what somebody else says as the end all be all, but you can use this as reference points to make your own decisions for your own life. That's what it's about. So when it comes to male peak, guys, men peak attractiveness wise between 25 to 30 years old. Yes, men peak between the ages of 25 to 30 years old. Sometimes it drags out. We can say 25 to 32, early 30s. This is your peak attractiveness when it comes to physical attractiveness, your strength. I'm not talking about getting on TRT or using drugs. This is where the male, you're at your peak. By this time in your late 20s, you should have a career. If you don't have a career right now in your late 20s, sorry to break it to you, bro, but you're behind. What have you been doing for the last 10 fucking 12 years, bro? Sorry, that's some tough love. But what have you been doing? You should have a career going for yourself right now. You should be at least making decent money right now, where you're able to live a decent life. You're at your physical attractiveness peak. And one thing I want to say about your physical attractiveness peak is, guys, you have to take in mind the context of the advice that people give. Some people will tell you, hey, man, I wasted my 20s and I rose up in my 30s. But it's like, mate, your best days have pretty much passed you by. Stop coping. Just because you didn't take advantage of your peak, you can't shift the goalposts because you didn't self-improve or you didn't look smacks or whatever in your early 20s, in your mid 20s, your late 20s, just because you didn't actually capitalize on your peak potential. You can't shift the goalposts now to like, oh, well, I just leveled up in my 30s and look at me now, bro. And it's like, yeah, well, you wasted some of the best years of your life, you asshole. So the advice is very the advice is very.
Is he fucking wrong? It's true.
No, he's dead on the money. He's dead on the money.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't know. But you start hitting 30, things start breaking down, dude. Yeah. It's true. You get more tired.
Yeah, man. Time ain't coming back. That's a fact. It's just like, if you could have done it yesterday, you should have done it yesterday.
Yeah, trying to do certain things in your fucking 30s is like it's like, come on, like there's certain milestones that you're expected to hit. Now I do get it, in today's world, those milestones are getting harder and harder to hit. It's only because of society and the economy and all these things are inhibiting you. But at the end of the day, the milestones are still the expectation is still there, right? Even if it's unfair, it's still there. So, which is sad, but.
Contextual. So you have to remember, guys, you can't just listen to people and take shit for face value. You have to look at the man's timeline, right? So like if we look at just pure science, pure biology, pure nature, the male peak attractiveness is in your late 20s, sometimes somewhere in your late 20s. This is where the sperm, your fertility, everything is at its peak state in your late 20s, and your attractiveness. Even for myself, guys, I was my most attractive around 27. That's when I was at my most attractive. 27 was when I was at my peak attractiveness. Now I'm 31 years old, and the good thing is, now here's the good news. Your peak is just your peak. It doesn't mean that you peak and then you drop off. It doesn't mean that you just, hit the wall and you drop off. No, it's a slow decline, especially if you do take care of yourself, right? It's a slow, gradual decline, right? So that's the good thing about your peak. It doesn't mean necessarily that, oh, you peaked and now it's over. It just means that this is the inflection point where things now, it's not going to go up any higher. Maybe, you earn more money, whatever, but we're talking about pure nature here. We're not talking about money. We're not talking about whatever status, wealth, old. Most women are not checking for old guys with money. Trust me, guys. That shit is dead.
Oh, true.
That is a coat.
Yeah, it's a big meme, right? It's a big meme.
True. Yo, Mystery, I sent you another age pill one. I think this is like 3.5 minutes, so it's really quick. But I think it's a classic because this was probably made at least it references Return of the King, so that's like pretty old as well. But there were, base spoilers from even the back in the day talking about the fakeness of the male peak age thing. I mean, it ties really well into what this guy is also saying. Like, what he's preaching ain't nothing new, man. Like,
yeah, that's sort of what you're finding.
One of the biggest
finding
myths in
out
the pickup
more now is that there's, everything we're talking about has been talked about to death in the past. Not necessarily new anymore. It hasn't been for a long time now, but.
One of the biggest myths in the pickup community and man knows fear is the idea that men's value to women increases as they get older. You hear this a lot in the MGTOW community. They say that men age like fine wine while women age like milk. When MGTOWs want to prove this fact, they always show some older man like George Clooney as proof that a man can look good well beyond his 20s.
Yeah, notice how it's always some fucking celebrity, some fucking exception. It's true. I'll let it play, but it's true. It's always these like fucking Brad Pitt. Like, you gonna show me this dude? Oh, he's the average guy. Okay.
You know who else they like to use? Idris Elba.
yeah. Also, even that chick from a couple vids ago, Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
There you go.
Seems like they have forgotten the fact that, George Clooney is a fucking multimillionaire who's had thousands of dollars worth of surgery performed on his face and teeth. Unless they can afford to have a bunch of expensive surgeries to make themselves look good, or have supremely good genes, most men will look shittier in their 30s and beyond than in their 20s. Although women's value starts to decline as they get older, it is true that men's value lowers as well. Most men get uglier and have less value to beautiful young women as they age. Beautiful young women do not want men in their 30s and beyond. They want a guy around their age or slightly older. But relationships between older men and younger women have always been common, you say. Think about it though. Do you really think those young women would have gone with those men if they had the choice? Usually, if a young girl got into a relationship or married an older man in the past, it was because she was forced to by her parents or by her circumstances. Older men were more likely to have a good paying job and be able to provide for her and her offspring than a young man. If a girl was poor, it was advantageous for her to go to the man who could be the best provider. Looks and age were made to be secondary attributes. But fast forward to modern times where most women can provide for themselves and technology has made life less difficult for everyone. During these times, women no longer need to date older men and can instead go after the guys they've wanted all along, the good-looking men near their own age. Who do you think is more attractive to a 24-year-old Stacy? Take one guy who's 25 and another who is 35. Now let's make all of their attributes the same. They make the same amount of money, are the same height, have the same looks level relative to their age, same everything. Who do you think a 24-year-old woman would be more enticed to date and fuck? Which one of the men is she most likely to find good looking, to be the one most acceptable for her to date in the eyes of her friends and family, and the one most likely to connect with someone her age? The only young women who are genuinely attracted to older men are girls with daddy issues like the Lana Del Rey types, who call you daddy and see you as a replacement for their shitty or missing father, and nefarious gold diggers who just want you for your money. The age like fine wine myth is just a comforting lie men tell themselves in order to feel better about their current situation. If they aren't getting any beautiful young women now, they can at least rest assured that things will get better as they age. The sad fact is, your value to young women will decrease the more you age. and the only women you'll be able to get will be older ones near your own age range. Getting older also makes it more difficult to have access to young women. The places where young people hang out and get laid, such as parties, bars, and clubs, become increasingly more taboo to attend the older you get. Partying as an older man in general will make you look ridiculous, and hanging out with people who are younger than you will make you look immature and out of place. Have you ever seen older men at college bars? It is so fucking pathetic. Therefore, it is imperative that you not waste your time as a young man. If not, the only viable chance you'll have to fuck young girls will be using call girls.
Damn, well.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, when the I can remember either this year or last year, the age pill hitting me when I got this girl's Instagram. She ended up having a boyfriend, but that's neither here nor there. I got her Instagram, and she saw my Instagram and saw that I had posted my birthday, my 30 something birthday, and she saw that and she was like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm 18, I don't think it'll be appropriate, but and had I been 25, 26, or even 27, that more than likely wouldn't have been an issue. And that was the first time I was like, damn, like, so it's kind of like the Overton window of women I can even kind of approach. Like you kind of have to be careful, a lot more careful.
Yeah. Oh, dude, this reminds me of a time too. I can specifically remember like the moment the woman finds out your age, she gets like turned off.
Yeah, and
so
that happened to me. That happened to me. Some also recently. That was the last girl that I attempted to approach. I fucked up and asked how old she was, and then she asked how old I am. So now I just, if I'm in a situation like that, I'm not even going to ask how old she is anymore.
Yeah. I think it was I'm trying to remember. Oh, right. So this was like at work, and one of my coworkers was in a different group or whatever, and then they had a new hire intern, and I wasn't checking her out or anything, she's just like just another regular curry looking chick. But anyhow, it was like my coworker knew which college I went to, and then happens she went to the same college. So then he's like, "Oh, like you went to the same college with Drolix, like we'll have to introduce you." So he introduced me to her, and we were just chatting like, "Oh, like how's the campus? Is that retard professor still there? That kind of shit." And so it was going good, her assumption is that I'm probably a couple years like older than her because I graduated like recently, relative, right? And call it the rice cell genes, right? Like I look really young even though I'm on an old cell. So then she was asking me like, oh, like how old do I look? Or no, I mean like how old am I? And I was like, oh, just take a guess. And she was like, oh, you look like you're 25. And I was like, try adding 10 years plus. And she was just kind of like shocked. Like it boggled her mind. It's like, oh wow, like you're a lot older, but you look hella young. So, but then from that point on, yeah, from that point on, it's like I could instantly tell, yeah, like the conversation and the interest is just evaporated. Because it's like in a woman's mind, it's like, wait, like how can I even entertain the idea of an older man, especially when they don't need them like that, in terms of like bigger
Right.
bucks or anything.
Yeah, it's kind of like you just don't want to give her. It's like you got a point. Once you reach a certain age, I guess I would just say it's like probably around 30. It's just better not even to say your age unless she asks, and even then maybe not even fucking tell her. And maybe employs a little bit of red pill tactics, because you got a point now where again, unless you're Chad, unless you're fucking Matthew McConaughey or some shit, right? It's like any piece of information that she gets from you is more than likely going to be a reason for her to curve you anyway. So you knowing that now your age, because back when you were 25 years old, like well, I guess if you're dealing with an older woman, because sure, some women might curve you because, oh, you're too young, whatever, right? But being 25 is better from an age perspective in regards to trying to date as opposed to being 30. Like you're probably going to get curved more for being 30 than you are for being 25 if you're going after other 20-year-olds. So yeah, just kind of, you gotta like not reveal your age to these women, after a certain point, if you're, because they're gonna find out.
I would say it's kind of like the equivalent. Like you ever, see a hot chick and she looks good and everything, and then you see the pic without makeup and fake up and filters.
Yeah.
And it's like the instant, like, oh shit, like, oh nah, that feeling. I'm sure it's the same for bitches too.
I think it might be the same. I mean, I think the difference is that the age isn't. That's a bigger problem than the age. The age isn't really that problem because an age, it's just a thing in their head. You know what I mean? Like it's just a thing. Yeah. So you know what I mean? So it's just
No, I'm just saying it's that little feeling, that switch in the head. It's like, oh, like,
yeah, or like when you find out that she has kids.
Yeah, exactly. That too.
Yeah.
Like that whole with as far as the age thing, like, man, when I and this is no secret, I watch the Kendra G show a lot. I know, Jay, I heard you say on the previous stream, like the Austin Dunham channel is very black pilling. That is very fucking true. I cannot watch.
Yeah, his channel will. I think this guy is kind of sort of up there a little bit because I can't watch all of Jacked and Shaq. So I still haven't watched the age pill. There's a few I haven't watched yet, right? But Austin Dunham's is the most black pill channel I've ever fucking seen.
I agree. Like his shit, like Austin Dunham's, like his videos, like about how he broke Tinder, and I've never watched that shit, and I can't watch it because it's
kind of like
it really will make you want to rope, but I would say another very black pilling YouTube show is Kendra G. For me, I think that's very black pilling. That's why I watch it, because you get to hear women say what their preferences are. You get to hear them say what their income preferences are, what their height preferences are, what their
Austin Dunham's because Austin Dunham.
No, I'm not comparing. I'm not saying Kendra G is more black pilling. That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying it just yeah.
Yeah, it's just I'm just saying it's just black pilling in general.
Kevin Samuels. I mean, but my whole thing is that we know that their standards have always been off the fucking chain.
Yeah. I'm not. Kevin Samuels. That's black pilling to an extent too. I'm not drawing comparisons and no shit like that. But Kendra G, yeah, you get to hear you also get to hear women's age preferences, because that's one of the questions that Kendra G asks. And I don't see, when I watch that show, I don't see women on that show when Kendra asks those women what's the age range you want to date. I don't see women on that show. I don't see 25-year-old women saying, yeah, I want to date a guy who's 45, 50, 55.
Are there women who are 25 on that show? Because I know.
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, all the time.
Okay, I gotta look. Maybe I should look at her show then. I will check her shit out. I think. I mean, the balloon show we've talked about here. There's some pretty black pill moments on that. But also back in the day, I know when Mystery had me on a while back, we talked about the Pineapple Show. The Pineapple Show was pretty fucking black pill, dude. Pineapples was when you had the girl who was on the, and I forget the girl who was the mediary of it. It's like someone, she was like an attractive girl or whatever. And the other girl was like the contestant looking for dates, and then a guy will pop up, and then before the guy could even fucking say anything, the girl will say pineapples, and then he will be eliminated. Fucking crazy.
Shit. But see, the male wall. Exactly, Finley. The male wall. Exactly.
Women are not checking for old men with money. They're checking for young men who are closer to their age range, maybe 4 years difference, plus or minus. And that's it. That's what women are looking for. Because remember, go back and watch the age pill video that I made. You know, women, I broke down the science in that video. There's a reason that sperm banks basically don't accept sperm older than 35. There's a reason for that, because there's a genetic quality to sperm. There's plenty of research. I'll put papers in the links in the description below. There's plenty of research showing that a lot of the genetic defects of childbirth and of kids are linked to the father, the age of the father, and the sperm quality of the father. So no, it's not men age like fine wine. Men peak around in their late 20s. This is when you're at your best. I was actually at my strongest around 27, 26, you know, and I'm still strong now. Like, let's be honest, I probably could outperform a lot of my audience, no shade, but you know, I realized that, you know, my body, I'm noticing changes. Not like, again, like I said, it's not like drastic drop off changes where like now, you know, I'm just an old man. It's just like, no, I noticed like little things like working out in the gym. I may get a little bit tired quicker, you know, or I may stay sore for maybe a day or two longer, or I notice like little aches and pains, you know, in my back or whatever. I got to get more massages and take better care. Like, so I'm noticing these things, you know, I'm noticing that my body is aging, you know, and this is why I'm saying the peak, because now after that point, up until your late 20s, you don't even notice you don't notice anything. You don't notice any aging whatsoever, you know, but after that point, you do start to notice. And another thing that I want to point out, guys, is there is something called the social clock. A lot of you guys may not have ever heard of this, but it's called the social clock. The social clock refers to the age norms and expectations that come with age. Now, what do I mean by this? I'm not telling you that you got to live your life by society or what people tell you to do. But guys, you have to understand that most people are playing by the social clock, meaning that they're playing by the timeline that is the most optimal, right? And there is an optimal timeline. But, you know, a lot of people say, oh, that's blue pill. That's blue pill. Dude, trust me. The social clock is actually the best, almost the best clock in terms of.
Well, hell, I mean, at this point, everybody's failing that one. Not everybody, but my God,
everyone's failing that shit.
I just fucking read the data. Like only 27% of fucking 30 through 39-year-olds have fucking kids. Like that. I mean, goddamn. Like, come on. You know, if men are failing that, then women certainly are failing that. But only men get blamed for it. But yeah.
Having kids, having a family, the expectations of, you know, trying to, you know, get your success, get a job, get a career, by your late 20s, you find a partner and you guys start thinking about a family. That is not cope. That is not like, oh, you're selling out too early. No, that is actually from a natural standpoint, a nature standpoint, that is the most optimal thing to do. But the social clock is the social pressure that is put on people by society, the social clock. Because, you know, as a 40-year-old man, if you're on dating apps trying to date 20-year-old women, you know, that's not going to fly. Most women that age will see you as a creep. Women are going to look at you kind of like, what's this old ass geezer doing on dating apps trying to date college age girls? Because there's a social clock, you see. So you can't, a lot of the decision making isn't necessarily all biological, guys. Some of this is actually a socio-cultural aspect as well. You know, you have to think about that, because like I said, most women date within their own age range. Most people are dating within 4 plus or minus years of their own age range, right? So we know this to be the truth. That is a part of the social clock, right? It's not to say that a 40-year-old can't date a 23-year-old, which is, I think that's kind of weird in my opinion, but it's not to say it can't happen. It's to say that it's not the social norm. It's not the norm. And that matters. You know, these red pillars like to tell you, oh, you know, you don't worry about society. Dude, you got to play the game. You know, if you want to get far in life, let me tell you guys, you got to play the game. You're going to need to kind of blend in. You know, I'm not telling you that you got to agree with everything society tells you to do, but you have to play the game. You have to, there's certain things you just can't get away with, you know, in society, unless you just go be a hermit and live in the offskirts of society and just resign from society. There are just certain things that you have to follow, you know? And so there's a certain age regarding behaviors, you know, like if you're a 40-year-old out getting drunk, trying to party with a bunch of college kids, even though there's technically nothing wrong with it, there is a social norm. That is a norm that people will be looking at you like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Shouldn't you be like, you know, flying kites with your kids? Or if you're a bachelor, shouldn't you be like, I don't know, like doing something else? Like you shouldn't be here, you know? You know, that's like a 30-year-old trying to go back to college and thinking that because, oh, Rollo Tomasi said, because I'm 30, I'm at my peak. So if he goes back to college, man, he'll be the reject on campus. He'll be the reject on campus. You know, maybe I'm not saying he can't get laid. I mean, there might be a girl or two who just don't care, who's drunk or whatever, and they hook up. But you're not going to go to college and slay. The people who are going to be slaying are the young, athletic, attractive men on campus. The tall, handsome, young, athletic men on campus. You know, athletes.
Even from looking at this chart, like the thing is that she used to be able to, or what used to happen is that she would trade this for this.
Exactly.
This is what would so like even this chart here is misleading like, a little bit, right?
It's outdated. It's outdated.
Well, it's not even out. It's not out. Well, it's outdated in the sense that it's misleading in the sense that this 36-year-old is not actually getting with a 23-year-old. The reality is that they met when they were younger, and once again, she traded in this for this. His best years were 36 through whatever, and her best years were 23. So she's traded in her for fertility and childbearing years in order to get his best years at age 36. Right? That's what actually happened. This idea of some 36-year-old dipping back down into the 23s and then he found some wife, and unless you're Brad Pitt, it's not happening normally.
Hell no.
It seems like the problem is it's like, okay, who is the person who is making the compromise first in your scenario, Mystery? And that would be the woman, because the woman would need to understand or say, okay, I'm going to compromise my peak years in order for me to be committed with this good man who has like potential to, X, Y, and Z. And then later on, so, but the problem is that the women are not committing in the first half, which is it throws everything off.
Well, sure, but also this chart only makes sense and or rather what I just described only makes sense in the aspect where women actually need men's economic output. So once again, she's trading in because 36 years old, in theory, that's your peak earning years, right? That's when you're making the most money. That's what 40. People say it's 50 or 40, but either way, you're going to be making pretty decent money at 36 because you've been working for a long time, right? So once again, when she needs you, okay, she's trading in arguably from a looks level, assuming you're both equally yoked, she is getting you at Chad level, but when you 36, you're gonna be older, right? So once again, but you will be making more money, right? And plus she'll be older too. She'll be 36 too. So it's like, okay, so you gave me your best years, here's my best years, right? But since women make their own money now, this doesn't happen anymore. The beta bucks argument plan here doesn't happen anymore. So
and being supplemented by the government too, the welfare state.
And by the government, I mean it's
obviously playing a big role.
But overall, it's just that there's not enough women committing to them, like settling in the beginning in order for everything to kind of flow. Because and I'll say this in the chat. I mean, this is the one thing that the track cons were right about, where is that you're not supposed to be. I mean, even somebody around my age, at my age, fuck it, like even younger, you're not supposed to be in your 30s still trying to find the person that you're supposed to be in a long-term relationship with / the mother of your children or marriage. You're not ideally that's not supposed to happen. Something went terribly wrong in the first, you know what I mean?
But the thing is that it's not just you. I know you're not saying that, but when something it'd be one thing if you could make that criticism, and you can make it now if you'd like to, but if it's just onesie twosie, 5% of your population fucking up and then you getting married till 28 for women and 30 for men, okay, we can just say, all right, fine, those guys, they fucked up, but at least they made it, right? But when it's when the average age of your women getting married is 28 and the average age for a man is 30, well, that's I'm something greater than just oh well, these guys are fucking up. There's something systemically wrong with your system, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it was just me specifically. Like I think it's a combination. I mean, look, I'll be honest.
But this is the reason why I don't buy the TradCon. Like, yeah, they're right in the sense, but there's prescription for that problem is extremely well. Just get married earlier. I mean, okay, but there are social problems that are leading to why why not even men, people in general just aren't matching up right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And also too, man, like, and it's not like, and I know, let me ask you this, man. It's like when at my age, when I think about the women that I've dealt with and me having not only the black pill or red pill, just like knowledge, like life knowledge in general. Right. Do you like think out of all the women that you dealt with, like, oh, I should have married this one. Like out of all the women that I've dealt with, this one should have been the one that I married, and I still would have been married to her by now, and still would have had at least a decent to a pretty good relationship. Or was all the women for the most part cooked in some way, shape, or form?
So I would say some of them had potential, but a lot of there's probably only one I can mention that's probably had decent potential. Maybe two. The rest of them were like, yeah.
I gotta say,
really, even the ones who had potential, they once again, some of them were 28, 29 too. So, it's like, I'm not necessarily getting the best of her, but whatever, it's what it is.
Fine. But we can compromise on that. So yeah, I would say for me it will probably be around one or two that I can legitimately say it's like, okay, this. But also too, but here's the other thing too. It's like there's also some women who, and I'll let you play the videos. I don't want to keep stopping it, but it's just kind of like there's also a few women who you probably would have had a decent or a pretty good relationship with long term, but their hypergamy still got the best of them anyway. You know what I mean? So in most cases, the reason why I kind of alleviate myself of some accountability is because in most cases, and the people who dating you, tell me if I'm wrong, it's like you're not even in control of when that situation ends or begins. It's not like you're out here like dating all these women and then dumping all these women. More times than not, you're the one being dumped, you're the one being ghosted, you're the one being that is eventually kind of like let go or fired, so to speak. So you don't really get to determine like which ones you end up with really anyway. And I guess the same kind of goes with a marriage.
Yeah, I can honestly say I walked into most of when I was dating back in the day, most of those relationships with like the best intentions at heart, and then they just kind of fell apart. I'll be honest, it's true. I'll say it. I did. Yeah, I wasn't necessarily always looking to pump it. I walked into most of those saying, yeah, okay, I'm gonna try to make this work, and then it's like, I mean, when I say try to make it work, as if we were like dating for years, it's like we were like breaking up or some shit. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I was gonna, okay, well, let's see what she's like. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, I walked in with the best intention. It wasn't like some like, I got to smash and dash today.
Yeah, no, I was never. Yeah, because my only thing is that like I actually try to enjoy the women that I'm actually kind of like seeing. You know what I'm saying? Like to a certain degree. But yeah, I know I went in. I've never was on to some fuck boy. I'm just gonna fuck this girl. But that's just sort of me, right? Even the girl who I was having like somewhat casual relations with, I stopped seeing her primarily because I knew I had no intention of really being with her long term. So I would rather me not deal with her and her to find somebody else than to keep dealing with a guy who's never going to commit to her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even some of the frat boys, whatever, that's who are going to be doing well because those are the people who have the most social value on campus. So I just wanted to point that out, guys, that there's a social clock. As you get older, there's new challenges, there's new demands, there's new structures in society. You get older, your psychological waiting till you're 35 to now try to go and get laid and live up to your vow. It's too late. It's too late, bro. It's too late because psychologically you probably already passed that point where you don't care anymore. You don't place value on random sex anymore as you probably did when you were younger and you just wanted to kind of prove yourself. A lot of men need to they have this thing where a lot of men want to go prove that they can hunt, and I say hunt not to say women are a piece of meat, but I'm saying they want to go and see like, okay, can I attract girls, and this is a young man's game. That's a young guy's game, so I just wanted to make this video, guys, that the male peak in terms of everything, like I said, if you're in your late 20s, bro, and you don't have a career going for yourself, if you don't have anything going for yourself, no career, if you're not making good money, You're behind, bro. You're behind. You fucked up. You know, what have you been doing?
Wait, see, when he says behind, does he mean behind by like the social clock standard, or does he mean behind by like the actual, like the average of what's going on for the average male? I'm not sure what he means by that.
I mean, I don't know. I think he might be talking economically. I'm not sure because I don't think that
Because like this is the same problem I had with like Scott Galloway, right? Like when we're talking about economically attractive men or economically viable or economically whatever, I don't mean any harm, but like economically, like I think this dude he makes very good money. So it's like, you know, I get it. You're making good money.
what
but
does he do?
I think he's a programmer. He's a programmer. I think he's a CS, something like that. So computer science. So he's in IT. But he makes very good money. He's admitted as much on his in his streams or on his videos. But it's like, you know, what is considered, you know, I get it. Are you behind your peers? Like, you know, because once again, the average male is only making. I can probably look it up really fast. I'm gonna look at shit without asking somebody. Not average, but median. What's the median? And fucking Christ, ad plus, fuck off, dude. Jesus Christ, we updated. I get it. I don't even use you anymore. Median income in America. What's the median income in the U.S.? $37,000. So, like, are you really behind? Like, what is the median income? $37K. That's 2022. Does it go further? That's what it stopped at 2022.
I mean, my whole thing is because I do like. I think this is like a pretty good take, but I do like what he says about in his other videos where he talks about like the whole status maxing and money maxing, and he basically said, hey, to sort of to enjoy your life, right? And I think that when it comes to your career, just in my opinion, I mean, obviously, like, you know, you do have to kind of get ahead as much as you can economically, but there has to be a kind of a blend with that, with enjoying the things that life has to offer you. You know what I mean? So so, you know, if you're like, oh man, I'm behind, or I'm not making,
So the median male income is 45, the median female income is 30K. So 45K for a male in 2022.
Still not great.
Yeah. I mean, think about that. And what's the equivalent of that back in the 1950s? Like, you're like 45K today is not the same as 45K back in the day. And you got to remember that wages have been stagnant since the 1970s. So, you know, so you probably still making the same about what you would have made years ago. It's gone up like this. Goddamn, back in 2012 it was 33K. So like that's like barely nothing, dude.
Yeah. And somebody said in the chat, yeah, boomers won't exist. I just had a Zoom call with I guess my old boss. And this is somebody who's been working in my industry since like the 90s, and it's just kind of like, yeah, this guy is still trying to get. It's like this guy is still trying to do what I'm doing, and it's like, dude, you've been working since I was like, you've been working in this industry that I'm in since I was like not even fucking born. Like I'm looking at like at his resume, and like he's worked on stuff in like the early 80s, and it's so it's just like, yeah, like a big part of this, like somebody else said, is like the boomers won't retire. Like, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Like, it's like I'm like, it's like I'm competing against you, like, for real.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, crazy.
You know, right now you should.
Well, a lot of the boomers can't retire half the damn time. For being honest about it, a lot of them can't retire. I said it earlier, but like a lot of that boomer wealth, quote unquote, is tied up in the top percentages. It's not necessarily distributed equally across the strata. You know, so. But even then, you're still right though. This dude, he should be retired, right? Or he should be approaching retirement. But he's competing with you for like a role that. I meant for somebody way younger than him, or
right, or
just, you know, someone entry level, not entry level per se, but like a mid career role, right?
Right, but it's like them still being in the industry, literally, like it doesn't. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. It's
thriving. You know, in your late 20s, you should be thriving in your late 20s. I told you guys this when I turned like. I said this before in my older videos. I took some of those videos down, but right around 25 and 26, I told you guys this, something changed. Like it was like I had kind of reached a point where I had got my job. My career was kind of starting to take off. I was making good money. I could afford to buy clothes. I was at my most attractiveness, like my peak. I'm not saying I'm I'm hit the wall and I'm old and ugly now. No, I'm saying that was my peak. That was when like there was an inflection point where I'm not probably going to go any higher, you know? So I hit my point where I was socially competent. I had enough experience with dating, with socially. I had confidence because I had already kind of experienced a little bit of life by your mid-20s. That is your peak, guys. And again, if you're not there, I'm not saying you can't catch up. Remember, if you're in your late 20s and you're behind, if you're 30 and you're behind, that's fine. I'm not saying you can't play catch up, but realize you are behind, bro. You're behind. You fucked up. You know, and you need to admit that. People try to spin everything into a positive. I talked about this. People want to spin everything into a positive, bro.
And that's where I gotta disagree.
He keeps saying you're behind, but behind is it's relative for sure. It's relative to the time period. So if everybody in your generation's also behind, or quote unquote, you know, if there's a standard and no one else is, you know, and over half the population is failing to meet said standard, well, then you're not really behind. You're just normal.
Right, but also but I think this is here's what's funny. I think he might be doing the thing that we saw Richard Coper doing earlier, where you're kind of using yourself a little bit
self-extrapolation,
as the barometer just a bit. I mean, here's another thing too. I mean, like I need you to kind of think about this, right? It's like there's some men who are not going to sexually peak until they're in their 70s in a fucking retirement home. Like what is sexually peaking? Like what is, first of all, another issue too, Mystery, is that we put, as men, especially as Black men, but just like men generally, we put way too much value on our sexual peak when and adjacently our peak financial wise, right? When there are so many other aspects to life, right? There's, you know, when it comes to like your friendships, your family, your spiritual life, you know what I'm saying, like your health, there's a lot of other aspects of life where that it's like, what about peaking in all those other areas? But needless to say, it's kind of like, what does it mean to like quote unquote sexual peak anyway? Like what, you know what I'm saying? Like, so for example, if I slept with 3 women in their early 20s when I was 25 years old, and then when I'm 70 now, I'm sleeping with like a bunch of like, you know, 50, 60 and 70-year-old women over here at the bingo tournament, is which one was my peak? The first scenario or the second scenario?
I would even argue that a man shouldn't even have his sexual peak per se. Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. It shouldn't even really exist as a thing. Like, you just call it a day, you find somebody, we're done.
This is a symptoms, Mystery, of the fact that we have like, because here's my thing, right? It's like the fact that we have all of these terms, even like the black pill, as much as I you know, I fuck with everybody in the black pill, and you know, we're all kind of bonded by the shared ideology. Even all the shit that we talk about here, these are not things that in any fucking sane civilization should we even be concerned about. We should not be concerned about hunter eyes. We should not be concerned about jaw lines and fucking harmony of thirds and sexual, and even with the red pill term, these are not something in a sane world that you should be concerned about. Game, mouthpiece, all this stuff, and especially quote unquote sexual peak. This is not something that in a non-degenerate society would you ever like even consider for a half a second.
This is true. I mean, like I said, I mean, yeah. If we lived in different times, it'd be over. We not over, but we'd all be done. We wouldn't fucking we wouldn't even know each other, right? Be done. So,
I said this months ago. I said, when you live in a society where your guys have to start to look smacks and they need dating
Chip in this
consultants.
Chip in this in the chat, he said, "God damn, Chip is always ahead of the game." Go ahead, Ryder. My bad.
No, I was saying, I said this months ago, when you live in a society where guys need dating consultants and guys have to look smacks, that's the beginning of the end.
Yeah, no, it's become overkill at this point. Like it's gotten to, you know, we're now in this bizarre world, because, you know, the black community has always been like bizarre world, but now the world is kind of becoming bizarre world, where it's like now it's actually more important for the man to be physically attractive in order for relationship to facilitate.
Right.
Yeah, like you're like literally your your physical attractiveness, the way that you look, is literally more important than your character, how much
Oh,
money
absolutely.
your religion, how good at you are to be a good leader, a good father. It matters more of whether or not you're armed. It matters more than your ability to protect anybody. It matters more than your fucking family. It matters more than anything. How much hair you have on your head.
Yep.
Your all that stuff that I just talked down
Yep.
about. All these stupid things matter far more than every single thing else of substance, and it matters more, and that's the number one thing that determines whether or not you're even able to have a family in 2024.
Right? Shit is
Someone
crazy.
said seems like Jack's comparing himself to other men. Yeah, people tend to use themselves as like the fucking a measuring stick for other people. It's like, well, that's convenient. like very convenient for you, but someone said guys are forced to evolve more than Cell from Dragon Ball. You got to upgrade your hairline, jawline, eye area, lips, nose. Women can be fat as Fat Boo and eat like all the candy and cookies. Oh, Fat Boo.
It's true, and it is absolutely true.
How the fuck can I absorb the android without a tail? You tell me, dude.
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out.
Ask her if any of y'all have any female friends, especially the ones who are overweight, and they talk candidly about, like, for whatever reason. Like, I have a coworker, I might have mentioned her before, but ask them that guy who's their sneaky link, the sneaky links that they've had. Ask how many overweight sneaky links that they've had. The same women who talk about no fat shaming, ask them how many dudes that they've had one night stands with. How many of dudes also had a gut like them?
In your 30s, that's a good thing, bro. Now you're behind, bro. Embrace the aspect that you're behind. You fucked up. You wasted some of the best years of your life. Right now, you should be rising up high. You should be in a really good spot. You fucked up.
I think in Jack and Stat's case, I'm not sure if he said. I remember reading a comment. Someone said he's really short, or he's short, relatively short.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure how short he actually is. But yeah, I read a comment. And one of his comments was saying he was short. But I don't know how short he is. So.
Yeah, but he's a built guy. I mean, he's dances, but probably decent, pretty good looking dude. I mean, we've seen him before, But I mean,
someone said he's 5'7". Dang, that is pretty rough.
I don't know if he's 5'7", but I don't know.
Yeah, Jack is 5'7". Is what someone just said. Yeah, they confirming it.
Fuck yeah,
5'7" gym cell. Oof.
Shit. Especially, yeah.
Don't forget, Jack admitted to losing his virginity to a prostitute in the DR. Oof.
Oh man.
Someone said he's taller than me. Damn, Deletus, the fuck. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh dang, bro.
Yeah. But look, man, and mystery. This is something where like this is something that we're all like kind of guilty of, right? I mean, that's why I try to like, be in touch with you guys in the chat, you guys on the stream, because I know even my experiences aren't going to be the fucking norm. That's why I know when I talk about my instance approaching, I'm not going to fucking tell y'all in the chat to fucking approach, because when I approach, women are never bitches to me. Like, what the fuck? That'll be like pretty goddamn what's it called? Dishonest of me, right?
Yeah, it's really intellectually dishonest to use yourself as, oh well, I did it, so you should be able to. No, it's context dependent. And even his talk here once again about you're behind relative to what? Other men? You're certainly not relative to other men, because the other men are not having kids, they are not getting married, and they are not making the kind of money that you think they're making. So they might be behind relative to what women's standards are, but that's not. Oftentimes that's not really their fault, right? It very much reeks of the boomer talk somewhat. Like, oh well, when I was your age, well, we aren't back in the 1950s, grandpa. So I'm sorry, or 1980s, grandpa. So sorry, dude. But whatever.
And so now you got to say, okay, well, now I got to sacrifice the next couple of years to try to get myself together. But make no mistake, your peak has passed you. Your peak has passed you by. Sorry to break it to you. Your peak has passed you by. Now remember, I'm not saying that it's all downhill, like, oh, it's going to go down. No, it's a very slow, gradual decline. But the peak, the important part is this: the peak is not in your mid and late 30s. A lot of people want to say
Sorry.
Or you're going to keep rising and keep peaking until you're 36, and then it's a slow. No, it's actually 10 years younger. And then it's a slow from like 27, 26, 25, your late 20s, basically from 25 to 30. There's a peak somewhere in there. And then from there, there's a slow, very, very slow gradual decline. Granted, if you're, taking into account genetics, health, etc., shit happens. Sometimes you genetically, you might get sick or a health issue. Like there's things that happen, right? So you can't bank on that. But just understand that the male peak is in your late 20s. This is where things come together.
But I mean, I guess he's not wrong in an ideal world. Like, yeah, you should be at certain milestones, but that's not the world we live in. Like, yeah, the male peak should be maybe arguably in your late 20s, but
yeah,
once again, we already know it's. I mean, the home. I think millennials have a higher or have a decent home ownership rate now relative, but even then, there's still a lot of them that don't have homes, still renting. And Gen Z, my God, they're completely screwed over. So, like, what does someone like him tell someone in Gen Z? Well, dude, sorry, man, you peaked in your 20s, bro, man, you fucked up. It's like, this is, come on, man, like, this reeks of like, it's context dependent. You can't just say, oh, well, you fucked up. I mean, relative to what? Like, I mean, if we're I mean, the thing is that we do this a lot. Even I do this still, where we base everything we think based off of like the boomer standard of like, well, married at 22, mid career, mid
right.
Management
there's
at
a new there's a new paradigm now. It's like now we're entering a new kind of. I mean, we're basically entering. CJ talks about this where it's now a monetized marketplace. So. And that's just one way in which this is kind of everything is kind of changing and shifting. So this whole notion of, oh yeah, like there's certain milestones, like no, there's now it's becoming radically different as time progresses, right?
He's not wrong about the age stuff. So that's not wrong, but it's like, okay, like I get it. But the thing is that once a massive proportion of your men are missing these milestones, that's a societal problem. That's not a personal problem. That's a societal problem, dude. Like, yeah, sure, society wants to put it all on the backs of young men saying, well, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. Okay, but it's kind of like that fucking, Scott Galloway saying, well, my kid can't do it. He doesn't understand a credit card. Well, why doesn't he? You're smart. You have a fucking master's degree. You can't teach your kid how to fucking read a credit card statement? Come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Chip in the chat is also spitting. I mean, he's saying that
he's acting like young women aren't the most elusive. Securing a woman when you're young is not the norm in 2024. Yeah,
it's yeah, no, for the most part it isn't. I mean, I know when I'm working and I see couples out because where I work, I work at a restaurant and late at night and in a college area. And it's pretty black pilling for the most part. But when I do see couples out and about, I have to remind myself that every couple that I see, I could say to myself, oh, wow, there's so many couples out. But, what I'm seeing is more times the exception, not the rule. So it's kind of like, when you see that couple and when you go to an environment like a bar or a club, wow, there's so many people. I was like, no, for every one person you see at this event, there are 10 to maybe even 20 young men who are inside playing Fortnite or some shit, right? So you kind of have to be aware of what it is that you are not seeing, right?
This is a good. Lots of guys never had a peak. Yeah, that's gonna be a reality for a lot of men. They're not gonna have an actual peak. Like there's not gonna be a peak. There's gonna be.
I think there is a peak. I just.
Well, they had a peak so young or so old. I don't even know what to say, right? Like it's not relevant to their lives. Like you're not gonna be where they should be.
That matters. I think that's what he's saying. A peak
I know. I get what he's saying, but I would still say it is. I mean, there was a time. It's like I mean, if you've had it. I mean, look. Some guys might only get lucky through the junior college or through going to DR. Then I guess that was your peak.
Any guy can get a woman, but getting one you're attracted to is another story. Oof.
That's not the first. The first part isn't true.
We got sperm cell. Look at this a literal sperm cell in the chat.
From sperm cell to incel.
Yeah, dude. Sperm cell to literal incel, dude. It was over the moment the dad does bust. He's like, well, here you come flying out. And
how do you go from like being like a winner to being like a loser?
I peaked before I even reached the goddamn egg. That's true. It's true. Dude, imagine your peak being a sperm cell and your dad's nutsack.
No,
that's the peak of your life. Like, you're not even really a life yet. You're just kind of just there. Like, okay, I'm ready to go, but
No, your peak. No, for some dudes, the peak was the conception.
yeah, here it comes. All right, I'm good. I'm in, guys. Like, dude.
Yeah, man.
Damn, that's sad, bro. The really brief peak. Yeah, but doesn't you?
Well, Al
man.
Johnson, I gotta get on you. You're saying I have low standards, but a lot of women out here,
Yeah,
I wouldn't touch. Well, then with that, that's kind of sort of fine, I guess. I mean, I'm not. My whole thing is that I'm not even gonna entertain the whole vol sale and sale kind of conversation. But I do think you got to be able to, as a man, know where you are and then meet your situation in the middle. There are some things that I might like in a woman, but currently I'm kind of sort of dealing with a girl, and she doesn't meet my physical standards to a T necessarily. But if I show what she looked like on IG, most guys would be like, "Oh no, she's attractive." So so it's, but yeah, you got to compromise.
Yeah, this data here always makes me like. I remember there were conversations back in the day about how we need to make the ratios more in the male favor, where we have less men and more women. Well, the college pill does not bear this to be true at all. There are colleges with 60% females and 40% less men. The incel rate in college is still sky high. There's no peak for the vast majority of men. College girls are selling pussy as we rest in peace. Yeah, I just think it's funny how I remember back in the day. Oh yeah, well we need to get rid of some of the men. Oh really? Will that actually improve the odds? I don't know. Like, this is weird.
People want to tell you, "Oh man, no, things start coming together in your late 20s." That is in your late 30s, dude. That is a load of shit. Anybody will tell you that is a load of crap, except the red pillars and the managed for people, because they want to sell you on that. They're all coping. A lot of these guys are divorced. They want to believe, these guys were simps in their younger days. Guys, you have to realize a lot of these older guys didn't have the knowledge that we have as young men. A lot of us are wise beyond our years because of the internet. But a lot of these dudes were simping. A lot of these guys were just like dumbasses, if we're being honest. A lot of these dudes were wifing up hoes and then having 2 kids and then getting cheated on and getting divorced, and then they want to say, "Oh, well, see, I'm more valuable now because I wasn't getting laid in my." It's like, no, motherfucker, you just fucked up. You just screwed up if you actually look at it. So it's a lot of coping. So anyway, guys, I just wanted to make this video. That's my official stance. Again,
I got a slightly kind of boomer take on this, is that I will say he's well within his right, and even us as well, to have this opinion kind of at this point now, but he's still in his early 30s. And yes, absolutely, obviously, genetically and all this other stuff, you're going to go down as you get older, like as all of us will. But I do think that I have yet to see a man in these spaces basically kind of say that, yeah, I was like, I don't know. I think that we just kind of, for a guy like him, I guess you would kind of have to wait and see, because I guess we can, I don't know, because he's only 31. Maybe I'm playing devil's advocate because I agree with him, but at the same time, it's like, I don't really know. I have that maybe this is just me coping. I don't know. Is this me coping, Mystery?
About what, the age pill?
Yeah, no, meaning that like he's saying that like it doesn't, like your peak is this, right? And I'm agreeing with him, like because what he's saying makes sense. But at the same, but I'm also at the same time, he and the people who I tend to see talk about this are usually around our age group. Because let's be honest, most black pillars are around our age and younger. Most black pillars that I come across, I think that a black pill dude who is like in their 40s and up are like the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, I would agree with the age bracket there about most of them being 30 some odd younger. So, but the age pill, I would say the only way to overcome the age pill would be being somebody of high status, so and with that comes money, but you still have to have the looks. Your look would have to be well maintained, and then you have to be somebody of status, like like the reason why when people mention age pilled men, or not age pilled men, but men who kind of beat the age pill. You know, the men who age like fine wine. And once again, they're mentioning, you know, Brad Pitt and you know, whoever else, you know, for these types of men, because obviously, because you know who they are. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure maybe. I mean, I would even say this true, that even the guy who's doesn't have the status per se, but he's doing well for himself. He still looks like Chad. You know, he once again that one girl in that one video, she mentioned like, oh yeah, well you're not even attractive. It's like, well shit, well we already know who she's talking about. She's talking about, you know, the 30-year-old guy, 35-year-old guy who's, you know, 40-year-old who fucking knows, you know, he's older than her for sure. And talking about the dude who's, you know, he's not attractive. He just has an ugly face. And that dude probably wasn't getting shit when he was young too. So, if we're being honest, but oh boy, looks is king. I talked to a girl who said she dated an older guy because he looked young for his age.
Right. Yeah. Nah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. People think I look 22, and I was gonna say this earlier, but I was looking at pictures of myself from when I was like 19 or 18, and even back then I looked like super young. Like I couldn't even believe how much of like a baby face I was extreme. I was like what? I look like a damn child. Like my fucking facial structure look like a child. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. It's just weird when you look back at old pictures of yourself. I feel like, dang, like, you know, I almost cringe at how young I look. I'm like, whoa, I look way too young. Like, I'm like, dang, dude. So, but oh boy.
Yeah. So I mean,
a baby face. I don't know how to even describe that.
Yeah, that guy Jack, man, he got some good stuff, man.
He's not bad. Somebody gave me a video to watch. Oh, that was Dralik. This video. Let me pull this up. Where the hell did it go? What the fuck? It's like I didn't make it here. At 19, I looked 13. Yeah, dude, I looked really fucking. I'm like, I no fucking way, dude. I was like, look way too fucking young. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I gotta fucking gain some age, bro. Like, fuck. Oh man. Age. I'll just pull it up. Fuck it. We'll just pull it up before. I have it saved. I can't fucking find it. When you go visit the graveyard, that's fucked up. POV, you're 90 years old and you go and visit your ops at their yard. He's still alive. He's like, motherfucker, I'm good. Yeah. What's up, Vital Fast? It's King of Houston. What's up, dude?
What's up? My phone battery ran out earlier.
Oh, that's why you left. I was like, what the fuck happened to this dude? Dude dipped out.
But yeah, that was a pretty good video from what's his face. I don't really watch his channel, but
Jackson Stack.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
he's right about those guys like Cooper. Those guys were. I mean, you can just kind of like look at Cooper and like listen to his voice tonality and tell that he had like a rough time as a young man. You know, he wasn't having any success with women. So I think that's a pretty good read.
I don't even think that's the case. I think that because it's relative. So I think that your average dude now probably had a much worse time than a guy like him back in the day.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I'm saying him specifically, though.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand.
Because he's extraordinarily insecure. To be honest, he's got some autistic tendencies that I think are pretty clear. And
yeah, him and what's the other guy's name? He looks like a Downey boy. The guy who proclaimed himself the king of the manosphere.
Rollo?
No, not Rollo.
No. Anthony Johnson?
Yeah, Anthony Johnson. Yeah, Anthony Johnson is fucking autistic as fuck.
Johnson. I know who he is. Yeah,
Anthony Johnson.
Talking about
He got kids. I mean, he got kids. Though. He procreated and all that. You know, he did more than Donovan Sharp did.
Donovan Simp.
Yeah, Donovan. Yeah, it's like all of these guys, man. It's like, man. Do you? Was it true that Andrew Tate, like he's about to be charged or he's about to go into trial or some shit? I saw something on the Sun.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Anybody here still riding the crypto shit? I don't know what's going on with crypto anymore.
I think didn't Bitcoin get up over $70,000? I don't get that at all, man.
It did, and then it dipped down to like 60 to 63 right now. But
I don't understand the value proposition of Bitcoin. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
The value proposition is that I can out-speculate the next schmuck and take his money and then leave.
Yeah.
That's the value proposition. It's literally a Ponzi scheme. Call it what it is.
Yeah, it's like people are acting like this is technology that has held its place in the like the DeFi or whatever market, when all of these coins have been made now that are better than it at everything. It's like a Ford Model T or something.
Do you remember when all the Red Pill guys were grifting off of crypto?
Oh yeah,
that shit was happening, dude. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Everybody got a crypto wallet and crypto fucking everything was crypto back in the day.
Yeah, they had the Red Pills had like a crypto, like a lion crypto, like a Red Pill crypto or something like that back then.
Well,
Alpha male coin.
I wouldn't call it a Ponzi scheme. What I don't know, the pyramid scheme. I don't even know what to call it, dude. It just seems like I'm like, okay, so it's supposed to be a currency, and it does maintain its value. And inflationary wise, you're actually you're doing pretty damn good if you're beating inflation right now. If it's something you bought a few months ago, so you're doing okay. So I don't know. It's a currency. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna trade Bitcoin and Ethereum, are definitely the kings. Don't bother with anything else. I wouldn't say any shit coin is not worth a fuck. Bitcoin is very volatile. I don't know. I don't trade Bitcoin at all, really. So not even that often, not at all. Think about some Chainlink at one point and said fuck it.
Yeah, at this point, no one is using Bitcoin to do like real transactions. There was a point where people were using it to do illegal things or dodge taxes or whatever, but they can track it now. So people aren't even using it to do that. So no one is using it for anything except speculation. So, but I guess it's just going to keep climbing higher until it has some final
Truth be
downfall.
told, I think what's the big killer for this shit, and I don't want to stay on crypto too long, but the big killer for this shit, in my opinion, was when they let these big funds and the market, the market makers, the Vanguards and the BlackRocks and all these dudes, is when they start letting them trade this shit. And it's like, okay, so you don't think these guys who are the masters of running markets and controlling the market, and making you sell when they know damn well it's gonna fucking go up in a month or so. So fuck you, we're gonna short this shit down to nothing, for pennies on the dollar, buy it all up, and then fuck you in the way up too. So it's like you let these guys enter into your market. Okay, well I don't know what to say, man. Everyone was so excited saying, oh, the big money's coming in. That's not necessarily a good thing per se. It is if you're trading, if you actually know how to trade, but it's not necessarily the best idea when when the big money shows up all the time, because these guys can actually they're whales, so they can manipulate the fuck out of the market. They have enough capital to make huge moves on the market and can change things really fast for you. So
Yeah, and the only crypto that I'm kind of interested in is Monero, but I mean Monero is mostly being used to probably just to buy like CP and stuff like that. So it's not gonna be
wrong. Isn't it completely anonymous or some shit? Is that what it is? Anonymous cryptocurrency? Is that what that one is?
Yeah, it's actual, truly anonymous, like decentralized cryptocurrency. But it's like, people are using that for real crime. So there's very few people probably using it as actual libertarian, whatever, like way to, have a libertarian economy or whatever. So I'm just not that interested in it. And no one outside of criminals is ever going to use Monero. That's the Bitcoin people are acting like there's going to be some revolution where people care so much about their financial transactions and they're going to learn how to use this complicated technology, this complicated, like, decentralized technology. Like, bro, look at the biggest banks like Chase. they take all of the control away from you because that's what people want. They want simple. They want like simplicity. They don't want control. The average person doesn't want control.
Yeah, not too wrong there. Yeah, a lot of people they would willingly give up their their power at the end of the day over their own money and their own lives if someone could do it better for them. And they effectively kind of having away with the smartphones and algorithms and everything else. It's already kind of happening. In fact, it's already happened. In a way. Here's a quick meme. Here we got some memes I can show. So the virgin rational mind. Look, we got suffers in duality, ruminates, protects its identity. Chad is being unrealistic, worries about virginity, has something to prove. But my rights as a person, chooses a religion or atheism, misses the point. But science, right? Facts, concerned, debates. Yes, but dying. He's literally dying. The virgin rational mind. Meanwhile, we have the Chad, unquestioned trust in the universe. Look at this guy. He's just basking in his own glory. Look at this shit. Does he look like he gives a fuck, dude? Does Chad look like he gives a look? I'm gonna zoom in real quick here. Does Chad look like he gives a fuck, dog? Chad has no doubt in his mind. He's like, this is just gonna work out, bro. This shit's gonna work out today, dude.
Right.
Look, we have
because why wouldn't it?
Why wouldn't it, dog? Look, bathed in non-existence, infinite intelligence, gives in, attracts, power through non-resistance, serenity and fire, literally sees himself in everyone. Is it all, therefore, is also virgin. Dang. Knows, does not speak. He just knows. Blessed fluidity. Dang. Dude. The Chad unquestioned trust in the universe, dude. Could you imagine being this Chad right here and just having the universe give you whatever the fuck you wanted, dude? It just showed up. Sweet mother of God, dude. Or would you guys rather be the virgin rational mind? Pick one, guys. You guys got to pick one. We already know what the superior option is here, dude. Come on. I got that meme there. That's a few screenshots from I wanted to show as well, but we can save those for later. I got this is I didn't show this meme on stream yet, so we can show this real quick. This is a sad one here. Rest assured, your son is all right. Gen Z's LGBT explosion is driven by girls pretending to be bisexual. Look, 2015, 2.4. High school boys who identify as gay. Okay, very look, it's still low, dude. 2.8, man, it's nothing. Meanwhile, the women are like, yeah, we're Chad sexual only. Back in the day, it was 10%. Now it's 25%. In fact, it's even higher than this probably. But they just aren't claiming to be bisexual, dog. My God, high school girls who identify as bisexual. It's true. How does this make you? It's kind of. I remember we had that talk with Dashboard. He came on and talked about this as well, and it's like, well, it wasn't necessarily all wrong about that. So,
oh God, a mystery. Give me like a minute. Just give me a minute. I DM'd. So this I guess this girl that I follow on social media, she posted that she found out that she's 10 weeks pregnant. I just hit her up saying congratulations, and she said thanks. And then let me just show you the she just messaged me. Hold on a second.
Okay. Yeah, this is I think I didn't read this comment. What's on here? I don't think so. It sounds like a classic old disinvolved parent who thinks he'll scare his never parented child into shape by kicking him out of the house at 18 because that will snap him out of all the millennial bullshit. Guys like him love doing the big dramatic tough gesture because it's far easier than spending 20 years of thankless grinding work as being a father. This is true. This is I remember when I was watching that Scott Galloway video. This is what I was talking about. Like, these fuckers don't actually want to be parents. They just want to have kids, but they don't want to be parents. They don't want to do the actual job. Like, decades of inaction and ineptitude on his part are forgiven in his mind because I did the hard choice the same people omit all their responsibility, acting like you can't change them. They come out how they come out, but they live their whole life as a stranger to their son under their own roof, leaving him to bear the full brunt of modernity with, at best, a monthly check and when they awkwardly happen to feed in the same room together. That's sad. Little surprise, the child, that parent itself ends up lost. Leave it to the most selfish fuck in the funny pages to undo years of personal failure with one simple short moment of callousness. I've seen this pattern. They love thinking the big gesture will fix things, that all they need to do is kick their teen son out of the house and he'll somehow become just like they were in their teens, in the 70s, in a 7-child family that always went to church because their kid is forced to sink or swim. They're genuinely surprised when the captively bred, untrained child sinks. This is true. Yeah. I don't know, man. I've been shitting the boomer for a long time now, but this comment here is too good not to read, man. Too good not to read.
Bro, they will just grow out in the sun like a potato.
Oh, dude. They'll figure it out. My kids, he'll figure it out. I had to figure it out. My dad threw me out at age 2. Oh, this was a good post by Sergeant Willie Pete. I gotta read this one. This one's pretty good. Do I have the whole thing though? Oh, let me see if I have part 2 of this.
I messaged it to you, Mystery. It's just a screenshot.
Where'd you send it?
Discord.
Oh, Discord. Okay, I didn't get it. Weird. Or it didn't show up on my notification. Oh, I just got it. Okay. Save image for stream. Let me save this right here. There we go.
And the reason why I sent it to you is because it kind of went back to something you was talking about earlier with single mothers.
Now you a single mom. It's a good song. Congrats. Thank you. You with the father? No, we've always been friends with benefits. He's supportive and super excited. Thank goodness. Oh man. Well, hey, this is too much like reality, right? Hate to say it, but it's true. Is she black? She's gotta be black, right?
He's Hispanic, but I'm willing to bet you
Hispanic. That's even. I mean, it's just as bad there now. So I don't know, man. It is what it is. Is this a chick you were seeing, or just some random chick, one of your friends?
Just some random girl.
Oh wow, she having the baby, dude.
So how's that going to work? I mean, they're going to, I don't understand.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, dog. I've seen it happen a million times, dog. The dude, he'll show up for the first month and a half and he'll dip out. He'll pay that child support check if he even does that. And we're done. The end. And then that song plays in the background saying, now you a single mom, that song. And that's the end. Happens every time.
If you're not together, then how is he super excited? He's super excited to be paying child support.
You let him hit it raw, now you a single mom. Yeah. You let him hit it raw, now you a single mom. So, there you go. Happens every time. I gotta read this. This is a good comment by Sergeant Willie P. Let this post on his community page. All right. The most annoying thing about being a man is that we live in a world stuck between the past and the future. In one ear, we hear women are 100% men's equals, and that women can make decisions on their own, and that the only reason women haven't carved their own destiny is because of evil patriarchy. In the other ear, society tells you that you must recognize women's decision-making capabilities, while at the very same time socially infantilizes women and pretends as if women have no agency. Therefore, no matter what decisions women make, they cannot be held accountable. What man coerced you into this bad decision? Society, yeah. It is a dangerous combination of a person with the power of an adult but the accountability of a child. Women can make decisions but can never be held accountable for those decisions. My favorite is the only reason I had to make this bad decision is because the men failed, which reinforces the very idea that the default setting should be proper male leadership. This completely undermines feminists' own point about their need to break out of the patriarchy to make their own decisions. Somehow, though, any decision they make on their own will be blamed on failed male leadership. when men try to bring awareness to this fact, we are called sexist, misogynistic with archaic beliefs about women that hinder progress. See, the thing with this line here about, the failure of men. Okay, if the men failed, but you won't even allow them to fix the problem, then what the fuck's the point of even arguing about this? It's like okay, like you're a failure. Okay, well, can I try to fix it? No, we need to wallow in the dirt because you failed. Okay, but why can't I try to fix it? No, it's like what do I do then? I can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Matt Walshes of the world, where it's like they're blaming men, right? It's kind of like, well, you can't blame men wholeheartedly for something, but then expect women, but then want women's input on how to fix an issue, but you're only going to blame the man.
Well, the thing is that they've tied men's hands behind their back at the end of the day, right? Men can't do anything without, and maybe this is something that men need to overcome. I hate to use that fucking phrase, but maybe men just need to say, fuck it. Like, well, fine, I'll be the bad guy. Because you get called bad for anything you do anyway. You might as well just be the bad guy, right? Whatever. Who cares anymore? Okay, fine. I'm the bad guy. Ooh, whatever. I'm gonna fix this issue. I'm gonna fix the problem because obviously you can't fix it, and you can't fix it, and you won't let me fix it. So because you won't let me fix it, I'm gonna have to fix it by force now. I don't know what to tell you.
But that's the thing, though. And if you think about anybody here who's had a good father in your life, right? Like a good father. Now, what a kid's perception of what a good father is what?
He's an asshole. My dad was a fucking asshole. I'll say he was an asshole sometimes.
Yeah.
He was an asshole, but he was right. So I hate to say, but he was right. Looking back when he was right.
Right, exactly. But I'm saying is that if you ask the kid what would be a good father, it will be the dad who lets you stay up later, watch cartoons and play video games. It'll be the dad who lets you, go out whenever you want.
Eat cookies and candy every fucking week or every day, and don't work,
right.
Don't do any physical activity. You sit inside all day watching cartoons, playing Halo, and doing your own thing, right? Yeah,
right. Buys you everything you want for fucking Christmas, right. So you can't ask the child. The child should have relatively no fucking input on what makes for a good father, a good teacher, or good anybody in an authoritative position. Like, even if I'm a celebrity, it's like the bodyguard thing, right? It's like me if I'm a celebrity, if I'm a fucking rapper or some kind of celebrity or actor, whatever, right? And I hire a bodyguard, I can't tell my bodyguard how to be a good bodyguard. It doesn't work that way. That's why the bodyguard is usually telling the fucking celebrity what to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, so it's just kind of like you can't tell no school can run if you give the kids more rights and more privileges than the teachers, but the teachers are expected to have results when it comes to the grades or the performance of the school.
You've literally given a lunatic's power over the insane asylum, right? It's the old saying, right? But go ahead. You want to finish up?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me finish this up. Boy, there's more to this, but I got to read the second half. When men try to bring awareness to this fact, we are called sexist and misogynistic with archaic beliefs about women that hinder progress. We're talking about fairness. On its face, it's not fair, yet the word of the day is equality. Yeah, this word here I've come to hate quite a bit. Throw in how women choose partners, things get even stupider. I'm just going to go to the second half of the comment. Give me a second. Let me just X out of this one here. I think I already have it up. Here it is. Here we go. It's the second half of this, almost over. Throw in how women choose partners, things get even stupider. I want the most powerful man in the room that is respected by other men, but despite being more powerful than me, he can't act like it because I'm a modern progressive feminist, and I must feel that we are equal. Yeah, this is funny. What does that leave us with other than intellectual frustration? And then women wonder why some men choose to either not be bothered or simply don't deal with women who have a feminist a disposition. Yeah. But truth be told, this intellectual frustration is something that I feel this when I get like secondhand this when I'm watching like any podcast with women on it. I'm like, I don't know why I'm like, what?
No, absolutely.
I'm like, what's going on? This is stupid.
It's silly. And even when I try to have conversations with women openly, like, among mixed spaces, it's silly. It's like having a conversation about, like, I would be on, Clubhouse and having these conversations about like dating and like women asking what makes a good date, like, and you have to explain to them like why guys take women out on coffee dates and women are giving their perspective, and it's like, why am I trying to explain it to them where they've never had to do, they've never they've never had to be on the side of a man having to approach a woman, get her number, be interesting, they never had to do that, and they never will, and they don't want to. So it's like, why am I like having these conversations with, it's like trying to explain to a kid like taxes, or trying to explain to a kid like all like the dealings about being an adult. It's like a kid can't like comprehend it.
Yeah, nor should he, right? Like, arguably, he should just be a kid. In the same way that arguably a woman should just be a woman, and a man should just be a man. But we mix the two together, some strange amalgamation of bullshit that doesn't make any sense. So, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off.
No, absolutely. I mean, I've having to stop watching those. I watched the Andrew Clavin part. I watched like a few of those. I like how he thinks. I like his takes on Christian. I think his views have been refreshing from the norm. Now, obviously I still listen to the CGAs and stuff like that, but that's just a solo gig. But yeah, I think the time of the red pill, has kind of been over for a minute, and I think that we are in the transitioning period. And I'm telling you, man, I've said this before, I've said this for years now, it is only a matter of time before that whoever that black pill representative is, that I just don't know, but they're coming. The black pill.
Yeah, I think first left a comment in his own server saying that like somebody responded to him, or he was responding to somebody else, but he basically said that I think he said the red pill viewership has dropped off like 90%. Like, it's insane how many less views they're getting now, which makes sense. Like, it's not true. Like, at least it's not partially true. A lot of it's just like half truths and mostly lies and made up bullshit that doesn't even apply anymore. And it's like, come on, man, you're using this same old fucking the playbook from the early 2000s to fucking explain male and female dating dynamics in 2024.
Yeah, well, the truth is that here's the problem with the red pill, right? Number one, the truth, like it's like the shit that Richard Cooper was saying, right? Richard Cooper was saying, the red pill will only ever apply to the vast minority of men, right? Because it only is going to work for the minority of men, right? So let's just say, okay, get better with game, get better with your money, with all these red pill things that is talking about, right? It's like, even if you as a 20-something-year-old man can, however long it takes for you to achieve that red pill standard, you are already behind, because hypergamy is like inflation. So if the standard was in 2016, if the standard was 6 figures, it's going to take you a while to make 6 figures. So by the time you start making 6 figures, now the standard is higher 6 figures. Now, as opposed to 100K, now it's 200K, and now 300K, right? So as it's and that's just when it comes to the money. There's also looks and status and all that. Even something like blue check marks. Remember those? And I know you're not on Instagram, but remember there was a time where if you had a blue check, you were good to go. Now, since people can buy blue checks don't mean anything online anymore. So, and every single metric things kind of has gotten higher and higher and higher. So it's like with basketball, at a certain point, if you keep fucking raising the rim, not even the NBA players will be able to play on that fucking high ass rim.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So yeah, I think the red pill is kind of basically over, or in like it's like in a later stages, and I think it's at some point, man. I think the black pill is gonna have its day. We're in this weird kind of phase right now with Pearl, and the stuff is happening politically, and Andrew Tate, what might happen with that, but we got to see, man.
Do you think Pearl will ever actually get married? Or do you think she's like just as bad, if not worse, than some of the women she criticizes?
I think here's what I would say, right? To answer your question, yes, I do think that she will get married, because there's nothing stopping her from getting married. Let me ask you, what's stopping Pearl from getting married?
Other than her hypergamy?
Yeah, but so what? Like, because
her hypergamy. she's the daughter of a multi-millionaire, and she can't find somebody who's she's tall. He's tall, by the way, so she's tall. But I don't know. Yeah, those are the two things I see in her way. She needs somebody taller than her, guaranteed. Somebody black, which she probably won't be hard to find. A black man looking for a white woman, my god. And then somebody who she's not worried about money, then maybe not as hard as she thinks it is. But I think that because she's so high profile as well, people know who she is. She probably has a lot of people in her comments or in her DM saying, "Hey, baby, you want some fuck, right?" So.
Yeah, well, and I would say that to Chip because he said the black pill peaked. I'm not even saying that the black pill, like the content didn't peak with like the face and mess or whatever. But what I will say is that you still have a lot of men who are behind on that and kind of missed out on that completely. So right now, as just like how like, you know, you could say that the red pill peaked, you know, maybe 10 years ago, whatever. It's like, I think that you're going to have this wave of red pill guys. You're going to have a certain explosion of guys watching, and you're kind of slinging a little bit, right? With, you know, like young men, you know, pointing to their jaw lines and mewing and chats and shit like that. I think that it's slowly transitioning to the black pill ideology. So that's what I kind of mean, right? I'm not saying that the content is going to be like great or on point. I'm just saying in regards to the mentality or where young men and even the society are going to go. But to the pro conversation, Mystery, I think that she does have self-awareness. And I think because of that, she is just going to get married just so that she can shut the haters up at the very fucking least. Because all of what you're saying, she's aware of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's sort of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think nothing's stopping her from getting married. Certainly, as you said, but well, I mean, there are things, but the thing is that, you know, in reality, she has enough suitors to say, oh, I can just pick one of these guys and get married today and call it a day, right? She could.
That's all it is. Like,
now, whether or not she actually does it is a completely different story.
I know. I think that she understands, and I think that once she does get married, it's only going to strengthen her message even more.
Do you think she's writing the CC?
I think she's written it before.
Do you think she's currently writing it?
I mean, it's a possibility. But my whole thing is that, like, the one thing I never cared about when it came to Pearl is whether or not she is living up to her message, but it was more so about the message.
I don't necessarily believe that, you know, somebody has to be the epitome of their. Now, I would say there needs to be some congruency with how you live and what you say, but to be perfect would be, you know, you're asking for too much, right? That's absurd. But
yeah, no, I know. But yeah, I mean, she's probably. I don't really know. Like, I never really cared to. I never necessarily cared whether or not, you know, whether she's married or whether or not she's, because what she was saying was true. It's like she had a tweet. I think it was yesterday or the day before, where she said that a man saying, "I'll ask my wife," is like a mother saying, "I'll ask my kid." And then some tradcon called her a retard, and somebody had to call out the guy and say, "No, she's low key right." So
damn.
I'm cool with. So my whole thing is this: is like, I'm cool with the message. You know, as far as the messenger is concerned, I mean, that's a whole different thing. It's like a pastor. It's like there's a lot of pastors, but bro, there's pastors who cheat. There's pastors who fucking deal with prostitutes and do all types of fuck shit when they're not in church. But if they're just preaching the Bible and they're preaching the Bible as it is, as opposed to like on some fucking liberal shit, then yeah, what the pastor's saying is correct. Oh yeah, like 1 + 1 = 2, regardless of your finances being fucked up, right?
Hold on, I'm trying to find this article real quick. Angry.
Primordial saying she's under 30. I think she's the exact type of woman that she herself talks shit about. Yeah, I don't even disagree with any of this. It's like if a king came down to a peasant's house and told them he killed their animals, he knows they won't do anything because the knights will destroy him. Yeah. Typing so. Height won't ever stop her from getting married. I'm reading Primordial's earlier chat. She can get a 6'2" guy that makes decent money tomorrow. She wanted, absolutely. I think she just enjoys cock hair. So yeah, probably, man. I mean, you know. She's definitely written it 100%. 100%. If not,
I mean, at this point, what woman hasn't written?
Exactly. Yeah,
Then,
that's
yeah,
that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying. It's like there's a new. It's like even when you're saying like when we were talking about like your sexual peak or whatever, it's like dude, it's like no matter if you're dealing with women in their 20s, early 20s, late 20s, even late teens, it's like they've all have written you're not getting a tube of ice cream that hasn't been licked. All of the ice cream has been licked.
yeah, I'm trying to look at another thing I can read here. I always find some good screenshots on 4chan. People talk about this issue a lot, and it's interesting because they have good stuff to talk about. In liberal circles, people often blame plummeting birth rates on economic hardship, but the Nordic countries serve as a counterexample. This is what I've been saying for a while now. The money is not. I don't think the money is not the problem here.
No.
In the Nordic countries, generous welfare frees women to break out of any or avoid burdensome bonds, similar to the way in which early hominin females could make do without paternal care. Modern women can raise children on their own. Bus rope, and with long maternity leave, subsidized daycare, and other forms of support. Nordic taxpayers effectively provide women with what partners provide otherwise would. So the problem, unironically, is the fact that you're paying them to not have a husband, so they won't have a husband. So, in Norway, social democratic governance on average transfers 1.2 million more to each woman over a lifetime than she pays in tax. So don't forget, guys, when the women are out there arguing over free daycare, arguing over this, arguing over more welfare, all these things, they're arguing to take money out of your pocket. This is why I'm saying, dude, who's the real clown, right? Who's the real clown? Is it the man making, I don't know, $200K a year, paying taxes out the ass to pay for chat spawn, or the dude who doesn't work? Who's the real clown? I don't know, man. In Norway, social government 1.2 million more to each woman over a lifetime that she pays in tax. The average man paid more in tax than he receives in benefits. Dude. Instead of the birth rates being raised, they dropped even further. So all this money spent, imagine getting $1.2 million per woman to each woman over a lifetime, and your birth rate still dropped, dog. Your birth rate still go down. In 1974, the typical Norwegian woman was 23 years old when she married. In 2020, she was 34, although her first birth was at 30. Over this period, her fertility rate fell from 2.13 to 1.48. The poorest men were sorted or out rather than being enabled to have families. Yeah, Nordic women being less dependent on male provisioning, which is what we've been talking about for a while now. Once again, when we talk about there's not enough economically viable men, you're talking about men whose wages back in the day would have been perfectly fine, and now because of inflation and government policies and all these things and welfare programs and all these things, now their wages no longer carry the same weight. Because this is why men need to be making $180,000 a year to be considered economically viable.
The very same things that women voted in the first place.
Yeah, it's fucking absurd. Like, you can't expect every man to be making $180,000 a year. It's not going to happen. And even if they all did, once again, that would just become the new normal. Therefore, it wouldn't be special. Therefore, hypergamy, right? So it's funny, right? It's just funny how we keep raising the bar, and the bar doesn't actually get raised, or it gets raised even higher, right? It's absurd.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Nordic women being less dependent on male provisioning influences how their mate preferences play out. But from 1985 to 2012, the number of Norwegian men who failed to produce by age 45 increased from 14 to 23%. 3 times as many men as women suffer involuntary childlessness. Experts attribute this inequality to women's recycling of high-value mates. Oof! Look, they're talking about it, dude. Which can be viewed as a form of temporal polygyny. Yep, polygyny, covert polygamy. That poly something video I made 3 years ago. Norwegian men with high salaries have a 90% chance of being pair bonded by age 40 with low salaries. A 40% chance. Danes experience a similar marginalization. 45% of low skilled men live alone. Dude, they've been saying it's the money, 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 it's the money. Well, it's the money. It's not in the way you think it is, though. You stop giving free money to women and just start having people take care of their own families and shit, and then you wouldn't have this problem. But no one wants to do that anymore. We've decided that the government needs to be a big daddy government and a fucking nanny state, and now you have what you have. So, and then there's more. I have more screen caps I can show. There's more screen caps than just that one there. But yeah, I've been hearing this just shit about the fucking money for years now, and I'm so fucking tired of hearing it. So I don't fucking believe he does a too long didn't read, because this is from a study from a while ago. He just kind of took the blurbs out of it. And this one here, TLDR, the inability of men and women to pair bond results in a demographic collapse. Immigration does not help remedy this problem either, and introduces other negative externalities. Experts give an impression of not knowing why this is occurring or what policies could counter the demographic collapse. Their most common recommendation has been increasing immigration. Dude, the worst thing you can do. Oh man, you guys are fucking retarded, dog. They couldn't run a country if their life depended on it, and at this point, it literally does. Since many developing countries still have high fertility rates, transferring parts of their population to developed nations appeared as a viable solution. From 2000 to 2015, Norway's immigrant population tripled, yet the fertility rate kept falling. Today, 15% of residents are immigrants, which increased the population, but without motivating reproduction near replacement levels. A cultural change across Europe after 2015 migrant crisis has made continued large-scale immigration a less compelling proposition. Recent long-term cost estimates have shown that instead of improving national finances, many groups of immigrants undermine the future viability of Western welfare states. Eastern European and Asian countries have been less willing to open their borders to counter low fertility. Oh, dude. There's more I can read. I can read more of this. There's more to read. You only got 15 minutes left anyway. I'm just going to finish this up. I wasn't initially going to read this whole thing, but I might just read it now. Might as well. This is a good meme. This is the start of the meme, actually. Threadly reminder that shit is fucked. The evolutionary psychologist Mads Larsen writes, sex ratio theory suggests that why mating practices have become dysfunctional in the West and other regions. Statistics from the Nordic countries, the world's most gender-equal region, indicate that subjective perceptions of sex ratio in modern environments drive singledom and low reproduction. Scandinavia has the world's highest occurrence of one-person households, 43 to 46%. In the past decade, the Norwegian fertility rate dropped from 2.0 to 1.5. Sex ratio studies suggest that women's perception of there being few acceptable partners activates a polygynous mindset. So, women's perception of there being a few acceptable partners. What do we mean when we say that? What's acceptable to women? It can't be Chad with a bank account, right? Now let's take the bank account away. It can't just be Chad, right? Because they'll accept Chad anyway. Man, I don't know, man. It's the economically viable men. I mean, you're right to some extent, but whatever, dude. I hate to say it, but acceptable partner activates a polygynous mindset. Like I said, the rise of single-parent households is going up, and the two-parent households are dying. So, they're having kids with who? Who are they more likely to have kids with? Not some fucking 5 out of 10 random fucking schmuck on the street. Not him. Who's going to be the guy? Chad harems exist, whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not. Covert polygamy has been around for a long time. Polygamy, whatever you want to call it, polygynous mindset, which in prosperous monogamous societies drives promiscuity to the detriment of pair bonding. Yep. The more body count they have, the worse they pair bond, right? Promiscuity out the ass, the hookup culture, everything here is true. It's true. The statistics show that women are increasingly unwilling to copulate or pair bond with less attractive mates. Although women desire relationships as they have gained equality, their standards have increased. Today's rising economic stratification motivates further discrimination of certain men. With improved gender equality, women sorted away the poorest men. Rising economic inequality makes women exclude those men who are just below average. Being a high-value man in the modern environment is about more than financial capital. Women generally want men with high education and status, financial success, greater intelligence, a tall stature, at least they mentioned that, independence, and self-confidence. Dude, no. You motherfuckers, look, at this point, the mainstream, they'll always acknowledge height, dog. Even fucking SNL, or whatever it's called, acknowledged height. But they won't bring up that face thing, dude. They won't bring up the looks, the face and LMS. They won't bring up the facial thing. Why? Why don't you just say it, dog? Just say they want men who are facially attractive, tall, have money, all these other things become after the face and the height. and the hair, everything else, right? The whole look. They won't mention the face though, right? They'll say the height. Oh, of course they'll mention height because this, people have kind of accepted that one as being true. Oh, taller men have like easier time in the world. Okay, what about your face though, dude? Nah, dude, it can't be my face, bro. Because if it's my face, then oh god. Those unable to attract such a man may forego pair bonding and reproduction to prioritize other sources of fulfillment, such as rewarding career or financial independence. We had this one earlier, rewarding career, right? All these women go into career women, right? So the increased social status of women make them choosier, resulting in a growing number of men being excluded from the mating market. Oh, dude. Oh, there's more to this. Let me keep reading. I'll keep reading. Fuck it. I got enough time. Did I read this one already? Yeah, this is the new one. I think there's 2 more to read. Nah, I've already read this one before already. Yeah, I've already read this one. So this is the last one to read. This is like the second post of the. I was watching a video while I screen capped this, so ignore that. On the flip side, a growing number of women remain unpartnered because they find themselves unable to find a man who meets their expectations. But this wealth of unpartnered women also affects the cognition of men, high status men in particular. Instead of raising their standards to attract a higher value partner, men would lower their standards to have more promiscuous sex. Instead of lowering their standards to attract a mate, women would raise their standards to avoid being deceived by men who seek short-term mating. The high status men desired by women become more promiscuous and less likely to commit, which we're seeing this now. We're seeing this now. You've already seen this happen. This is an old study anyway, but they're just telling you what's happening. You're already seeing this now. You're already seeing it happen. Right? Can we all acknowledge that we're already seeing it happen, right? High status men desired by women become more promiscuous and less likely to commit to a single partner. Women respond to this by becoming choosier and more promiscuous at the same time. Wow. Yep, this is true. Choosier and more promiscuous, right? Like, you think to become choosier and like, okay, I'm gonna hold off on the sex because I gotta lock down chat, but no, they become more promiscuous because once think about it, women acknowledge and they know deep down in their heart of hearts that one of their biggest trump cards is that pussy, right? And then they think that if I give it up to the chat early on, he'll stay, but he won't stay because he's doing the exact opposite of what she's doing. He's doing the same thing, right? He's saying, well, shit, my value's high and her value's okay, whatever. So I'm gonna just take it and leave. They compete more fiercely and do so by catering to male mate preference. Women permit more uncommitted sex. They signal promiscuity, for instance, by wearing shorter skirts. By novel expression of female competition informed by male preference is that when high income inequality reduces the proportion of attractive bachelors, women post more sexualized selfies. Early pregnancy is another competitive means. In low ratio contexts, women appear to compete for males through teenage pregnancies and pregnancies outside of marriage. As a consequence, both men and women become frustrated with the opposite sex. Yes, it's true. This is what's happening now, right? This is the whole manosphere, the whole gender worship's all about this. You're frustrated, right? Never-ending frustration. Nothing ever works out, right? Women, because they can't get a long-term relationship with the high-status men they desire, which is absurd because the women themselves aren't high status, and they aren't all fucking Stacy and 8s, 9s, or 10s. They're all 5s and 6s and 4s. Not all of them are, but most of them are. They desire, and men because they find themselves confronted with an increasingly competitive dating market from which certain men are excluded entirely. Dude, there it is. Oh man, this is a good study, man. Good study. Oh, dude. Good. That was some god tier post right there. Good posting. Lol, the face. Yeah, dude, they won't talk about the face, dude. The left want communism so bad. Why don't they just redistribute the pussy? They won't, because once again, women are the purveyors of communism right away. There are a lot of good guys out there, but that would be good dads. The guy who had a brutal interaction at Starbucks seems like a good guy. Chad has all the women. We need to redistribute the pussy. Well, Forever Alone guy is from Pakistan, I do believe, and he was born in Norway. Mystery is cooking, dude. I'm trying. This is the Bachelor tax. We are the new Rome, dude. Please, dude. Once again, who's the real clown? I'm gonna say it again. Who's the real clown? The politician the politician who's doing insider trading, making millions of dollars off of making free money literally off of trades on the stock market, and he gets paid a pension after he works for he passed 2 bills all year, and he gets to fucking walk around like he's somebody, or the schmuck paying his taxes, dude. Who's the real clown? Who's the real clown, right? Is the real clown the woman who's a single mother? Let's be really, we all laugh, oh, you're a single mother now. Okay, who's the real clown, though? The one who's the single mother getting free money from you? Who's the real clown? Let's be honest here. Who's the real clown? I'm gonna post this. Keep pulling this picture up because it's fucking true. Where's that picture out of fucking CJ waking up in the morning with the fucking clown with the clown mask on, dog? Where's that? I gotta find it, dude. Who's the real clown, dog? Who's the real clown? You guys wake up and you look in the mirror. I don't work right now, so fuck it. But you wake up and you look in the mirror and you see, oh, what the fuck? It's a clown. At this point, dog. At this point, I'm gonna post this meme here. This meme here is really good. This is a good meme. At this point, dog. I don't know, man. I look at it all like this. Pathetic. Just like this. Pathetic, dude. I don't know, man. Who's the real clown, dog? Pathetic. Like, I post memes because if I posted anything else, you guys would probably cry. I don't think. You paying tax rates of like 30%. Oh, here's the reason why I was looking for. Once again, you wake up in the morning. You say, "Oh shit, here we go again." And you walk up to the mirror to wipe the sleep out of your eyes, and you look in the mirror every day and you see this. You see a clown. You're like, "What the fuck?" Nah, bro, it can't be me. It can't be me. But then you drive to work, or if you work at home, you shuffle over to your keyboard and you sign in for the day, and then and then your boss sends you an email saying, "Hey, I need that report done today," or we need this work done today, dude. Okay, so you type in a few lines on the keyboard. Truth be told, if you're working at home and you got like a do nothing job, you're doing okay for yourself. But if you're doing real work, I would tell you, dog, you are literally producing for a society that hates you. You're a slave, dog. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not gonna say this because it's probably not true, but dang, dog, like the slaves of America, the African American slaves, that I'm a descendant of, did they have a better life than us? I don't know, dude. At least they had a community around them, right? Damn, we don't even got that no more. Who's the real clown, dog? Who's the real clown? Oh, this woman's a clown. She has a single mother. Oh, is she? She taking your money? She taking your money every day. She got Section 8 housing. She living in a better neighborhood than you are, dog. She got that Section 8 voucher. She going to go to the fucking nice neighborhood and turn that sucker in, dog. Please, dude. She making bread off the government, dog. Her kids go to schools paid by taxes, paid by you. The welfare is paid by you. You paying for Tyrone, Chad. I don't know about Chang. Chang ain't making a lot of single mothers, but Tyrone and Chad's kids, dog. That's what you're paying for. Every day you wake up, you a clown, dog. You doing the dance. Yes, master, dude. I don't tell you. It's a clown, dog. Hell, the fucking bread and circus ain't even that good no more, right? Let's be honest here, dog. The bread and circus ain't even that good no more, dog. There's a handful of video games that sometimes they throw you a bone, they throw you some crappy video game. You feel like, oh, this game's really good, guys. I feel good, dude. I feel good. I feel great. A video game I can play now. A video game I love. Oh, thank God. Oh, the anime Goislop came out today, guys. Oh, I can't wait to watch the next animes. Oh, shit. They do that to keep you placated, and then they throw you some Goislop every once in a while. Oh, did you guys get the new Taco Bell meal? Dude, please. Who's the real clown? Who's the real clown, dog? It's a fucking circus. Flaming just for your money to be sent overseas in Pookie's health spot. Yeah, not only that, not only are you paying for Keisha and Catherine or whatever fuck her name is, some fucking whatever the white trash the white trash name is for a white woman. You're paying for her health bond. You're also paying for Israel, who hates you. They call you Goim, and you're paying for fucking some Jew in Ukraine to buy another house in Florida. And you're paying for whoever else. Taiwan, I guess, whatever. Dude, fuck, dude. Who's the real clown? I don't know, man. Look, man, this is true. Goy slop and PsyOps are getting more expensive and less quality. It's true. The voice impression, I wasn't trying to, but brutal. I don't know, dude. This stream's over. I'm done. All right, dude. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We live in a clown world, dog. We live in a clown world. The whole world full of clowns, dog. Full of clowns. Full of clowns. Don't rope, though. Don't rope. Don't rope. Don't do it. I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Oh, don't rope. Don't do it. Someone said, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I'm out of cope. Don't do it, though. Don't cope. Keep coping, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. You can't do anything else. You can't do much else, dude. But who's the real clown, right? Never forget those words. Anytime you look at a situation like somebody's laughing at somebody else, all that dude's a loser. I'm like, okay, wait a second. Who's the real clown here, right? That dude, okay, he a neat. He ain't doing shit. I'm like, oh, okay. But you working and you ain't got much more than he got. You ain't getting ahead, dog. You falling behind. At least he knows he's done. You still think you cooking, dog? You done? Like, oh, dude. All right, dude. This has been Mystery School. Please like, share, subscribe. Leave a comment if you liked the video. Maybe you hated the video. Leave a comment anyway. And never forget to use that wisdom fucking gold. I'll see you guys on the next SNC Sunday Night Cold Weekend Chat Random Discussion episode 70 of Season 2. Once again, leave me a like on the way out. Give me a like, dude. We got 81 people here. I should have 81 likes. Give me a like if you like what I'm cooking here. And yeah, dude, if you smell what the rock is not what the rock is cooking. If you smell what Mystery's cooking, give me a like. All right, dude. I'm going to try to stream Wednesday. I probably will. Probably about the same time I did last week. 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. All right, dude. See you guys, and cheers.